Welcome to the RWO Key West World Championships presented by Performance Boat Center. The lead up to today has been met with delays and hurricanes and unfortunately tragedy. XINSURANCE, RWO, Speedboat Magazine, and the entire racing community would like to extend its prayers and heartfelt condolences to the individuals, communities, and families impacted by yesterday's events. Folks, here we are. It is race day. I am Josh Stratton with XINSURANCE. My co-host here, Ray Lee with Speedboat Magazine. Ray, man, it's pitch fever out there.
Oh my God, it's so good. It's been a long time coming with all the cancellations of the races that have been happening. It's cancellation of Clearwater by Race World Offshore and as well as St. Petersburg. All the races are ready to go, and especially with the cancellation of the races on Wednesday, right? So they're out there and they're chomping at the bit.
Yeah, with St. Pete and Clearwater, as you mentioned, being delayed, and then not being able to race Wednesday, it seems like these guys are just absolutely revved up and ready to go.
No question. And poor Florida and offshore racing, they've really been taking it in the shorts with the cancellations and stuff. So, even testing yesterday when it was pretty bumpy out there, a lot of the teams opted to go out there and get a feel for their boats again.
Yeah, so let's give people some feedback here or some insight to what makes this race unique in the sense of the championships, the structure of it, that traditionally how that works and how you accumulate, and let's give people some insight on that.
Yeah, Key West is like the culmination of all the offshore racing for the year. So it's definitely the biggest event race-wise. There's 3 days of racing normally, with Wednesday being canceled. Today will be the first day of racing, and then double points on Sunday. And we have 72 teams that are competing out there, which is mind-blowing. And they'll be out there like the first race that's supposed to be coming off pretty soon are the bracket classes. And those guys are the smaller boats, open canopy, and those guys are the grassroots of the offshore racing industry.
Let's give the audience a little look into what this week has for them.
We battled out for 8 races continuously.
We just went from a 225R to a 300R V8.
Bang, we're at 100 within 3 seconds. It's unbeatable. You're not going to beat us in 3C.
The old saying, to be the best, you got to win in Key West. It's the holy grail. It's like winning the Daytona 500. It has everything you want in racing: noise, sexy, speed.
Key West 2024, off the chain.
There needs to be a degree of rational common sense. Turn 1 is going to be a shit show.
If you're coming to Key West, you're coming to win.
Everybody in boat racing comes down to Key West because this is it. This is the pinnacle of boat racing.
Let her rip, let's go.
What a great montage you guys put together. That's Key West in a nutshell, or a coconut shell, right? The conditions out here are constantly evolving, constantly changing. I had Taylor Sism from world champion, national champion, MTI TS Motorsports tell me that they can be testing one day, or even in the morning. They check out the conditions, and it can be completely different within an hour.
Yeah, that's the part of this sport that just absolutely blows my mind. This is not a engineered, babied racetrack, my friend.
No, right? Yeah.
The other motorized sports have the benefits of having crews that go out and clean their track before they jump on it, and this one says, no, we're going to change it every second and
crazy.
see how you can handle it.
Yeah, exactly, and especially with the tropical storm running through here, churns up the water. So whatever happens out there is going to be, changing minute by minute.
That's unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. So we saw some guys whacking some coconuts.
Right.
Why don't you tell me a little bit about that?
That's the coconut man that hangs out on the mole, and the winners are immediately greeted to a podium celebration out on the mole, and they all get a coconut. And he whacks that thing with a machete, and he's so good, and you think he's going to lose fingers, but he's so good and handles every racer with coconut for coconut milk shots.
Man, another unique thing here about Key West. Well, we've been here for a few days already, and it's been wonderful to see the community that surround this thing, how many people come in from all over the world, and also just how welcoming the individuals here in Key West have been to welcome these racers.
No question. 222 Offshore, who's now ExMobil and Walmart, they were the dominating champion in Class 1 last year. They were unable to get here for the regular season, but they're here to compete because Key West is just that important and that big of an event.
And that's unbelievable. It's been super cool as someone who's new to this sport, just to learn about the legacy of the World Championships here, and to hear all of the unique stories of individuals who've been coming for 20 plus years, some of them, and to see what it really takes to be successful in this sport. These crews on some of these teams, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, they work through the night and get the job done.
Let's show a little of the backstory of what it takes. We had the chance to do some filming with an up-and-coming team. Will be a new team in 2025 for XINSURANCE. This Class 3 or 3C team. They've got a brand new boat, and we were blessed enough to go out and check it out. So let's watch that thing rip.
Yeah.
We battled out for 8 races continuously.
We just went from a 225R to a 300R V8.
Bang, we're at 100 within 3 seconds. It's unbeatable. You're not going to beat us in 3C. So me and Cameron just arrived at Sean Torrente's with a brand new 3C 24 Wickd powerboats.
This is the first one ever built, and so we're on the development stage of getting this boat out.
It's a new class. It's not really 3C anymore. It's like Superstock light.
We just went from a 225R to a 300R V8, and we're just in the beginning stages of testing that.
It's fast, cheapest entry catamaran that you guys could get.
It's unbeatable. It's UIM Class 1 specs. There's nothing that can penetrate it.
We're just in the beginning stages of a long process, and hope we can get this boat where it needs to go. And Key West will be basically a big test for us, and then we're headed into the 2025 racing season. So Cameron drives and Owen Buis throttles. They raced against each other all last year in Class 7, and this will be the first time Owen and Cameron are actually in their next year's boat.
We battled out for 8 races continuously, and that's when we first got to know each other. We started to become friends from there.
This kid, bro.
He's not even in.
He's good at racing, he's a good driver, but I mean, he is pretty weird sometimes.
You gotta go first, bro. We can't go out at the same time. I called him, I was like, yo, do you wanna be in a boat together? And he was like, yeah. And then we just started hanging out continuously, and now we're like best friends.
we blend so well together in the boat. It's unbeatable. You're not going to beat us in 3C. We're about to go put it in the water, test it, and get a run through of it just to see how it runs.
Maybe we hit the benchmark and change something up with the boat. Hopefully we go run some races next year.
I'm excited, I'm happy for him. We went from rivals to lovers. So hopefully he can wheel that boat around just like he did in the 7 boat last year and this year.
So the first run of the day was me and Shaban, and we put a big 32 pitch prop on the boat. Right out of the chute, I'm like, this thing is not going anywhere. And then I give it some more gas, bang, we're at 100 within 3 seconds. I'm like, holy shit. So we come back, put the new prop on, which is more of a racy prop with more acceleration and more torque. And I'd come out, we get on plane, I give it some gas, bang. It accelerated to 78 with nothing. It was crazy. So when you're strapped into a boat like that, going 100 miles an hour, I mean, as many great people have said, it's like getting into 1,000 car crashes in a minute.
It was just a fun day on the boat. We did super good together, mingled very good, and I think we're gonna kill it next year.
How's the boat look on the water? Good. It's fast. One more lap.
One more lap.
It's a curse to say that, you know that, right?
No.
We're in the middle of BFE, somewhere on the west side of Florida. We're doing an experimental fuel efficiency testing, and it looks like the guys are a little off on the numbers. So we'll go back to the drawing board and try again.
We were ripping, and then next thing you know, the boat just started slowing down, and then we ended up in the middle of the lake. So yeah, we just sat, chilled on the deck, talked a couple, and then we just got pushed into a dock, and then we held off from there.
Man, what a unbelievable boat. I can tell you, I'm not sure I knew how to ride a bike at that age. To think about the skills that those young guys have that they're bringing to this team.
Yeah.
Man, if I was in that class, I think I'd be a little worried next year.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, the thing of that class, it stems from UIM 3C, and the boat is a Wickd powerboat, 24 feet, and it's closed canopy with a single engine. And it's the perfect vessel to enter the entry-level offshore racing. The open boats, the bracket classes, they've been running for a long time, but you know it intrinsically it's dangerous because it's open. You can get pitched out. Something can happen. But the closed canopy are generally safer. And with Todd Phillips developing this boat for entry-level offshore racing, I think it's a perfect vessel to get into the competition.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is just a super rad boat. Being able to see it there, you can actually see it in the stream right now. So
yeah.
We have that is the 11 XINSURANCE boat, and I think they're still playing around with what that class is going to be called. So I'm not going to throw anything out, but
correct.
Looks unbelievable there on the water. We want to thank those guys for jumping out and giving us a chance to learn about it and hang out with them on their testing grounds.
Yeah, well, Sean Torrente of Florida, he's been very hands-on with that project, and it debuted in Sheboygan at the Midwest Challenge in August, and it just received a lot of accolades and a lot of attention and eyeballs, and they've been fine-tuning it, and they've got quite a few orders or interest of boats that are preparing to be built for competition for next year.
Yeah, I heard a crazy number, like something like within 2 years, they're expecting 20-plus boats in that class right now.
I heard the same. So that's
pretty unbelievable.
That's going to be super competitive, kind of like the Superstock class.
Yeah. So we got race 1 coming up.
Yeah.
Why don't you tell us a little bit about what race 1 looks like and give us a breakdown on, you've said bracket class a couple of times. That's new language for me in a short period of time getting into this sport. So why don't we dive in there and talk about the variations and talk about some of the standout teams that you think should perform well today?
Absolutely. So race 1 is going to be the bracket classes 5, 6, 7, 3X, and 3C. And what those are the open canopy V-bottom boats of different sizes. So we've got bracket class 5, and those are between, looking at my notes, between 28 and 30 feet long, and open canopy boats. And the first place winner from last year is none other than XINSURANCE Golf and Gator, run by J.J. Turk and Nick Boos of Statement Marine, and they dominated the class. But so the breakout means when you're talking about the bracket classes, they have a certain speed that they can't exceed, right? They have a speed limit that they can't go over. They can go over for a few seconds, but they need to get back within that speed limit. If they stay over the speed limit too fast, if they're going too fast, then they can be disqualified by the end of the race based on tech inspections at the end. And the bracket class 5, I believe their speed limit is 75 miles an hour. Bracket class 6 is 70 miles an hour, and bracket class 7 is 60 miles an hour. So any of those boats, and they vary in size. Bracket 6 has a 26-foot limit, and bracket 7 has a 22-foot limit.
So we saw a few seconds ago on the output there, you could see the racetrack up on the screen. Let's talk a little bit about that. I understand that there's some variations in how many laps each bracket class does.
Correct.
And that there's variations throughout this weekend of racing on how many laps they'll do. So today, how many times are they running around that track? And how does that change as we come into Sunday?
So the bracket class, especially race 1, they are limited, or they're running 5 laps today, and they would have ran 5 laps on Wednesday. Sunday comes, and that's double points, so they extend the course, and they'll be running 8 laps on Sunday, all staying within their speed limit and going for the checkered flag on each race. And then once they and because they are relatively smaller and somewhat slower, they have less laps than the bigger boats with bigger power.
Well, so that seems like, what I've learned is everything is to the T here. We're talking gallons and all of that, the weight of the boat, how many gallons of gas they're putting in. So how does that change for the racers as they go from a 5-lap expectation to an 8-lap expectation? Seems like a pretty significant difference in gas needed.
It is, yeah, absolutely. And they'll factor for it because, a lot of these teams, they test and they know these boats so well that they measure their fuel capacity down to the final gallon. So they'll just obviously put more fuel in on Sunday as opposed to today. But what we're looking at here now, there's been a delay in the start of the racing, and so the concern is they'll burn a lot of fuel before they end the conclusion of the race. So,
yeah, it looks like they're all kind of getting staged there on around the racetrack, trying to stay busy,
right.
kind of anxiously motoring about there, and
yeah, kind of like hungry sharks, right? They're just waiting for the green flag to drop, and that's the thing. They're out there waiting for what that's called right now. It's called milling, and they're just kind of staging up and ready for the pace boat to come out with the flag and kind of line them up and then have the green flag start. And from what I understand, we're waiting on the turtle and wildlife helicopter to be ready and fly overhead. What that means is Race World Offshore and all the offshore organizations are very concerned about the wildlife, and because there's so much prevalent here in Key West and other Florida areas, we need to have a watch for turtles on course or manatees, and the helicopter helps us do that.
Yeah, I can see here we're going through a couple of our shots. You're seeing a wonderful shot from the XINSURANCE heli cam here in a few moments. And, we've got a great team in the air that are going to be assisting with capturing this race as well as commentating this race. And I think we are getting close to wanting to jump to those guys at some point. But as you can see, the right like
With each one of these race boats, it's mostly comprised of two racers. There's a driver and a throttleman. The throttleman is obviously controlling the throttles and the tab and the attitude of the boat and the speed. The driver is responsible for steering the boat as fast as they can down the course and as tight as they can around the turns. And so, the left hand needs to do what the right hand is doing, and it's very challenging and competitive, and that's why it's very important for these guys to have chemistry on board the boats.
Ray, can you tell me a little bit about, we're seeing a boat right now with a red flag up in the air. What are the different colors of flags? What do they mean? And what is that boat doing right now for this race?
Sure. So that is the start pace boat, and so they're just kind of holding all the competitors off at bay until they're ready to start. They'll have comms with race control, and they will get the signal as to when they can start leading the boat down the course. And then the flag colors will change, and then ultimately a green flag will be up, and then that signals the start of the race.
Okay, so we're still getting ourselves ready. I see an XINSURANCE boat, I think, coming up there. Why don't we talk a little more about the teams? What are some standout teams in these classes that are about to rip that you expect to have a really good showing today?
Yeah, so again, sorry to cut that off, but bracket class 500, the XINSURANCE, Turk Family Racing, Golf and Gator really dominated, and they, I believe they've finished first within the season, followed by Tunnel Vision, who's driven by Michael McColgan and Robert Bryant. And third place in 500 was the Team Farnsworth boat in Bulletproof. I don't think that they're here in Key West competing, but Team Farnsworth has a couple other boats that they'll campaign in the Super V class as well as Supercat. Bracket class 6 has Team Velocity, and they were the standout. That's a smaller class. There's 3 boats here that are competing. That'd be Team Velocity, American Hustle, and Moderation. And then there's class 7, which are the smallest boats in the fleet. Like I said, it was 22-foot limit on those. And in the regular season, again, XINSURANCE took first place with Bad Decision, driven by Ricky Harmeyer and Owen Boos. And second place was another XINSURANCE boat. This one's the Statement, driven by John Lazzotti and Johnny Lazzotti. And so it'll be stiff competition out there, and the main challenge for these guys, and they've been doing it for so long, the main challenge for these guys is to maintain their speed and not go over and break out.
Man, that is a lot going on there.
Yeah.
A lot of different teams, a lot of different races, and it'll be interesting to see how that continues to function, or to see how these guys make it happen today.
Yeah, so we have a lot of respect for the bracket classes because, again, they're the grassroots guys. They generally have smaller sponsorships. So a lot of the racing that they do and the traveling that they do is on their own dime. So they're basically doing it for the passion, as with all the classes and all the racers. But these guys especially, they're out here in their RVs, small light RVs, and they're out here just thrashing and making it happen.
As we look at one of the other things that I really have been excited about coming into this week, post hurricanes, XINSURANCE launched XINSURANCE Cares,
right,
with the intent of raising $100,000 through the fans of this community, and then matching that at $100,000. And right now we're at $10,000, I think $984. And, you know, I would just love for the community, the people watching the live stream, the people involved here, that they would go ahead and jump onto xinsurance.com/racing and scroll down to the X Insurance Cares section and donate to this. The pure intention here is to provide support and relief to the communities affected by the devastating impacts of the hurricanes. And, you know, it's been just recently activated and turned on, so super excited to see the community respond, which, you know, almost $11,000 already in a short period of time is super exciting. And so, folks, again, xinsurance.com/racing, that is your hotbed for all things Key West racing this week. You're going to have the links to the live streams as well as X Insurance Cares, and there is a wonderful graphic on there letting you know the live stream schedule for the remaining race week.
Yeah, Rick Lindsay, you know, principal of X Insurance, and Parker Lindsay, they've done an amazing job. They've flown into the ravaged areas and hands-on, along with the other X Insurance team, helped out the communities that were hardest hit by these hurricanes, which has been quite a bit. You know, Florida has really been battered by Mother Nature, and so any help that you guys can give and offer, love for you to log on to the website and donate. A matter of fact, call out to the performance boating industry is, you know, let me know. You guys have my number, most of you, or my email. If you guys make a donation, let me know, and I would love to mention your generosity on the live stream today.
Yeah, we're tracking it. We've got it pulled up live. We can see it, and we really want to be going back and forth and telling you people the great work that's being done and the money raised. So we can see who donates. We'd love to give you a call out and a shout out for supporting the families impacted by the last two hurricanes that came to Florida, and just trying to show that we're not just here to, you know, burn gasoline and race around the ocean, you know?
Well, you had mentioned, you know, maybe we can make it like a Jerry Lewis telethon where we have a tote board and,
That's right.
make an
That's
announcement
right.
and have you in a baby blue tuxedo at some point.
But I will go get one today. Viewers just know, we get above $20,000, $30,000 today, this guy's going to be in a blue tuxedo. Call me Ron Burgundy, and we're going to have a good time.
Oh, please make that happen. Please, we got to see that, right?
You can't let this mustache, you know, not go to good use.
Right.
So, well, you know, we're anxiously waiting for the races to start and to be kicking around. Good to see that the teams are in place. Anything that you can think of that the viewers need to know about? Initially,
I mean, with an abbreviated season this year, there's been some really excellent racing, and the last race that these guys have raced was in Sarasota Grand Prix, and that was really big and sporty conditions out there. And you know, just like in Sarasota, I believe today and Sunday will be a battle of attrition. You need all the teams need to stay running and finish the race. I think that's everybody's strategy is first and foremost finish the race and then down the line finish first.
Yeah, I you know, every racer I've talked to, I said, "Why are you here?" And they said to win.
Right.
You know, that seems to be the consistency here. I think we heard another racer said, you come to Key West to win. Right. And don't come here if that's not what you're trying to do.
Absolutely. And Larry Blyle, the owner of Race World Offshore and the president, has done a phenomenal job of bringing Race World up to speed, who used to be Superboat International, run by John Carbonell. And since Larry's taken over, it's maintained its excellence, and I think even grown since John used to run it. And based on all the people that are here in the southernmost point, it's just excellent to see all the fans and the community coming out to support the races.
Well, as you can see up screen right now, as we mentioned, X Insurance Cares, great QR code on the screen for you to scan, takes you right to where you need to go. Again, we still got racers getting themselves ready. See a few boats out there. Can't really tell on that one what all those flags are, but it looks like they're having a good time. Did you see that catamaran earlier? Golly, it looked like there was like 300 people on that thing inside the track, ready to have an incredible day of racing and entertainment.
Yeah, I missed that, but it's definitely fun to see when the people come out. You know, I know I've got a lot of friends that are out there on big boats and yachts, staged up to watch the race. So shout out to all you guys, especially on the Christina. Sorry I can't be there with you, but I'm there with you in spirit. And looking for awesome racing. And these guys, you know, the bracket classes, it's a great way to kick off the day of racing because these guys really go for it.
Yeah, it looks like we got a nice shot here from the boat GSS that's going to be coming in. Also have a nice from the docks that's just cut.
See some action happening?
I see some action. Looks like we are full race mode. And we're here. We're in it, man.
Running, yeah.
It is race one off to the races. Looks significantly calmer than it has been for the last couple of days. I think we'll learn a lot as they quickly approach turn one.
Yeah, and mostly, you know, to the joy of most of these racers, it's supposed to get flatter and flatter as the days go on, or as the day rolls on. But these guys, you know, with the smaller boats, these guys are super fun to watch because even with the, you know, appearingly calmer waters, it's still bumpy out there, and you'll see these guys flopping out and catching some serious air as they complete their 5 laps. Bracket Class 7 will be doing 4 laps.
Okay.
So
and
that's the
out front, just actually, you know, making a way for themselves right now, it seems.
That's always the money shot, is because diving into to the first turn one pin, everybody goes pretty hard, and they're all diving for that first turn, and then coming around this after the first turn, going into turn 2, they're what's known as the hole out there because. Can't see it. Sometimes you can, but there's a big hole out there that these racers will hit and go flying, and so they have to be cognizant of that. And apologies to the viewers, but you know, especially with the bracket classes, because they're similarly sized, it's difficult to differentiate the different classes as they're running, but we'll do the best we can. So hard to tell who we've got on screen going out in front, but there it is. There's the big flyer, and
yeah, it seems like they're just making headway there, really pulling away from the rest of the pack. We got 2 boats that are really gunning for each other.
Yeah. I think I saw Rum Runners out in front, or maybe in second place there. We're having technical difficulties here in the studio, so it's hard to see exactly what is happening on the large screen. So we're kind of winging it, so bear with us. But as you see, these shots are coming to you from the XINSURANCE helicopter flown by Rick Lindsay and Parker. Parker, they have been doing an outstanding job chasing these boats and providing what's essentially the best coverage that offshore racing has seen in probably forever. So thanks to Parker and Rick, they're able to chase these boats because of the power of Rick's helicopter, and we get sights and over the top of these racers that hasn't been seen before. And they've recently added a very expensive gimbal helicopter camera on the front of the helicopter to provide these great shots, and it's amazing how crystal clear and how tight they can get in on these race boats. Right there, we see the XINSURANCE boat going by the outer mole, and that's where all the fans roll out. That's where the VIP section is, and it's a great place to view the races. Down there, we see it going by down by Mallory Square, where there's additional fans and spectators out there watching. There we see Rum Runners, driver Thomas Crowley and Fran Velitato. They have had a phenomenal season. They finished 4th in bracket class 5, and they're still maintaining their competitive spirit out there and running as hard as they can.
Yeah, that was a great shot of the XINSURANCE Helicam coming over the top. Looks like they're hitting these turns just about perfect today.
Yeah. Whoa, big
boy. There we go. That's the action we're looking for.
And I tell you, these guys have just nerves of steel to be able to take flyers like that and continue on. And the challenge of these racers is when they fly like that, it scrubs speed. So they don't want to be out of the air, but once you are, the goal is to get back into the water as quickly as you can and continue your momentum without losing too much speed.
And is that what we see? Rum Runner was able to make a significant close right there in a very short period of time.
Yeah, he's
was that air probably had some impact on their ability to do that?
Yeah, for sure. Right now we see Rum Runners closing in on Golf and Gator, XINSURANCE, JJ Turk, and Nick Booz, who basically dominated the entire class all season. But right now we've got quite a battle going back and forth, or Rum Runners trying to overtake JJ and Nick.
What I like about these smaller classes too, the size of the boat allows them to it seems to me, to be more nimble, and they can actually race a lot closer to each other than you see in some of like class 1, for instance. It seems like it is, man, they're in there in the trenches together, deck to deck. Seems like that could also increase the danger of these classes.
Yeah, no question. So normally in some of these classes, they'll have everybody maintain their lanes, but this year in Key West, they've opted to let them go. So basically, the racers are free to go out and dive into the pins as aggressively or as conservatively as they choose. And yeah,
getting choppy out there.
You can see that's the far side of the course down by turn 2, going into turn 3, and that's traditionally the roughest part of the course. And you always see some actions like these boats flying well out of the water.
So it looks like we have a boat down just in the camera shot there.
Yeah, hard to see which boat that was. Hopefully we can get another shot of it to identify who's down. But there's Rum Runners, great shot of them, and running their rum.
Yeah, it seems, that's something about this sport that is a little different. These are very finicky beasts.
Yeah.
There is a lot of tech that goes into them, but when you're racing at this speed and these rough of conditions, things can quickly change. And it seems like some days these racers are just hoping to get through the checkered flag.
Right. Yeah, so a lot of these boats, they're running Mercury Racing Power, but others are homegrown engines in their local area, and they know these boats and these engines like the back of their hand, and they're able to fine-tune them each and every race as it goes forward. And whatever damage they sustain during the race, they're able to go and correct and fix that in between races.
That's something that was super interesting to me as we were talking to these different race teams, was them expressing and educating me about, some of them would say, oh, we run this Merc, but some were saying, I think I've got the best engine guy in the world, and hinting at these custom engines.
Right.
And that's I didn't even know that was a thing.
Yeah, no, absolutely. When they don't necessarily have a spec engine class, and you can kind of run what you brung, they're able to do as long as they stay within their horsepower limit, so that the boats can run all similarly. They definitely have their favorites, and they will live and race by them.
And it seems that the XINSURANCE boat is hitting full stride right now, running exceptionally well. Rum Runners is staying close, but seems to me that they've really got this thing dialed.
Yeah, JJ and Nick, they've secured the national championship in the regular season racing, and now they're continuing their dominance by leading the pack in their class. Right now we see a good shot of the Velocity 600 boat, 611 in bracket class 600, and that's run by Bob Spitulski and Scott McCormick, owner of Velocity Powerboats.
And so that is a different class of boat
Right.
than the Rum Runner and XINSURANCE, correct?
Correct, yeah. In Key West and out there today, we have 3 boats racing, and that's Velocity, who we just saw, and they have secured the national championship as well. And we have American Hustle, which I don't believe ran in the regular season, but they're here in Key West to compete, as well as a Shocker.
And it seems like that one stretch there is something special. Every time they get there, they're getting more air than I think they want to be getting. But that's the sport, right? That's the story. It's living right there on the edge of what your body can handle, what the boat can handle.
No question. Right now we're looking at moderation, team moderation, and they are bracket class 6 boat, driven by Michael Lang and Johnny Saris. Johnny Saris has been competing, his whole family has been competing for a long time, and so he's no stranger to offshore racing.
Looks like we're about to make a jump to the XINSURANCE Helicam, which has got another great shot overhead.
Yeah, there we go. That's I believe that's team moderation going for it, going into a turn, and trying to keep the boat as level as possible.
And so let's talk about that. What is your capabilities, and what are we utilizing to level those boats? We've talked about there being a driver. We've talked about there being a throttleman. And let's dive in a little bit about how those two boats or how those two positions kind of help each other. I do see that the boat that was down is 501 in the Class 5 bracket.
That'd be Powerhouse Racing, driven by Nelson Sawyer and Damon Murata. Damon Murata, a seasoned veteran, and he's been racing a lot of boats. Yeah, but don't know what's going on with them. We'll find out what the issue is with Powerhouse Racing. But yes, to your point, the throttleman is in charge of running the throttles, the sticks, and they also have what's called trim tabs, which are mounted on the outside of the boat on the port and starboard side. And basically, the throttleman's duty is to maneuver those and manipulate those to have the boat running as flat and fast as possible. Basically, when you run too much tab, you have a tendency to scrub speed, so you don't want to do too much, but it definitely helps when conditions are like this to keep the boat, the nose down, so you're not flying too high. And then when they're in the air, they need to work the throttles, the offshore throttles, to pull back a little bit so that they're not free spinning the propeller while they're in the air, because that can be detrimental to the outdrive.
Does that also help the boat lower down? Let's jump right here. We see the boat we were just talking about a little bit earlier today, the new 3C XINSURANCE number 11 boat that we had that wonderful little piece on. Here it is, just ripping and roaring. You can tell these boats are light.
No, absolutely, and that's the benefit of these, and it's running on a single Mercury Racing 300, and these boats are fast. They're light. There's not much to them, and Todd DePhillips, owner of Wickd Powerboats, has done a marvelous job putting these boats together, and so that the canopy is safe and the boats are fast, catamaran hull, and they are just ripping around that course. Going through that choppy section there, it looked like it was really eating those waves a little better than some of the other boats do. Correct. On the V-bottoms, the point of these boats are to keep the boat up on its rear pad and on the keel, meaning the center line of the bottom of the boat. And sometimes when the swells and waves are like this, it's easy to fall off that keel. That's where the trim tabs come in, and that's where throttling comes in. And the driver, it's his duty to rip that boat around those turns as tight and as efficiently as possible. And dirt legal here, velocity 789, I believe. Looks like they are just going for it right now. Yeah, that's Brad Christopher and AJ Smith. Beautiful boat. That is a Velocity. It's a member of the factory team, and they've had a really good season as well. But they really pretty boat, and they're out there ripping it, like you said. We've got another XINSURANCE boat here, 759 Hartman XINSURANCE. Let's get a little backstory on these guys. Yeah, that is Statement XINSURANCE, driven by John Lazzotti and Johnny Lazzotti, and they are running, like you said, in the 700 class. And same thing, they're the smaller boats in the fleet. I believe that boat is a 22-footer and doing really well in that rough stuff.
Yeah, another Velocity boat here. So Velocity really seems to have a
presence, absolutely.
A presence in these smaller bracket classes. We see XINSURANCE coming up there, just full send, having a blast. They're JJ and Nick are in it to win it today, it seems.
Yeah, they'll definitely need to see their chiropractors after the race, but they're doing what they've done all season, and that's being out in front and commanding. They have a really good chemistry with one another side by side in that boat, and they can kind of anticipate what the other racer is going to do so that they have the best possible outcome out on the water.
So let's talk about that a little bit. Placement, being out front, being on the inside versus the outside. When you've got a bunch of boats lined up, particularly at a start, how does this compare to pole positioning in F1 or some of the other motorsports that people may be more familiar with?
Sure. So some of the larger classes, they do have a pole position, and we'll find out what those are as the races come up. But yeah, these are kind of out where you're once that green flag goes, you're out and you're darting for the pin. Whoa, big jump there by the 3C boat, and it's running good. But yeah, the point of it is obviously to run as fast and as efficiently as you can without breaking out.
You love seeing this new boat out on the water. This is more of a kind of testing day for them.
Right, yeah.
I think more than anything, this is, it did run once before, but with a different engine on it.
Right.
And so this is it fully dressed, ready for the prom, if you will.
Exactly.
And trying to see what this boat can do.
Yeah, so the particulars of this class, depending on what they're going to call it for next year, they're still fine-tuning it. Right now they're running unopposed in that class because it's the first and only boat just at the current time. But I imagine there will be quite a few other competitors running alongside the XINSURANCE boat come Cocoa Beach next year in May.
Hey, so it could be a great day for them. All they got to do is finish, is what I hear.
Exactly.
We just went past that boat I mentioned earlier with, like the 300 fans on it. They also look like they're having a great time already on a Friday morning in Key West at the RWO World Championships.
Yeah. So right now we're looking at the XINSURANCE boat again. Well, that just went away, but we're back to the 3C boat, splashing through the swells, and on the outside we see moderation coming in and overtaking the boat. But they're in different classes, so it doesn't really matter.
It's great to see, as we cut to some of these other shots, just how many people are out there on the outer mole and here to enjoy a day of boat racing. We've got another great shot out of the XINSURANCE helicam of Turk and Michael in the C11 boat. So
crazy thing is, Cameron Turk, he's JJ Turk's son, and he started racing, I believe, 2 seasons ago, and he's just it's in the blood. Those Turks are fast. They have Turk Family Racing, and he's a duck to water, essentially, so he's doing very well. He'll be racing in another boat later in the day. But, this is outstanding racing that's out there, and looks like we might be done.
We got people ripping and roaring here, still making their way around.
Yeah, so bracket class 5 and 6, they have seemingly, or most of the fleet has completed their 5 laps, and bracket class 7 will be completing their 4 laps for the day. Try and get the winners to you as soon as we can, as soon as we learn
the unofficial.
The unofficial, right.
The unofficial winners.
Correct.
Yeah, so we got a small little problem with our heli cam, but thank goodness we got a bunch of other cams all along the water that we can jump around to. This is one of our ground view cameras out there on the outer mole, and a little limited in what we can see there, but still giving you guys a great chance. We just switched over to our boat GSS. So you mentioned the GSS system on the helicopter.
Yeah.
Super excited for the first race ever. We also have one mounted to a boat, which is inside the track. So here we can still see the boats making their way around the track and pan with them. That was a big one for sure.
Yeah.
I think that is JJ. I think that was the XINSURANCE boat. And we've got our heli back, as you can see here, folks. XINSURANCE heli cam back in action and running along with, you'll have to help me on that one.
Yeah, I'm trying to see it as well.
They're going too fast. Can you tell them to slow down?
Well, yeah, to your point, when you, and we were premature about the end of the race because we lost the cam, but so obviously they're still racing, but all of the winners for is on screen today is unofficial based on post-race tech inspections. So that means making sure that none of these bracket classes racers have broken out, meaning gone too fast for too long, and that can essentially disqualify them even if they had finished first place.
So how does that work? I'm assuming there's tech inside the boats that captures their speeds throughout the race?
Correct. All of these engines have computers on board, and Race World Offshore has the best tech inspection crew in the industry, and they'll be inspected relatively immediately after the race and checked for any kind of violation.
Great shot there of the 511 boat as they're still doing their thing, and we'll have to see something a little pulled back to see where they are in with the rest of the pack, but it looks like they're still having a great day on the water. Just totally tuned in there.
Yeah.
We got rum runners coming along as well. It seems they're, I think, slightly behind.
There we see American Hustle.
And what class is American Hustle in?
American Hustle is a Class 6 boat, and their breakout speed is a 70-mile-an-hour limit. American Hustle being a Warlock, 2001 Warlock, 25-footer. Warlock is a West Coast manufacturer out in California that's no longer around, but have built many race-proven hulls. As you can see, this one is still running.
Yeah, I'm sure it's somewhat to the fishing industry. There's boat companies that aren't around anymore that people just absolutely love the hull, and they become, highly sought after they're no longer being made. What's that like in this space, particularly in some of these bracket classes when we're talking non-cat hull?
Yeah, very similar. Like you said, these Warlocks are one of those hulls that are race proven, that are no longer around. Levy Craft boats, which I personally have one myself, have built many race boats that are race worthy. Matter of fact, Team Woody still has one. They're not here. They didn't bring that boat to compete here in Key West, but they've been campaigning that boat for a number of years, and that's 2003 or 2004 hull, 2750, 28-footer, and does very well in the offshore races.
Great to see a shot there of Rick and Parker in the heli doing their best to keep everything rocking and rolling. That crazy contraption you see on Parker's lap is actually him getting a feed of the camera mounted on the front of the heli, and gives him full control of pan, tilt, rotation, everything, which really allows us to have these dynamic shots that we're getting from the heli cam. So that's super, super fun to see.
It's really remarkable what Rick and Parker have done, because they've essentially spent their own dime to get all this equipment mounted onto the helicopter. They don't charge race organizations anything. They do it for the love of the sport, and have really elevated the fan experience and spectator viewing of these offshore races as the boats go away on the far side of the course, where you lose sight of them essentially when you're watching on the shoreline or along the outer mole, be it here in Key West.
Yeah, the other part of that too that's been super exciting from my perspective is to see the commitment from the entire community. RWO could say, hey, no, we don't want this going on.
Right.
Other teams could say, hey, no, we're not interested interested in participating. It's
Right.
called the XINSURANCE HeliCam, or
Right,
or
yeah.
whatever. And that has been the story. It has been everyone saying, "Hey, we think this is a really cool sport that we're a part of, and we want more of the world to see it, and to be able to see it with a super high production value." And that's been really fun to be a part of here this week, to just see the buzz and the excitement from everybody.
No, absolutely. And you know, believe me, these racers are no strangers to, you know, lack of coverage here. And there we see Sweat Equity, sponsored by Zarelli Homes. Looks like they may have lost the feed a little bit. Looks like they may have finished first as an arm went up.
And what class is that boat?
Sweat Equity is a 500 boat, driven by Greg Dorenzo and Ryan Beckley. Ryan Beckley being a long-time offshore racer and super passionate about the sport, and has done a remarkable job keeping the sport alive and brought out to the masses.
Well, so far this has been an exciting race one. A lot of action. Love to see, you know, these guys just really pinned, pushing it all out, trying to see what they can make happen. This is the 650 boat. Is that what you're seeing as well?
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing too. I don't have that on my list, so it might have been a later entry. But they're out there thrashing around, and looks like they're about to pull up and finish their race.
So we've got races coming in. So, you know, 7 would have already finished, most likely, or you think there's still some 7?
Yeah, it'll be close based on the speeds that these guys are running. But yeah, theoretically, they at least the leaders of Class 7 would have finished already.
There's our GSS camera on the yellow fin that we were mentioning. So that camera system right there, very similar to the one that is mounted to the helicopter. And really excited about this vantage point because it gives us a great look at the boats from a perspective that we didn't have before.
No.
That being really getting to understand from a more eye-level situation the size of the waves and a better understanding of the environment that they're racing in.
Absolutely. And, you know, I think you'd know better about this than I would. What is GSS, and what is the system, and how does that operate?
Oh, I'm not that smart. Let's calm down. Yeah. You know, we have much smarter people than me. GSS is a company that manufactures that system. So inside of the camera or inside of the mount, we run red cameras on them.
Yeah.
And so both on the helicopter and on that boat, they have a red mounted inside of them. And then it, you know, gives you joystick control, basically.
Okay. Red camera being a high-end cinematic style video camera. They
were developed by a crew at Oakley.
Okay.
And a long time ago, as being this, you know, to rival ARRI and some other cinematic cameras that were on the market. And,
sure.
And really, you know, set a new tone for availability at a somewhat reasonable price.
Right, yeah.
To do this type of work. But if you're a pro, you know, folks, the movies you watch at home, a lot of them are shot on red cameras these days. So
yeah. So based on the previous shot we saw just before, it looks like JJ Turk and Nick Boos might have taken first place in the Class 500. There they are. Oh, that's the 3C boat.
Yep.
Hatches are up. Racers have emerged. And what they'll do now is they'll mill around and go to a boat on course that will hand them the winners, the checkered flag. And then they will return to the pits and actually out to the outer mole. They'll have the coconut and podium celebration immediately after the race.
So excited this week, or for this week, we've got a host down there with another satellite system pinging us, and so we're hoping to be able to get some interviews with the winners.
That'd be outstanding. This is and kudos to you guys and XINSURANCE and Rick and Parker for putting together such a professional caliber production here. I mean, we're here in an amazing studio, and these gimbals and these camera views are just second to none, and something we really haven't seen before ever.
Yeah, you know, I will say it. technology in the Keys is, not always our friend. When you go to the end of the earth, turns out Wi-Fi and satellite don't work as great as you would always hope they would. But what a great race one. Looks like everyone has come around. We've got our field producer and host out there on the outer mole, anxiously waiting for the racers to come in to grab those interviews. What are some things that stood out to you today in the race?
We had mentioned that the water looked calmer out there, but once the helicopter cameras were overhead, it obviously wasn't.
It was clearly not.
As much time as these boats were spending out of the water as they were in it. It definitely is rougher out there. We've got a great, that previous shot was all of the spectator fleet on the VIP outer mole, and that's a great place to watch the races. And so if you are planning to come this weekend, get yourself a VIP pass and available on raceworldoffshore.com. And, get out there and watch these race boats zoom by you. You can feel the mist. Yeah, I mean, especially as windy and such as it is out there. Here we see the podium set up. The Monster Energy girls, who Monster Energy, thanks to them for being such a big part of offshore racing now. And it's just elevated the sport. It's outstanding to see. There's the truss system and the podium. The winners will come up shortly and receive their checkered flag and also their coconut from the Coconut Man.
Love it. They're all getting suited up for their big moments. We see two XINSURANCE boats there. One being the 3C boat, I believe, is what we're seeing closest to the dock, and then the Class 5 boat on the other side of it.
Correct. And, as passionate as the Lindsays are about offshore racing, they sponsor, what'd you say, 7 to 8 teams, maybe?
Maybe, again, still out here learning all the ins and the outs. I know that they've got a great... They've got like a village over there.
Right.
Yeah. You enter XINSURANCE Village, as I call it, and it's just boat after boat and family after family of really enthusiastic people. You see JJ Turk here putting on his garb to
if you've ever talked to JJ Turk, you can just imagine how hyped up he is right now. He has got so much energy. There he is receiving congratulations from the rest of the team, and what a phenomenal race they ran. Battle of attrition. They managed to brave and survive those rough waters out there and seemingly finish first pending the tech inspection.
Yeah, what a year that boat has had, that team has had.
Yeah.
If this does shake out, if we're seeing this correctly right now, and folks, don't judge us if we're wrong. Obviously, we're not seeing the finishes exactly how they happened, so if by chance we're mistaken. But if they did pull the win off today, I believe he's undefeated this year.
That's a very good chance. We'd have to obviously go back to check the records, but yeah, there's two different classes that these racers have competed in this year, and that's P1 Offshore, and currently we're at the Race World Offshore organization. So there's two different.
Yeah, different.
But they're all under the APBA points standings. So yeah, I mean, they did definitely win the national championship, and as strong as they've been, I wouldn't put it past them of being undefeated, continuing the tradition here.
That's a lot of green, folks. That's a lot of gray and green in this shot.
Yeah, a lot of black and red X's out there too.
That's right. Well, I know that our podium crew is getting in place and getting ready to welcome the drivers and get some quick post-race interviews. And it'll be great to hear from them. What do they have to say about the conditions and what was it like out there? We're always a little speculative here in the studio in our AC.
Exactly.
For sure. Enjoying ourselves, but anxious to see what they have to say.
So the shot that you're looking at right now, those are the boats moored up on the backside of the outer mole. That's why it's so calm out there. That's a protected area, and that's where the cranes are on the far side of where those boats are now. But that's the backside of the outer mole. So if you want to go check out the podium celebration, that's about more towards the end of the outer mole, probably across from the XINSURANCE VIP tent.
Yeah, you know, I'll be honest, I wasn't quite sure where they were. I assumed that this podium obviously would be, you know, that crane section. They've got that blocked off right there in the middle. You got to have your special interest, so you know, wristband on to even get in there. You got to sign your life away.
You do. you
know?
Definitely do, yeah.
Which is something we haven't talked a lot about up to this point of how these boats get in the water, folks. They are not trailered in.
No, they are lifted on. So the tow rig will bring the boat and the race boat out to the crane area, and they'll get hooked up and lifted high in the air, and then kind of picked and dropped into the water.
We got people teeing up here. You can see.
That's a fan that wanted a picture with the Monster Energy girls.
I got to get a photo. I love that. And that's the environment here, right? These racers are accessible. The whole experience is accessible.
Yeah.
This is something that you can come be a part of, and it's not an F1 driver with his bodyguards, you know, and you don't have to have millions of dollars to get on to the grid to have these experiences.
You know, a lot of times we hear that you know, they wonder if they can if fans can enter the race pit area, and absolutely, please go out there and visit these race pits. These racers want to meet you. They're super accessible. They'll talk with you. It's very a cool vibe. It's mostly family style environment out at the race pits. Kids and their families are all among there, and it's cool to go out there and you can get merchandise from your favorite race teams and talk with your favorite racer, get their autograph, get your picture taken with them. So please go. And right here, as we're looking at the podium out on the outer mole, that's a great place to see the winners and get your picture taken with them.
Yeah, and there's an XINSURANCE VIP viewing area over there as well. You have other vendors that are set up along the outer mole, and a few different viewing options there, correct?
Yeah, it's really like a fair-like atmosphere out there, because you can go out there. There's a ton of food, and great food out there, vendors, people selling their wares. You know, there's a cool area where you can get swag for the races, and you know, and be amongst all of the other race fans. Right there, more shots of the backside of the outer mole coming up is what we're looking at right now. JJ getting ready to leave the boat and head towards the podium. And Nick Buis, who is the throttleman for Golfing Gator XINSURANCE, he's the owner of the.
You'll find it.
Yeah.
You'll find it. You know, I did misspeak earlier when I said that they were up against the 3C boat. They were not. We can see the 3C boat here in the background now, and so that I'm not sure what that other cockpitted boat was that they were on, but you know, that guy right there, 74. But I'm sure we will see that boat rip later on.
Yeah, right there. It's a canopy boat. That's a super.
It looks real fast, right? It looks real fast.
For sure it is.
Yeah.
And I believe that's also run by JJ and Nick, and they'll be coming up in. I believe that's a Mod V boat that's going to be racing in short time here.
So if he did, in fact, podium off of that race, and I do believe he is in the next race, we will probably miss an opportunity, which I think is what we were seeing him. He was actually switching over into his
Mod V boat.
And so we'll have to catch him after race 2.
Yeah. So the Mod V boat, you know, those are canopied, and we've got a winner.
Yeah, so we've got, we're going to jump to Jordan. Yep. Here in a minute, we're going to be jumping to Jordan, who's going to give us a recap
I believe she's got Ricky Harmeyer on the outer mole, ready for his statements.
And we've got Owen. So, yeah, so let's take it out to Jordan, out on the outer mole.
Guys, I'm going to have to put this close to your mouth when we...
Okay.
All right, guys, we are here live from the boat races. These guys just crushed it out there on the water. Randy, how are you feeling out there?
Good. It's definitely rough out there.
Yeah. What about you? How'd you feel on the water?
It is ungodly rough out there, but I mean, we managed to make it through without the boat breaking, so it's a good day.
Heck yeah. And is there anything you guys feel like on this next boat race that you're gonna want to look forward to or change up?
Yeah, calmer weather. You know, we got a little issue with the motor that we got to go back and fix, but all in all, the boat did very well.
Awesome. What about you? Anything else you feel like you'd change up?
Like you said, we had an issue with the motor, so we're gonna go back to the pits, fiddle with that, and then we're gonna go out on Sunday and hopefully crush it again.
Awesome. Okay, well, you guys did great. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, back to the studio, you guys. Sorry, guys.
No, it's good. It's all right.
Great interview with Ricky Harmeyer and Owen Boos of Team...
That would have been the 3C boat.
3C boat.
Yep.
Yeah. No, that was a bad decision.
Oh, that's right.
In the Class 7 boat.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, great finish, great race for those guys. Another X-Insurance team taking home a checkered flag. We've got more milling around and staging up out on the outer mole. They're still waiting for the podium celebration to be starting here shortly.
Yeah, well, you know, so these guys are done. We got race 2 coming up.
Yeah.
I think original start time was 10 minutes ago
Right.
for race 2.
Yeah.
So we're going to see where that happens. You can see the cranes we were mentioning earlier in the background here that actually drop the boats in, and there's 2 stations there. The boats do not span the entire distance of those 2 cranes, just folks.
Right.
1 crane, 1 boat. But let's talk about race 2 coming up here shortly. What does this class look like, and who's some shining stars in it?
Yeah, so this is the Mod V class, and these guys are definitely the sporty boats. They're canopied, and they go really fast, and they have a 32-foot limit. They're canopied V bottoms, and what we're looking at are previous racing action from the... No? Anyway, Mod V boats. The the X-Insurance Statement Marine, which is run by J.J. Turk and owner of Statement Marine, Nick Boos. They had a phenomenal season, and they took first place, won the national championship, followed by another X-Insurance boat, the Safe Cash boat, run by Rick Robb and Scott Jobin, and third place was BoatFloater.com, Scott Free Racing, run by Steven and Steve Kildall, father-son team. And those guys have been doing it for a long time, and you know the competition is always good. The skill level of these guys are always equally matched, and so it'll be fun to see how these guys do in these sporty conditions today.
Yeah, so we got them right here. This is the Boat GSS cam. So it looks like we're rocking and rolling with boats ripping there. We're having some technical trouble, so we're jumping back to the studio here. But yeah, looks to me like either they just like to rev their engines for the fun of it, or this race has started.
Yeah, hard to see based on, like you said, our technical difficulties, but...
there it is. The race has started. We got them out there doing their thing, and as soon as we have a more stable feed to show you all, we will. But from the looks of it, It's still choppy.
It is still choppy, but
it's still choppy.
These boats, because they're a little bit bigger, they can handle the waves a little bit better than the smaller bracket class boats, except for those going airborne. But these guys are really competitive, and with the canopied boats, tend to be safer than the open cockpit boats. Right now we're seeing Speed Marine out in front, running by the outer mole, and taking a pretty sizable lead, I assume, and followed by, looks like El Bandito, by Stephen Furman and Steve Miklos, who also been racing for a long time, and they are phenomenal together in the cockpit.
Here they are, come just ripping. Okay, we've got them ripping across the outer mole there. That's what that shot was, just to let people know how close to the action you really
exactly.
are. As we look at these boats, man, they're taking those turns.
Yeah, it's El Bandito making that turn right there.
And El Bandito, what is the boat number 51, correct?
51, correct, yeah. And they finished 4th overall in the regular season, and they are always in the mix. They were known as the Sunprint boats, Sunprint boat in previous seasons, the Hooters sponsored team. And they're still out there. They've got a new sponsor on board, El Bandito Tequila. And, of course, they'll be celebrating with that after the race if they win and not before. Looks like El Bandito's out in front, followed by Speed Marine. And the, I believe that's the North Myrtle Beach RV Resort red boat.
And that red boat's coming up.
Kirk Hanna and Mark Rinda. Beautiful boat. I mean, it's just plain. There's no sponsors to speak of on the boat, but they had a really good race in Sarasota, and they're making a competition of it here today.
So boat manufacturer, it seems like there's a little more diverse in this class. We have some extremes. We have some phantoms. What are some other of the boat manufacturers who seem to produce a great boat in this class?
So speaking of the North Myrtle Beach boat, that's an LSB, which stands for Lilly Sport Boats, which was started by Art Lilly and his son, Britt Lilly, who runs the company now. And Britt, as you well know, is one of the XINSURANCE Class 1 racers alongside Randy Kent. And his family has been building these boats. They're phenomenal. They're always competitive. He himself used to run one of his boats in competition and won world championships with it.
That's outstanding. You know what? I'll be honest with you. I did not know that about Brett Lilly.
Yeah, no, absolutely. His father, Art Lilly, was one of the legends in offshore racing, and a phenomenal throttleman, and really made a mark on this industry, and he is a legend. And he passed away a couple years ago, and he will not, he will definitely be missed. Britt is racing for him, I'm sure. We were here, fortunately, before, and when he won the World Championship in his LSB boat, and watching Art on stage with him was definitely a sight to see and very heartwarming.
Something to remember for sure.
Yeah.
The family dynamics of the sport, right? So, another. We'll see Britt later on as well in the Dirty Money boat, which is in the Supercat.
Correct. And right there we see Speed Marine and El Bandito going head-to-head. And it looks like with the conditions, looks like we might have a new winner in El Bandito taking the lead at this point, charging for the pin here shortly. They run along across the Mallory Square area, and they'll be turning into the pin soon and then heading out towards the outer area. And that's, one of the racers told me that it's two different races. Once you go outside out into the open water area on the far side of the outer mole, that's one race. And then once you come in along the inside, it's a drag race because it's a little bit more protected, but it's still hazardous conditions throughout the entire course.
Yeah, so in this Mod V class, we mentioned earlier the other number of laps that those classes would be taking. For this race today, how many laps is Mod V going to be making around the track, and how does that differ from what will happen on Sunday?
Yeah, so today they're scheduled to run 7 laps, which is just over 30 miles in running distance. And then on Sunday, they'll be running 10 laps for the double points. And so basically that makes it, especially losing the race on Wednesday, it'll make it a little more interesting as far as what happens on Sunday, because if somebody does well on Sunday, the idea was to, if you do well on Wednesday and Friday, you could be in contention and for the World Championship, as well as somebody that does well on Sunday.
Yeah, so Sunday was really structured as kind of a tie break, right? And now Sunday represents
almost, it could be winner take all.
Right.
So that's what's interesting about what's happening this year and this season and today and Sunday.
The Hurricanes have left their mark in more ways than one. I think that's a good time to remind people about X-Insurance Cares, the wonderful fundraiser that X-Insurance has fired up in support of the victims communities impacted by the hurricanes this season. You can go on to xinsurance.com/racing, scroll down, and you will see an area there to donate. X-Insurance is looking to match $100,000 raised, a total of $200,000 donated to the communities impacted by the hurricanes. And so jump on there. Love to see the support that's already been coming from the racing community. And again, that's xinsurance.com/racing. Scroll down and you'll see the X Insurance Cares section, and it'll keep you up to date. You can also see the live streaming schedule for the rest of the week on there, and learn a little more about the Key West World Championships presented by Performance Boat Center.
Yeah, no, and again, kudos to the Lindsays and the entire X-Insurance team. These communities were devastated by the hurricanes, and they really need your help. It's a long road for them to have full recovery, and so any dollar would help. So please donate. Getting some air out there with Speed Marine.
They're full send it right now.
Yeah. So right now, I believe they're on the backside, heading in towards Fort Zachary, which and just made that turn from Fort Zachary. Now they're heading towards the outer mall, and there you see the fleet, and Speed Marine is taking the lead from the area, and they are.
It's just like the people in that shot. You can see it looks like water shooting out the side of the boat.
Yeah.
The boat is not broken.
It's not broken. Essentially, that's the internal cooling system of the engines, and it draws in the water from the water pickups on the boat, and then it'll flush through the engine and keep it cool while they're running, at high RPMs for 30-something miles.
Yeah, that's unbelievable. So 31 miles today, 44 miles on Sunday. Man, I don't know if my body could handle, let alone 5 miles. Definitely not 44 miles of this type of impact. These guys really put it on the line every time they get in one of these boats.
Yeah, no question. Right there, we see Fast Boys racing with Ken Bollinger, and in the Fast Boys boat, they've had a really respectable season. They finished 5th overall in the APB standings, and they're charging hard. Ken is super passionate about the sport. Has done real well. Right now, we see another shot of Speed. Oh, here comes El Bandito, and about to overtake Speed Marine. These guys are going back and forth. What do you think, Josh?
Man, it seems that one team said, hey, we're going to be really good in the rough stuff.
Yeah.
And one said, hey, we're going to depend on being fast in the smooth stuff. Because they just keep, depending on which side of the course we're on, they seem to be lapping each other every time we make a round here. But they're in it to win it, and it does seem, learning more about these boats, learned from some of the crew chiefs, some of the things that they take into consideration, and the examination of the race course and how that impacts how they're going to set up their boat, from the propeller that they're using to the weight, you name it. Maybe go into that a little bit.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And that comes all down to the setup. And it's all about setup. Based on the conditions, there's different propellers that will do different things to the boat. And these guys know the boats, their own boats, as well as anybody. And so they know what to run in sporty conditions. They know what to run in flat conditions, and they'll choose accordingly. But like we had mentioned before, Key West is a race site that can change at the drop of a hat. So you may think you have a perfect setup going into the race, and then the water conditions change drastically just before you're about to race, and you don't have the outcome that you want. So like you said, maybe one set up for rougher conditions than the other, and that's what's happening on the outside of the course, and different conditions, what happens when you closer into the mole where it's a little more protected.
Man, that's a great shot we got there from the boat GSS feed, really seeing the speed at which these boats are moving and giving us a wonderful view of this calmer section and what they're able to accomplish. Here comes another boat coming up the outer mole.
Yeah, so that is the Trump boat. Believe that might have been RNS Racing.
They're celebrating in multiple ways.
Absolutely.
This weekend. Yeah.
So these boats, because they're canopied, and they are able to push the limits a little bit further because they're harnessed into their seats and really strapped in so that they're part of the boat, and they can really push it to the furthest extreme, more so than the open cockpit boats. Here we can see another good shot of the Speed Marine boat, and Kyle Miller and Jay Woltman are doing an outstanding job of keeping that boat level as they're running by the outer mole again. And I assume about halfway through their 7 laps of the race. Another shot from the outer mole, watching the boats come down. This is a really unique vantage point, and another reason why you should look into the VIP experience out there on the outer mole, especially with the XINSURANCE tent, because you can see these boats come around and have that action right in front of you.
Yeah, let's talk about how Key West as a location differs. Been to a few races under my belt now, not many, not as many as you, Ray, but as a venue for the spectator.
Yeah.
How does Key West rank up against some of the other locations throughout the offshore boat racing calendar?
It really is one of the best experiences as a offshore racing fan, because especially with the outer mole and Mallory Square, the boats go right by you. A lot of times these races are held on beaches where you can essentially stage up on the sands of a beach and watch the boats go by, but they're a considerable way out, and so you have that access from the outer mole and Mallory Square, they run right by you. And previously we just saw a shot of OC Racing with Billy Glick. Billy's been a long-time racer and returned to racing, I believe, last year, and glad to see him back out there.
Yeah, it seems like they're on making their turns around the outside, coming back in towards the more protected areas. As we speak, we see Fast Boys right now coming around the course. Looks like the XINSURANCE boat is coming back in. They have
mechanical issue, maybe?
Yep, they have had some issues there.
Fast Boys Racing heading out towards turn 1 again. And we'll see the other boats coming down the mole.
It's great to see him just ripping through this calm section close to the outer mole. As we talk about this class and we talk about the season, what Who's been high on the podium? Where the rivalries been that you've noticed throughout the year? As we talk about just the calendar of Mod V, understanding that there's obviously a few different associations that are putting on these races.
Sure. Like we discussed, JJ and Nick, they've had a phenomenal season. I mean, both in the 500 class and here in the Mod Vs. Getting some big air out there. But those guys really dominated the class. But also the other XINSURANCE boat, the Safe Cash boat with Rick Robb and Scott Jobin, they had a great season too, finishing second overall in the APBA point standings. El Bandito right there. Really good finish. I don't see Boat Floater out there, so I don't know if they even get on the course because I haven't seen them make any passes, but they finished third, and I know they're here, so we'll have to find out what happened with their boat and why they're not on the course.
You know, that far out there, hard to tell which boat that is, but they're still giving it all they got. Probably that was quite a bit of air there. Probably pretty happy to make the turn here shortly to get back into the Commerce section.
That looks like a bracket class 2 boat because it was open canopy and couldn't really make out to see who they were. So Billy Glick in OC Racing is running with Joey Oliveri. There you see Simmons Marine going by with Jim Simmons and Jason Selecki. They've been long-time racers as well. And there you see another Mod V boat charging towards turn 1. Fast boys, Ken Bollinger.
They seem to be having a good day today.
Yeah.
Really pushing the machine to the limits there. Just absolutely pinned.
Yeah, Ken's a good dude and been racing for a long time, and he's not afraid to push it. There we see OC Racing again with Billy Glick and Joey Oliveri. And again, good to see them back.
Yeah, what was you mentioned he'd been out of the race world for a little bit.
Yeah, no, he took some time off, but he came back. But he's well known in the industry and well respected. So with him competing again, you know, he's out there and pushing it again. It's good to see.
Another heli coming around the back there. Good to see.
Oh, there he is. There's the Kildaws. Boat Floater is out there. Apparently just our cameras haven't caught up to him yet until now, so they're running. Hard to see what position they may be in as far as the race goes, but another great shot of Speed Marine, who are just eating up those swells and running perfectly. That attitude of that boat is just flying very, very well.
Yeah, and reminder, folks, this is a helicopter that is trying to keep up with this thing right now and doing a great job at that. It's an exceptional shot, really showcasing the speed and how dialed this boat is. You mentioned by the looks of it, it was riding right. What does that mean? When we look at this boat and we say, okay, they've got it dialed, how do you want to see that boat moving through the water?
Again, because this is a V-bottom, a longer V-bottom, 32-foot, the Speed Marine boat is an LSB, and it's run by one of Britt Lilly's old teammates, Jay Waltman, and between Britt manufacturing the boats and Jay running alongside of him, he knows how to run that boat properly, which is up on its keel, so it's not falling left or right, and back on its pad. And essentially here, you want to keep the nose down where the trim tabs will come into play, and you're trimming up and down based on how far and how fast you want to push it.
Here's a great shot of the outer mole, all the fans enjoying themselves, the XINSURANCE tents, and this boat ripping by.
Yeah, that's I believe that's North Myrtle Beach again, and running beautifully as well. And that is also an LSB boat. And these are just beautiful boats. Britt and his team at Lilly Sport Boat build awesome machines and fast.
They look fast.
Yeah,
they look fast
for sure. And like I said, Jay Waltman used to run with Britt, and so he knows these boats. Britt's partner back in the day, or when he was racing these, was Kevin Smith, and those two were dominating because nobody knows these LSBs like
Well,
Britt.
we've made it back to the outside, where it is choppy, and these boats are getting more air than I think they probably want to be getting right now.
Yeah. But that's the conditions, right? That's what these guys are facing, and they need to adapt. We see a shot there of couldn't make it out. But Speed Marine again, making another turn, making another pass, and running beautifully. Back out on the outside, getting some air. Boy, this is great stuff. I mean, that's coming down Fort Zachary, heading back towards the mole.
So you mentioned
Simmons Marine.
an ability to kind of not be regulated to your lane. Is that for all of the race categories this week here in Key West, where they can really duel it out on a whole nother level than maybe they can at some of the other races? And how do you think that's going to impact how these races, the kind of mindset as these racers and throttlemen come into the race?
It's definitely going to affect the mindset, because a lot of the people, they're used to maintaining the lanes in some of these classes, and where you have to kind of hold your lane, and the further out you are from the pole, you have to maintain going around the pin. Well, this way, it makes it a little more challenging. Whoa, El Bandito getting some air. Looking great, though. Looks like they've, did they pass Speed Marine?
I wish I knew, but I couldn't tell you. The boat that they came past, the 443 boat, Hog's Breath, that is a fully Key West local boat, locally sponsored, and so super cool. They've got a wonderful relationship with the Key West Police Department.
Nice, yeah.
And they did a fun video kind of giving some homage earlier in the week to the history of why speedboats were created and being chased by the police.
That's
was pretty funny.
I didn't see that.
Yeah.
Hog's Breath hosted a wonderful powerboaters party last night, and I understand it was a really good time. Again, the XINSURANCE helicopter over the top of El Bandito, run by Stephen Furman and Steve Miklos, and these two have been racing together for a while. Previously, the Hooters boat, and running beautifully there.
You got me lost on this one, but it looks nice. I'm not sure. I couldn't see there. Again, we got El Bandito.
So you can see the attitude of that boat, just running beautifully, keeping the nose at a certain elevation, the attitude running right across the top of that water, right? And so there's very little slowing that boat down. You don't want to get too much air because that scrubs speed, but these guys have this boat singing.
That's outstanding. See a little chop there, even as they make the round in the turn into the more protected area.
Can bounce around out there.
They really are. I'm sure it doesn't help that they're spinning up the ocean literally while racing.
Right.
Yeah. So throughout these longer races, how does that impact the fact that they're making a circle, creating their own wakes, creating their own disturbance, if you will? How does that impact the stability of the race course?
Well, for the most part, the course is so wide that it doesn't really play. Some of it that may impact is the water pushing off of these boats, hitting the outer mole, and then rolling back out. So there was several years ago when I believe it was Billy Allen, Alan Longcare, and LPC with Lauren Peters. They were in the Superstock class, and they were running side by side, and they caught wind underneath their tunnels, and they both went over simultaneously, which is everybody was okay, but it was a spectacular sight to see. So some of that, with the wind and the air entrapment hulls that these cats have can wreak havoc on some of the on the water conditions and the wind. But there we see Laticrete, Team Laticrete with Travis Petco and Rob Hartman.
I gotta tell you, Ray, I gotta get eyes like you because you're like an eagle over here.
No, I'm bending down. Fast boy. Oh, no, it's Speed Marine. Looks like they're still up and running beautifully. Not sure what position they're in, but looking great.
You know, it's cool to see kind of the signal of, hey, we're in it, as like no water coming out of the side, water coming out of the side.
Right.
You know, little indicator of how they're pushing their machine.
Yeah. And, you know, all these guys are just, you know, pushing it to the limit, but conservatively, because they still need to race on Sunday. And that's the main thing, is you don't want to break, or at least catastrophically, because every point matters in these races, you know. So if you finish and earn some points rather than not, that comes into play come Sunday and for the overall championship.
Yeah, so today is maybe everyone playing, I wouldn't say more conservatively, but there's definitely a strategy going into today's race, knowing that you have a double points race on Sunday.
No question. And but again, it's the battle of attrition, and fortunately we haven't seen too many boats go down. But the strategy of every one of these teams, I guarantee you, is just to finish the race. And then secondly is placement.
Looks like we have another boat that potentially just had some mechanical issues. I see they kind of pulled into the inner track there. What was that?
Hard to make out who that might be, or it might be the conclusion of the race. Looks like these two
We
boats
see a
are
couple,
off plane.
coming off, completely off plane and coming in to the outer mole into
the XINSURANCE boat.
The red boat you mentioned. Forgive me, forgot where that boat came from.
I believe that's Safe Cash with Rick Robb and Scott Jobin running a phantom hull.
Great shot here from the boat GSS.
So talk about that. I mean, how are the boat, I assume, is quite a ways out on the course, but they're able to zoom in so tight on these boats. How do they do that?
Yeah, so you have full control of all those capabilities of the camera through that system. I potentially, I'm not sure what lens he has mounted in it right now, but you know, we do have a 50 to 1,000.
That's insane.
To mount into that one. So, you know, you can really punch out there and get them and be able to stay stationary, which is just completely game changing in a sport like this, where you have the ability to not only track with the boat and stay stationary, but you also have the ability to zoom into that boat as they get further away.
It's remarkable, and the technology is just awesome how we're able to bring these shots to you. Looks like the conclusion of the race. Right there we see North Myrtle Beach idling by. Hopefully we can get some results into the studio here soon. Boat floater on the outside. Good job to the father and son, Stephen Kildall, for finishing the race. And then we got both Mod V's and the bracket classes 2 and 4 that ran in this heat.
Yep, so race complete. As you mentioned, we've got our ground crew getting positioned to do some post-race interviews. Another great time, just bring up XINSURANCE Cares.
Yeah.
Here for the community. We're delayed this week because of another tropical storm, hurricane coming through the area. Luckily, Florida was not terribly impacted this go around, but it's been a rough end of the hurricane season for Floridians and for people in North Carolina and throughout the southeast of America. And so this is, I think, a great opportunity for people to support those who have had loss and whose lives have been impacted, and just a representation of XINSURANCE saying, hey, we're not just here for our insurers, we're here for the community and the people of America. And xinsurance.com/scares, or you can go to xinsurance.com/racing and learn more about that program. But again, looking to raise $100,000, and X Insurance is going to match that with another $100,000. And folks, that's real money. That makes a real change in a community.
That's very generous of the Lindsays to do so. And on your screen, you should have a QR code that you can scan in on, if you don't want to type all that stuff out. But zap that thing and make a donation. The Lindsays are going to match it, assuming we can get to $100,000 throughout the weekend, which I believe we can, because the powerboating community is one of the most generous group of people I've ever met in my life. And, they do care, like X Insurance cares, and I do feel that we'll meet that limit. So I implore you, please either text me or email me and let me know if you want a shout out, and because I know a lot of you guys out there, and I don't want to call you out, but
I will if it gets to that. No, I'm just kidding, folks.
Yeah, no, but I know that a lot of people out there are affected by this and want to see all of Florida be back and up and running like they were before.
Yeah, we came down here during the hurricane, and you can see a great shot there of the point there in Key West. Man, it is choppy. But we came down to assist on the last hurricane, and it was great to see a community of racers who were also already on the ground supporting the community that they would have been in during that time, racing.
Yeah.
And so that was really wonderful to see.
And there were a number of racers that live in the area that were affected heavily by the damage of these hurricanes.
So we do see, we'll see here shortly a checkered flag with one of the Mod V boats there.
Yeah. Can't make out who that is just yet, but that was a great shot just now of the podium getting ready to accept and receive their winners for the Coconut Man to hand them a coconut to take a nice healthy drink of. Back there just a second ago, you saw Casey Van Kuren of Monster Energy, who helped bring Monster Energy to the offshore powerboating racing world. So thanks to Casey, because in just a few short years, she's done a remarkable job. They're big sponsors of a lot of the events, and including this one, and they're just really a boom for this industry and this sport.
See another checkered flag there being moved around.
Yeah, that looks like, El Bandito. They outlasted and outbested Speed Marine. What a great competition those guys were having back and forth. And
that was an incredible duel. It'd be interesting the number of lead changes that happened.
No kidding, right? It was like back and forth.
Back and forth all day, and looks like El Bandito actually snuck it out there and was able to bring home the checkered flag for Friday at the World Championships presented by Performance Boat Center.
Yeah, again, these results are unofficial, but congratulations so far to Stephen Furman and Steve Miklos on an outstanding race. I was talking about the attitude of that boat, and it was seemingly running flawlessly, and it was beautiful to watch. And Speed Marine did the same as well. So what a awesome competition between those two.
Yeah, we see Hog's Breath coming out of the frame there, the local boat.
Looks like Billy Glick and Joey Oliveri took a flag in the bracket class 200. So congratulations to them.
They get to hold the checkered flag for a little bit.
Yeah.
Hey, we're giving you this on loan. We may need it back. No, that's so interesting to me that they hand them a flag and everything when it may not be yours. We actually heard some stories this week about some reversals that have happened this year that have been somewhat controversial.
No, for sure. And that's the ups and downs of what you just mentioned, prematurely awarding the winner when it wasn't ultimately finalized. And that, of course, we're referring to the Supercat class where Dirty Money seemingly won first place in Lake of the Ozarks, but then upon review, they were penalized, and then they lost the win, and then ultimately went back and forth with more protests, and then ultimately won the race and was re-awarded the flag and the points that came with it. So
the day after an amazing showing in Sarasota.
Correct. Yeah. So, yeah, they had 2 wins in a matter of 24 hours. So that makes for definitely interesting outcomes. And Dirty Money has had a phenomenal season. Their boat is very fast.
So fast.
Yeah.
So fast.
And of course, Team MCon Monster Energy was still able to outlast them and secure the national championship based on losing the 2 final races being Clearwater and St. Pete. Tyler Miller and Myrick Coyle, who is my partner in the Boats and Bros podcast, they ran a phenomenal season, and they also are partners in the Class 1 boat, the Monster Energy MCon boat, and they secured the national championship there as well. Here we see a shot of the podium with the beautiful Monster Energy girls awaiting the bracket classes 2 and 4 and the Mod Vs to come up and accept their awards. Right there in the hat, the blonde gal, that's Casey Van Kuren. So again, hats off to her for bringing Monster Energy into our arena.
Yeah, we see that more people are getting set there and getting ready to come in. I know that our ground interview crew is getting set. That's actually their shot right here. We can see people lined up, boats coming in, and we will have some post-race interviews to you here very shortly.
That was 2 Conks Racing, driver Scott Brown and Ed Tamburino on throttles. Again, outlasting the attrition and finishing the race, so good for them. As you can see, on some of these shots, the wind is still very prevalent, bouncing that small V-bottom around pretty good. And so that affects the water conditions greatly, and we'll see how much more interesting this gets as the day wears on.
So it looked like the XINSURANCE boat in Mod V did not finish.
Yeah, we'll have to find out what happened there. And again, that could be detrimental to the overall race here in Key West because if you don't finish, you don't get points, and that definitely hurts going into the final.
Sunday is going to be a day.
Sunday is the day, yeah.
Sunday is going to be a day for some of these guys. Yeah. It's everything they got.
Correct. And, but also, today, not to take anything away from today, because the points today are very important. Every point counts, and, again, just being able to finish is a huge victory, regardless of what position you may finish in. Just the fact that you finish is a big win.
Yeah, it seems that given the amount of things you can't control in this sport, to finish is sometimes an act of God.
Right. It definitely seems that way, too. Yeah. And, you'll see these guys praying before the races. And, obviously they primarily pray for safe racing and a safe return. But, yeah, I'm sure a victory is in that prayer.
Yeah, at minimum a finish. We got a guy throwing his dog up on the podium right now, which is pretty funny.
Yeah. Of course, he wants a shot with the Monster Energy girls.
And just his dog. He leaves. Yeah. I love this. He's going to be the coolest dog at the dog park.
No kidding. And you see how accepting and cordial all these people are, including the Monster Energy girls, who are world famous, and they'll take a picture with you. So please don't be shy to go up and request a picture with them, because they are as sweet as they are beautiful. So they're out there to enhance the sport, and they definitely improve the scenery, which is already beautiful.
That dog, I can't get over that. That's hilarious.
Man's best friend.
Yeah, you're coming with me, buddy.
Yeah.
Time to make you famous. That's good. That's good stuff. Well, racers are still coming in here, and we will shortly be on the ground with them, hearing about the race and how their boats performed, and hopefully learning a little bit about the conditions out there today.
Yeah. The next race, I believe, coming up after lunch, scheduled for 12:30, but I'm sure it's pushed back right now, is the very competitive Factory 450 stock, and that's a real fun one to watch. And it's been a competitive season, And obviously, the climax will be here in Key West. So we'll look forward to that.
What's unique about that class?
So these are catamaran cockpit closed canopy outboard catamarans. And the most interesting about this class is that there's two manufacturers that are kind of going back and forth battling. There's MTI Boats, who has Taylor Sism, who's vice president of MTI Boats, running alongside industry legend, racing legend Johnny Tomlinson in the number 7 marine technology boat, the blue one, number 7. They started the class with Mercury Racing 450Rs. Next year, it was announced yesterday that the class will be moving to 500Rs for next season, and that will give them just that much more horsepower. So looking forward to that. And then the other manufacturer would be Doug Wright Powerboats. And so they've kind of had a back and forth all season. Team Montlick, Doug Wright Powerboats, they secured the national championship. They had a phenomenal season. Team Montlick is an injury attorney company, and it was their first foray into offshore racing, and they're just over the moon about it because they won a national and potentially a world championship, depending on how they perform here in Key West.
Well, we got a great shot coming up here of the podium, and everyone getting ready.
You can see how windy it is out there based on those Monster Energy flags.
It seems like there's quite a crowd building up as well, ready to welcome the racers fresh off the boat, and for some of them, fresh off a win.
Yeah.
That was a longer race.
Yeah, based on the laps that they need to run and the speeds that they're capable of running, it just seems that much longer. But they made pretty good work of it, especially El Bandito and Speed Marinas. They were running beautifully across the water. But back to the 450 class, if I could, is another MTI team, GC Racing, run and owned by driver Willie Cabeza, and they just recruited Grant Bruggeman, who has been racing with Team Pro Floors of New Zealand for a number of years. So they won the World Championship last year, Willie alongside veteran offshore racer Sean Torrente. But this year, Grant and Willie have done a phenomenal job, and they're looking to, win a world championship again. And then we've got, Gladiator Team Canados with Michelle Carcente and Irvin Grant. I saw them out at the cranes yesterday after testing. They said the boat was running beautifully, so they're expecting a good race today. Who else do we have? We've got Hank Saloon, who is another Doug Wright. That is run by Colby Harrison and Edwin Shear. They've really gelled this year. They finished second in the points in the APBA standings and had a phenomenal season. So, with the team, there's several different teams that are competing here, and it's a class that Randy Sism, founder of MTI, started several years ago, and now the class has just gotten that much competitive.
We've got some footage from Sheboygan this year.
Oh, nice. That was a great race.
And I think it'd be interesting to maybe give that a look.
Yeah.
And we'll have to wait for that because
Okay.
I've just got... We are jumping into an interview with JJ Turk's son, Cam Turk, right there on the outer mole to discuss how racing was going today. And, it'll be great to hear from him and give an insight. I know he... and we're going to go to Jordan when they're ready. But as you mentioned earlier, Cam has had an exceptional year.
All right, guys, I have Cameron down here, and we wanted to ask him a couple quick questions. How was the race today? What are your thoughts so far?
The race was pretty fun. It was pretty rough. The back stretch, that sucked, honestly. It's right here by the outer mole flat. Back stretch, a little bumpy. Hopefully we do better Sunday.
You're pretty young at your race. How old are you?
17.
Your family all part of the sport?
Oh yeah, my dad's in the Mod V. That's right out there. My dad's in the 5 boat, and just hopefully next year I'll be in a bigger boat. But you know, we're gonna keep excelling on what we have, and hopefully we do better next year.
Awesome. And what are you thinking about all these other race teams that you've been watching out here? Anything you want to kind of say that you've seen in the races or about the last race that you just watched?
I think Dirty Money's got it. Hope they beat IMCON. I'm believing, and hopefully the number 11 X-Insurance boat wins Class 1.
Heck yeah. Also, do you have anybody you want to thank out there for, sponsors? Anybody you want to mention today?
Yeah, I would love to thank Rick Lindsay, best sponsor out there. He's a GOAT. I want to thank my parents for pushing me to go towards this. And I want to thank Michael Stanko for pushing today. We did pretty good in the boat. Hopefully we can excel on that.
Heck yeah. Okay, well, thanks for your time. Back to you guys in the studio.
Up to date on how the racing is going and bringing us right there to the water.
Yeah, Cam, phenomenal young man, doing super well since he started racing just a couple years ago, and it's good to see his progression. And he's just very well comfortable inside a race boat.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
Yeah,
it really is.
Yeah.
And to go back to the Owen Cam collaboration team for next year. What is there? 3 national championships between the two of them. World championship. I mean,
starting to think that JJ might have been racing with Cam on his lap, back in the day.
Yeah, the kids got it dialed, man, and Owen seems to have the same chops and thirst for the sport and to improve.
Yeah, for sure. And it's great to see the younger generation coming into racing, right? So like I mentioned before, Art Lilly was a legend in the performance offshore boat racing arena, and his son, Britt, earning national and world championships over and over. And we got Taylor Sissom, who is also a national world champion, following in the footsteps of her father.
Well, here we go. We're jumping right to the podium here to get some results from the race.
Top of the podium.
Looks like in second.
Number 747. Bad Decisions X-Insurance, your national champion and winner here today in the first day of racing. There's your podium, bracket class 700 here today, the Southernmost Continental Championship. Get the points.
Let me see. I'll plug real quick.
Go towards a World Championship final on Sunday. Bad Decisions, X-Insurance, top of the podium, second place. Goes to Statement X-Insurance, and 746 Proven Marine in third. Big round of applause.
Okay, here you go. So be ready for the host interview. And you need to...
Yeah, so we are watching as they are up on the podium receiving those trophies and awards. Looks like it was a great day for X-Insurance.
X-Insurance, yeah, securing first and second position on top of the podium, receiving his trophy. Unfortunately, I'm not seeing the Coconut Man out there, so he might be sick today.
Coconut Man called in today, you know. He said it's too windy, guys. Too windy for me.
Yeah, or maybe his machetes were dull.
Yeah,
but,
he's sharpening. He's sharpening.
Yeah, but great showing from the X-Insurance teams in the Mod V classes. It's not easy to win against all these hyper-competitive teams, and they did phenomenal.
So here we're going to jump in with Jordan again here in a little bit, here shortly with the victor from X-Insurance to give us a recap of the race. And obviously it was a good day for him, but hopefully we can get some details on race conditions and how they feel like the boat was performing and what they look forward to on Sunday.
Yeah. No, I mean, clearly the boat was running great, so.
Hey, can I snag you for a quick interview? All right. I know we got you this time with the trophy in your hands. Tell us how you're feeling.
Very good, very good. It's a lot of emotions, going into this race, not knowing the conditions and stuff like that. Came out in first, so all's good.
Heck yeah. And is there anyone you want to thank today or bring up?
Yeah, XINSURANCE, Statement, Nick Buis, TFR Racing, the whole team. It's literally not just us, it's literally everyone. So can't thank them enough.
Yeah, you have your whole family out here racing, huh?
Yes, yeah, all my in-laws, and then friends of theirs and my friends. So it's a big party.
Awesome. Thanks, Kate. Back to you guys at the studio.
Yeah, it looks like a great shot here of the podium. XINSURANCE, again, having an outstanding day there, getting their photos and bringing in a victory.
Yeah. Already a good day for XINSURANCE, having completed 2 races and atop the podium, first and second.
Looks like we're going to get them pulled over and get another post-race interview. But the accolades, the trophies are starting to get passed around. Guys got to be feeling good. Finally racing.
Yeah, exactly. They call it race rust, whatever it may be, but not being in the seat.
All right, and we're going to cut to Jordan here out on the outer mole.
All right, guys, so I wanted to talk to you. You just got off the stage, off the podium. You got a trophy today. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. I wasn't in the boat. My husband was in the boat, but he races 2 classes back to back, so they're handling the boats now, so I got to collect the trophy. Woo!
Woo! And how, tell us more about your family dynamic in the races. That's what I'm really seeing out here. There's a ton of family. There's tons of friends.
So we jumped on with X last year, and Dave is Golfing Gator with us in the TFR boat. We are a huge family from all over Texas, Utah, Colorado, Cocoa Beach, all of the places. If you name it, we'll probably have somebody from there. It's a lot, but we come together and we're one big family.
Right, and remind me your guys' names one more time.
I'm Carrie Ann, and this is Dave.
Dave, how are you feeling today? How would you feel about that race?
Oh, great. JD did a wonderful job. Thank you.
And is there anyone you guys want to, or anything you want to address today? Maybe something that you're feeling for the next race?
We just want to give a shout out to JJ and Nick. They kick butt in that boat every time, every race, all the things, both boats. They do a great job. Go kick ass, boys. Oops, am I allowed to say that?
You're allowed to say that. All right, Kay, back to you guys in the studio.
And we are back in studio here. Thank you again, Jordan and the Turk family, for all you're doing for the sport. And congratulations on yet another victory. They must have like a separate house, I think.
Yeah.
You know, some people have rooms. I think the Turk family may have a separate house at this point for all their trophies. We've got another team here. Unfortunately, I can't tell, but we got first and second there.
Looks to be the Class 2, OC Racing on top. And they dispersed before I could see who was second.
That's right. They're too fast, man. It's
Yeah.
a fast sport, Ray. You know, we got to be quick on our feet here.
Yeah. It's hard to keep up with these racers.
I know. Dude, I'm with you, buddy.
Yeah, look at the Monster Energy girls. They're fast. They're ready to go for the next teams that are going to take the podium.
Great shot there.
Yeah, there we see the Statement Marine XINSURANCE boat being craned out after winning their class.
All right, so we got Jordan running all over the place here. We've got her with El Bandito, and here she is, Jordan.
All right, so you guys just got off first place today. How are you feeling?
Good, good. It was really rough out there, and we had a little contact, unfortunately, but it worked out for us, and here we are.
Yeah, tell us a little more about that contact. What happened?
We're not exactly sure. We're just looking at the video. We want to look at it some more so we understand it, but we were both in the harbor corner, and on exit we got together. So
Well, I think El Bandito it obviously is ecstatic about their day.
Yeah.
I think he was about to get into the head-to-head battle they had all day.
The hand motions. But yeah, Steve Furman, Steve Miklos ran a beautiful race going back and forth like we discussed against Speed Marine and outlasting them. And, what a win for them today.
Yeah. Exceptional race. Clearly, we've got a couple of boats out there that are just ready to go. The teams have done a great job in getting their machines prepared for this weekend. And spectators, we're getting to watch some really exceptional head-to-head battles.
Yeah, and like we discussed before, it seems like El Bandito and the team, they really nailed their setup because the boat, stayed on the water more than it wasn't, and I think that was key in maintaining their speed throughout the entire competition. And again, Speed Marine did the same. That's why they were going back and forth so often. But what a challenge and what a competition it was between those two worthy adversaries.
Yeah, it was cool to see the boats performing at their highest in different elements.
No question, right?
Yeah.
And that's how these boats are designed to run, and these guys both made a spectacular day of racing, and especially for us fans to see kind of go back and forth, kind of like a Rocky movie.
Yeah, outstanding. We got there was a shot there. We got some, looks like people getting up on the podium again here. Those two dudes' boat must be big, because those are some big boys. Can't make all of that out, so hopefully we'll get a post-race interview with them as well. But just a lot of smiling faces, a lot of people putting in a lot of time, effort, and money to make it onto that podium today. American Hustle looks like they came in second, and we'll have to follow back up with you on first.
Yeah, so congratulations to those teams. Apologies that we don't have the names of who's going on. We don't have the sound in our ears, but we'll figure out who that was. But
and we got
getting trophies.
Looks like another.
Well, we got two teams
Monster
there.
Energy girls. Monster Energy, the official
potentially
energy
two classes,
drink
or
Powerboat
they both
Racing,
came in
the
first,
ABA
or
National Series and
yeah,
I don't know how that works, Ray.
Hard to say right now.
My visuals are confusing me, Ray.
Same. It's.
But again, great to see these people and their success and having a good time.
Again, the beautiful Monster Energy girls on scene to help these racers celebrate and collect their hardware and their
put
flags.
on a show today, Mod V.
Yeah, great day. Great to see that 7 class cruising around, taking their victory lap.
That's Bad Decisions, the XINSURANCE team sponsored, running a single Mercury Racing 300.
Yeah, great day for them.
Yeah, congratulations to Ricky Harmeyer and Owen Boos, running beautiful boat. Again, the Boos family own the Statement Marine boats, and they've had an outstanding season. Again, Dad Nick running alongside JJ in the other XINSURANCE boats. Just another checkered flag for them for the 2024 season.
They're stacking them up. Great to learn from you, Ray, all of these historical points and history of these families that are tied to it, and learn more about the dynamics of these teams. I think that's an incredibly important part of it. Here we go again on the podium, and we'll see who steps up there to. Oh, we got El Bandito.
Yep.
In first place, and then in second we have.
That looks to be North Myrtle Beach. So I wonder what happened to Speed Marine.
Here in Key West for the World Championships.
Yep, looks like a bunch of happy people there. That's for sure.
Right. You know, to be able to run their boats. Oh, taking a shot of something.
It is not a coconut,
No.
but they did drink it out of their shoes.
Yeah, a boot shoot.
That's something new and different.
That might have been El Bandito tequila, and
out of the shoe.
If they did, more power to them, because that was well deserved.
They are better men than I, sir. I think my days of drinking things out of shoes has come and gone.
Well, that must speak to the quality of the El Bandito tequila if they're able to drink it out of a shoe and still enjoy it.
We just got the helicopter crew walked in here to the studio. If they keep standing here long enough, we're going to have to put Rick Lindsay on the air. And he's saying hard pass, but here he is. We'll see if we can convince him to put a headset on for a couple of minutes here and let us know what it's been like up there in the air.
Well, we had some technical difficulties with stuff, but we got it all fixed. So.
Well, sounds like we're about to jump to an interview with Jordan with the winners right there on the outer mole.
All right, guys, so you just got off the podium. How are you feeling today?
Oh, we're exhilarated. We're excited. What a great race.
And how was it out on the water today? Do you guys have any thoughts on that?
Not as bad as it was on testing Tuesday.
Yeah, speak for yourself, buddy. It was pretty rough out there.
I love it. And are you out there racing too? Who's out there in the boat?
Just these two.
Who are you?
I'm pit crew.
I love it. Awesome. Okay, and you're pretty young. You guys got like your whole family in this, or what's the deal?
We usually bring our whole family. That's right. My two boys, Mark Rendas, the throttleman, and I'm the dad of the two boys. That's correct.
Awesome. I love it. And how long have you guys been doing this for?
5 years now, right? Since 2019.
Awesome. Well, we really appreciate you guys, and congrats on winning today.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome. Back to you guys.
And we're back. We got to thank Jordan and everyone for the time and for being out there capturing these stories. Rick, you were telling us it's been fun out there this morning. Ran into some few obstacles, but how's the racing been from your vantage point?
Looks good. I hear the cameras look good.
Yeah, they do.
So that's good. That's the goal.
Yeah. We saw some head-to-head there that looked in particular, the El Bandito race. Those guys really feel like they were going back and forth all race long.
Well, that was a good one so far.
Probably
the best.
Yeah, probably the best duel today that we've seen. Could you give us some insight on what happened with the XINSURANCE Mod V boat?
Oh, I don't know. I think we were at the airport fixing the power problem, so we
fixing
got it all
things.
Fixed. Yeah.
We're back in action. That's good to know. We got the MCOM boat there.
That's the class. I'm sorry, the Supercat boat. Tyler Miller and Myrick Coyle. They must be out charging the boat. That is a skater hull running Sterling performance power. Supercats are relegated to 750 horsepower, and they are the national champions for 2024. And I believe it's their 4th consecutive national championship. in the Supercat class. So they are just dominating. But again, Dirty Money is looking to, make it interesting this weekend with their skater that's running super fast.
Yeah, and you'll be able to see that race on the live stream. That race is going to jump off in about an hour and 10 minutes if we all stay on pace there at 1:15. And you will have Supercat, and I believe we'll have 8 boats in there.
Right there, we're looking at, on the right, that's Jake Leckleiter. He's the crew chief for MCon and Monster Energy Racing. And on the left there, that's Craig Ampmeyer, a team member, and they keep these boats running flawlessly, as witnessed by winning both national and world championships.
Yeah, unbelievable. Rick, what are you looking forward to for the rest of race day?
Supercats in Class 1.
Right.
This is like warm-up.
But the Superstocks is going to be super interesting, too. I mean, I believe that they have 14 boats that are competing in that class.
That'll be...
without holding their lanes.
Right.
Yeah.
We'll be right there.
Should get spicy. Yeah, that's going to be an awesome jump off. Well, Rick, thanks for jumping in studio. Thank you for the heli-cam shots.
Thanks, Rick.
We will see you out there. Well, we got to thank Rick for stopping by for a moment as they continue to, just as race boats are technical, turns out so are helicopters.
Right, and cameras.
And a lot of feeds going a lot of different places.
Yeah.
So we got to thank this exceptional crew who's out there on the field keeping us tight and keeping this stream up. This is, it takes a village for this whole thing to work this way.
And thank you all for watching. I'm getting a lot of texts saying they're enjoying the broadcast. And, thanks for bearing with us with the technical difficulties. This is the first time that they're actually broadcasting with the gimbal. And it's so far, other than minor glitches, the feed and the quality of the video has just been outstanding.
Yeah, so in that note, let's queue up a reminder, folks. We're going to throw a video up. It's got the XINSURANCE Cares graphics around it. Scan that QR code, make a donation, help out the people impacted by hurricanes. But here is a quick video on Sheboygan.
Place to have a boat race, so get real loud, give it up for Michigan City.
Here's Billy. We got Billy here. How you doing, Billy?
You got Billy where?
Right
You got
here.
Billy wherever you want, Billy. What's happening? Everybody having a good time today or what?
Yeah, what about you?
I always have a good time. I just went to the zoo. I saw my buddies. I walked out of the driver's meeting. I heard the wolves howling. I said, they're calling me. So that's where I went. I went and seen the wolves. Did you go yet?
Where? The wolves?
Take that camera and take that microphone and go see the wolves. They got 2 brand new black Jaguars over there. They're gorgeous. You got to go to the zoo.
Okay, we'll check it out.
Right there, right there.
Right over there, people. You're in Michigan City. You check out the zoo.
Come here. You don't necessarily come here just to go boat racing. You come here, you go to the zoo.
Well, that's why he comes, folks.
This is another zoo. This is another zoo. This is another zoo.
I was going to say, aren't you the leader?
It's the human zoo.
All right, man. So I'm here with Britt Lilly. Yes, I'm putting you on a spot, buddy. So this is your first time in a boat today, right?
Yep, I just sat in it for the first time today.
What do you think?
It's badass, man. Gene's been working hard. It's almost totally completed. We're ready to go put some time on it.
What do you think about the overall boat? I mean, you're ready to get in.
I've been competing against it for a while in the Husky Chocolate boat, and I'm glad to be in it now. And on XINSURANCE, and love Rick and everybody and the whole team. Just happy to be here.
Tell me a little bit about the boat, man. It's here.
The boat is finally here. A ton of hard work from Gene, our crew chief.
Yeah.
Al in Illinois that did all the body repair. We feel the boat's actually going to come in lighter than it was before, which is advantage to us because now we can move some weight around depending on conditions, which we could a little bit before. But we look to put the boat back on top where it deserves to be.
Good deal. So you're the driver, and you have a new throttleman this year, right?
I do. Britt Lilly, who comes from a great racing family. He's been around boats forever. It's just nothing's faster than seat time, and we haven't had that opportunity to really get down and do some testing. We're playing the cards we've been dealt, and just using the rest of the season to try to get better and better.
Tell me a little bit about Jared, your competition today. Let's hear it.
So I know he's the demander of the boat, so he'll tell John what to do and what not to do. So he used to do that to me. I know you cannot let him get past you on those turns. He'll take them tight. That boat turns very well. So I'm gonna try to take those turns as tight as possible for Owen's boat so we don't let him get around us. So, and Owen's really good at throttling, so is Jared. So hopefully me and Owen bring home the checker flag today.
Nice bump. Go. It's cutting us off. We good? Yeah. Hit it! See the buoy? Yeah, I got it.
How you feeling about this right now?
I'm a little nervous. They're
Are you
a little close.
nervous?
So I'm excited, but I'm nervous. Nervous
You're
mom.
excited as well?
Yeah, I'm excited, but very nervous.
And you're the father, right?
Oh yeah, they're doing awesome out there.
Good deal.
It's a little tense, but they're doing it.
Yep.
Let's see him. Let's do it. Alright, we're good. What the fuck is that? Some bullshit. I don't know why it's on the course. It's like $2. That wasn't on the map. He's pushing us inside of it. Get it. Dan, we have hit, buddy. Ready? Yep. Yeah, there we go.
All right, guys, I am here with the winners right now. Owen, man, what do you think?
Checkered flag, baby, Michigan City 2024.
There it is. What do you think, Dalton?
That was awesome. Best race of my life.
And I'm not going to lie, I thought Jackhammer might have had you guys on that turn, and then all of a sudden you guys came back around and took the lead again, so.
We were taking some bumpers on the back with Jackhammer. Their boat's a little beat up compared to ours, but we were hitting all the way down the back stretch.
So at this point in time, I don't think anybody's going to be able to catch you in points or anything, right? It's pretty much a done deal. It's sealed, right?
We just got to keep this boat intact and we'll be fine.
What happened when you guys got close to that yacht, man? Everybody thought you guys were going to run right into it.
Yeah, so that yacht was in the middle of the course, like the buoy was behind it. We started, I couldn't even see the buoy. And I'm like, I saw like orange barely in the back, and I'm like, we go on the outside or the inside of this? We go on the outside the first time. As we go around, we're coming up on the buoy, and then you see them with their green flag going like this. 30 feet from the boat, cut it, went all the way around.
Man, it was close, man. We definitely seen it. Your moms were up there about to have a panic attack. What happened here, man?
Well, that is water damage from running rub rail to rub rail.
Rub rail to rub rail.
Yeah, the boat was not happy today. We had to over trim it to compensate for some loss in power. And in that, when we over trim, the bow's up a lot higher and it hits the waves, and it just chime walked from rub rail to rub rail. And we just could not get this boat set today.
So do you think you'll have this boat ready for next weekend's race?
Yeah, it'll be done.
Dalton's good. He's very good. He does a great job. He stays tight. He didn't leave me any room.
You didn't leave him any room either, I heard.
Yeah. No, we didn't leave each other room. No, we battle, and that's what we do.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That's so awesome that we're competitive.
Yeah.
Randy, man, this is your first race since Key West. Let's hear it. How you feeling?
We took the boat out this morning, did a quick run because we didn't get to test it all yesterday. We need a little bit of weight. The bow was a little light.
Yeah, we've seen that.
Yeah, so we normally do run weight normally in it anyway, so the weight was gone. We put it back. I think it'll be good. Honestly, it's the first time in since Key West when we flipped it, and I'm not going to say that that's not on my mind. It changes you. It really does. And getting this boat and you're not a little bit scared or have respect for it, that you shouldn't be getting in it. And this is Britt's first time in it with me. Listen, you're in charge. You push it as hard as you want or as soft as you want. And he said, listen, let's just go out and make some laps.
How does this feel compared to the Dirty Money boat? Be honest.
They're totally different boats. This thing is a monster. It's almost 50 feet long, even wider than Dirty Money. Cockpit's a little tighter, a little different visibility, and I'm sitting on the other side of the boat. So
yeah, right. You're a throttleman in this one, right? Not a driver.
Sure. So we're gonna go out there, feel it out, and see what we can do. Hopefully, we end up on the podium.
Back, so looks like the boat was really dialed in. You guys are doing good. Then there towards the end, you guys backed off a little bit, then kind of take it from there.
I like turtles.
Boat ran great today. Big hats off to Gene and crew and everybody. Gene's worked so hard to get this thing where it is today, night and day. And first time racing it, first time in the boat with Randy. It was a total awesome day. Boat ran absolutely flawless. Sucks that we ran into trouble with the outdrive at the end, but
each other. I'm like, you want to take it easy? I'm like, no. I mean, what opportunity do we have to practice an actual race? I'm glad we did, because if not, this would have happened the first lap in Sheboygan next weekend.
That's right. Good point. Good point.
Yeah. So again, great practice, great run. Randy drove his ass off today, and I just can't thank all the XINSURANCE and Rick and everybody for everything they do, and thank you.
I am here with Rick Lindsay, the owner of XINSURANCE. Tell me, so what do you think? That's the first time this boat's been out since Key West.
It looked really good.
Looks like it was pretty dialed in, didn't it?
Yeah.
I think right there at the end, something happened.
I know, we left them because we thought they were boring. It was one boat going around that was fast, so we went up to the Supercats, and they came ripping by them.
Yeah.
And then we dropped back to watch the Supercats, and then I'm like, where's our boat? And it was in the middle of the track, so... Anyway, that's why we came here, to check it out, make sure all the bugs are worked out. So we're looking forward to next weekend.
Yeah, it'll be ready by Sheboygan, right?
Yep.
100%. Yep. So good deal.
Jackhammer coming this weekend?
Yeah, Jackhammer, Gary, those two are my biggest cons.
What do you think about Jackhammer?
I think Jackhammer.
All right, guys, I have Emily Hayden here with our XINSURANCE team this week, IFBB Pro. You have a podcast here from San Diego. Tell us a little bit more about yourself.
I'm originally from Houston, Texas, currently living in San Diego, California. As you mentioned, the host of the Evolve with Emily podcast. I'm a mentor and coach to professional athletes worldwide, all sorts of different demographic that I work with. And what I typically help them through is optimizing their life in every kind of way, from mind, life, spirituality, health, wellness. And it's my favorite thing in the world to help people realize their true power is truly within them.
I love that. And this is your first time at the boat races. What are your thoughts so far? I can tell you've lost your voice already, so I'm like, you must have been to some of the parties.
I have, yes. The energy here has been incredible. The people are amazing. The boats, oh my goodness, it's like they are floating on the water. I literally was just in shock the first hour I was watching the boat races. So it's been amazing, having an amazing time. Yes, I did lose my voice, but you know what? We got to carry it through. We have a couple more days here. We got apparently bigger boats that are coming, so I can't wait to see those.
Heck yeah, it's pretty fun and wild. So tell us a little bit more about like some of your socials, where people can find you, how to work with you.
Yeah, you can check me out anywhere. Just go to my Instagram at Emily Hayden, and then my podcast, like I mentioned, is Evolve with Emily Podcast. So you can also search me on YouTube. So yeah, check me out anywhere. You can send me a DM, and I'd love to chat with you guys.
Awesome. Well, thanks for coming, and we're excited to hang out and get to know each other and have some fun out here.
Yeah,
So
thank you so much for having me. It's a blast.
awesome. Okay, back to you guys in the studio.
Back here in the studio, folks, and thank you, Jordan, for getting another great interview there. Countdown to the next races is on.
Yeah.
We've got, as you mentioned, Stock 450 coming up in that class, correct?
Yeah, the factory Stock 450, again, that Randy Sism of MTI started a few years ago. They campaigned the first boat, the 39 MTI, they call it the 390XR. And Taylor Sism is Randy's daughter, vice president of MTI, and Randy paired her with offshore racing legend Johnny Tomlinson. So what a perfect pairing for Taylor to race with, and since then they've had success. This year Taylor got married, and so she missed a race because she was on her honeymoon, dropping her a little bit in points. But it should be a great race because it's a super competitive class. Like I said before, MTI boats versus Doug Wright powerboats. Yep. Those are the two manufacturers that are competing in this class, and it seems to be there's 3 and 3. So
that's great. I think we got some footage to go back to Michigan.
Okay.
Which I think was another exceptional weekend.
Yeah.
And we're working on getting that teed up. But give you another glimpse. The goal here is to show people all of it.
Yeah.
Let's look back at the season as we descend here on the World Championships. But again, folks, check out XINSURANCE Cares, scan the QR code. Let's give a look at Michigan.
Place to have a boat race, so get real loud, give it up for Michigan City.
Here's Billy. We got Billy.
Cam, where are we right now?
Sheboygan, Wisconsin.
Oh no, what are we doing here?
There's a beef. All you can eat wings.
Are you getting wings, Owen?
Yeah. Are we going here every single day that we're here?
These plates for the brand.
Thank you.
Who's your competition this weekend, Cam?
Me, myself, and I.
Here with Cameron Turk. Cameron, your boat just came in here to Sheboygan, Wisconsin.
Yes,
dude, this thing is sick.
Oh,
man.
yeah.
Tell me all about it.
So this is a 24-foot Wicked by Todd DePhillips, and it has a Mercury 225R prototype.
We've been waiting for this boat for a while. It's a collaboration between Wicked Custom, TFR, XINSURANCE, Sean Turente Racing, Mercury Racing, and Evolution Trailers, and it just showed up, like literally brand new.
It's supposed to be an entry-level class where someone can start boat racing and have all the proper safety equipment and get their feet wet with a modern race boat. That way they can transition from one of these into a bigger boat.
Cameron's been waiting a long time for this boat, so tomorrow will be its first debut.
I think it's a good way to get started and be safe for the kids that you want to put in it, or I mean even adults, but people that want to learn and have a safe boat. That it's one of the biggest fear factors for me putting my son in a boat is to have protection around him. And the canopy's the way to go.
we're trying to get it
We're trying to slip the prop.
Yeah.
Oh, Mark.
though, guys,
It's low.
I don't know how low it looks.
Okay, you want
I mean, 2 feet ain't gonna hurt you.
Just a couple of feet.
Come
just
back,
a little
Mark.
bit, guys.
Yeah.
Just a half foot. I mean, you don't know what that's. What are we gonna be digging up rocks and shit? Who knows?
I'm gonna say that's
JJ, what are we doing out here?
Just out of curiosity, should we take
What are we doing out here?
Oh, that's a great question.
We're just waking up everyone around Sheboygan.
All right, guys, I'm here with Britt and Randy. So, guys, tell me, last night you guys were making some changes in the pits. Seen you guys out there pretty late. Kind of just explain to us what you guys did and then how it performed today.
So the boys worked all night on it, put a new set of drives on it, had to cut the skegs off and, get everybody's hands dirty and rolling on it. So we made a gear ratio change and we just went back out and tested. We got all the boost back that we're looking for.
The boat's handling a lot better. It's cornering a lot better. When we were in Michigan City last weekend, the corners were really predictable. We were liking it, and we lost that with the other drive, but we have it back now. So.
I feel freaking Cameron Turk, Natty, World Poly Champion.
National.
You better throttle this.
National.
You better throttle. You better throttle.
Good time. We're about to see the boat go.
You don't know what you're saying.
Wait, what?
Elias brought us to Johnston Bakery.
How's it feel sitting in Cameron's brand new boat?
I've kind of decided to give up food and beverage and maybe go for throttle.
Oh man, do you hear that?
Who do you think's gonna win Class 1?
Us.
That's
that?
I don't know.
I mean to sound arrogant, but man, that baby was fast out there today.
All right, guys, I'm here with Tony, influencer, entrepreneur. You came the XINSURANCE team first time boat races. Tell us a little bit more about you and what you do.
Well, I'm a gym owner. For over 20 years.
Okay, yeah, 1 million followers on Instagram. That's super impressive. Tell us more about who you coach, kind of what that looks like.
I've been coaching military, law enforcement, and professional athletes for a very long time. It's a passion of mine that I love to do.
Okay, so let me ask you this. This is your first time at the boat races. One, what do you think about it? And two, how does that apply with what you do for, athletes?
Well, I could say this being my first time here, this is an incredible event. I travel the country probably 200 days out of the year, and the organization that this event has, it's by far one of the best I've ever been to. The boats, even though I don't know a lot about the boats are phenomenal. Like, they're so fast, and it's crazy to sit there and watch these drivers or the guys that are in the boat. They're incredible athletes, you know what I mean? And so it's an incredible event. Let me tell you, I have nothing but great things to say about it.
Awesome. And just so people at home can, look up what you do and what you offer, what are your websites? Where can they find you?
RealWorldTactical.com. Tony sent me out, Real World Tactical. You can Google me. I've been around for a little while.
Okay, awesome. Well, we appreciate you and hopefully get to know you a little more. So thanks. Back to you guys at the studio.
We're back here in studio as we look at race 3 coming up. They're in the water, and let's give a brief rundown again as we look at the stock 450.
Yeah, so we've got Team Marine Technology with Taylor Sissom and Johnny Tomlinson, number 7, the blue boat that you see heading out there right behind that. It's 151 Express with Ian Morgan and Nick Imprescia, and right there behind that, the blue and green boat, that's Team Montlick, Doug Wright Powerboats with Logan Adan and Giovanni Carpatella all the way from Italy. And then we've got Hank Saloon with Kobe Harrison and Edwin Shear. And we've also got GC Racing with Willie Cabiza and Grant Brueggemann. And they'll all be running canopied catamarans between 34-foot and 40-foot boats. And they'll all be running Twin Mercury Racing 450Rs. And these boats will be running 8 laps today. And on Sunday, they'll be running 10. So should be a good competition. All these boats are very capable of handling the choppy weather and water conditions that Key West is throwing at them today. So it should be a really good race.
Let's look at the racetrack here that they can see right now. You see the arrows signifying the directions. Would be great if you could point out a little bit, as we talked earlier about turn 1, we talked about the rough side and the calmer side. When we say those things, where are they on the racetrack for the viewer?
Sure. So right there, where middle of the course where it shows the start finish, that's where they'll leave the inner crane area and head out towards the open water. And then towards the top of the screen, that's where they'll kind of stage up and mill, where they will follow the start boat out and then turn that corner. And eventually, when the green flag drops, they'll all charge down towards the outer side, which will be turn 1. And that's where it gets really, to use your word, spicy, as all the teams will charge in there because nobody needs to hold their lanes this week in Key West. And so first one to the pin is going to be very interesting and exciting. And the thing of it is, when with that many boats heading for the same area, there's a good chance of being hosed down from the rooster tails and the spray that comes onto the windshield and obviously hindering visibility. And they'll turn back towards Fort Zachary into turn 2. That's it says turn 4. Our map says turn 2. But anyway, and then back down across in front of the outer mole and Mallory Square. And then they'll repeat that the course for 8 laps today.
Yeah, that's another a marathon, if you will. It seems in comparison to some of these other boats. Decent sized class with 8 boats. Expect the start line there to be pretty anxious, if you will.
Correct. And we've got kind of like an asterisk on the Yardarm Marine boat. It's a father-son combination with Mike Stancombe and his father George running the Peppers boat. It's an old boat that's been restored. This one is running a pair of Mercury Racing 500s, which the class will turn to next season. However, I'm fairly sure that this is more of like it's not in contention to be. Oh, looks like we were got the boats lined up and getting on plane. Rooster tails are up.
Man, it looks like a pretty consistent start here with no one really jumping out of that pocket in front of anyone else. Seems like we have a pretty consistent start here.
Clean start. Oh, there goes Hank Saloon.
There comes Hank Saloon. As soon as I say that, buzzing past and quickly out of shot.
Yeah, that looked to be a very clean start. All the boats coming down all at once, charging for turn 1. There's a great shot of the fleet heading down that way. And looks like Hank Saloon coming in is shortly behind it is Team Montlick with Giovanni Carpatella and Logan Adan. And can't make out who's in third just yet. But Really tight pack so far. This is where it gets really interesting, is going into that turn 1. Up Gladiator, I believe, is third, and Montlick overtakes Hank Saloon. Charging into the turn. Here it goes. Nice clean turn by Montlick. Hank Saloon just behind them. And heading towards Fort Zachary in turn 2. Gladiator in third. Charging for second. Montlick is taking a substantial lead over the second and third place boats.
Yeah, they seem to handle turn 1 and turn 2 pretty well there, as you'll see on the track map. Those turns are closer to each other, so your straightaway significantly shorter than your straightaway.
Correct.
Between 2 and 3 and 4 and 1.
Right now we're looking at Gladiator Canados with Michelle Carcente and Irvin Grant in a Doug Wright powerboats. Right there on the green boat, 151 Express with Nick Imprescia and Ian Morgan right over the top of them.
Beautiful shot there by the XINSURANCE Helicam.
Overtaking Hank Saloon has slowed considerably, and Nick and Ian overtaking Hank Saloon. Running across Fort Zachary currently and heading towards the outer mole.
Crowd full of people there.
Yeah.
Shoulder to shoulder. The Montlick boat is just humming.
Team Montlick, they are your national champions for 2024, and they are continuing their domination here in Key West. We got Giovanni Carpatella on throttles, who took over for Ricky Maldonado at the Sheboygan race for the first time, and went out. It was the first time him running an outboard catamaran boat, and looks like we lost the feed, but his first time running an outboard catamaran boat, and he and Logan ran the boat, practiced for the first time there in Sheboygan, and like a duck to water. Giovanni is the throttleman. Oh, we got the picture back for Team 222 Offshore from Australia, currently ExMobil and Walmart, and he just is very seasoned at running all race boats, as you can see here.
So this is our first big class of the day of cat-style boats.
Correct.
Why don't we talk about, obviously there's some visual differences, but what does that mean in how you want to drive that boat, and what are you looking for performance-wise? As you mentioned earlier, you could tell from just how the boat was riding, if it was really tuned correctly. What are you looking for in these?
So the catamarans are running on two what are called sponsons, and those are the outer edges of the boat, and the tunnel of the boat is where they trap air. It's an air entrapment hull, and basically what that does, it lifts the boat on top of the water so that you get the most efficient boat ride and boat performance on the water. So when these boats are on top of the water, that's you get less drag, and these catamarans have a tendency to run faster than V-bottoms because there's no drag in the water.
Looks like we got a boat coming up there on the outside, making a run for it.
It's like Doug Wright versus Doug Wright. We got Canados on the inside, but Montlick taking the outside and maintaining its lead. Logan Adan is the son of company owner J.R. Adan, and he is the driver, and I believe this is his second season. Team Montlick. Montlick.
Ooh, we got some air there, folks. Trying to close that gap and push it maybe a little too far right there.
Yeah. Just further back in the fleet, we got Team 151 Express going into a turn, not having to maintain their lane, so it goes right towards the pin.
Let's talk about how much of an advantage that is in how you race in comparison to normal racing.
As far as
being able to, not having to maintain that lane, that seems like if it's in a safe scenario such as that one, you can really take the...
Sure, if you have a safe distance away from anybody close to you, then you can maneuver a turn fairly safely. The challenging part is when it goes, when you've got so many boats charging for one particular area, say turn one, and it can be chaos, and so it can definitely be a little bit dangerous. But these guys are professionals. But with the spray that I mentioned before, you lose visibility, and there's a good chance that you don't know what you're seeing or driving into. So that gets challenging. Beyond that, I was mentioning that Team Montlick, of David Montlick and Nikki Montlick, they are injury attorneys based out of Georgia and Florida, and essentially nationwide. They came on board with Doug Wright Powerboats and have again become their title sponsor for the season, and they are enjoying the sport immensely. They're two of the most fantastic people you'd meet. David is such a sweet man, and is enjoying the sport immensely, and even more so that they won a national championship.
In how many years new to the sport?
Their first year is this year.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So
wow.
Apparently Nikki knew JR, and they got to talking and came on board as title sponsor. First race that they competed in was in Marathon, Florida, early part of the season in late April, and haven't looked back.
That's outstanding. Completely...
Yeah,
you got to be a little spoiled. You come into a sport year one and walk away with
correct
a national championship.
Right now we're looking at Team Canados, Michelle Carcente and Irvin Grant. It's got the boat running very well. And that is a Doug Wright hull.
It's a good day to be a Doug Wright hull.
Seems to be. They seem to have gotten the setup correctly, because both the boats that we've seen so far have been running well. Hank Saloon is also a Doug Wright, which started out strong but seems to have fallen back. Right now we're looking at GC Racing, an MTI with Willie Cabeza and Grant Brueggemann, defending world champions as they won the world championship last year. In the throttleman seat was Sean Torrente, but now they have their full-time throttleman in Grant Brueggemann.
It's a good little duel here coming along the straightaway. Coming back into...
Yeah, looks like they're heading back in towards Fort Zachary. Making that turn. Out there in that section that they're in right now is a lot of the racers report what's called the hole out there, and it's a big hole that they could sometimes fall into, and it can wreak havoc on some of these passes that these guys are making.
And what do you mean when you say there's a big hole? Literally, it's just deeper there.
Yeah, there's just an area out in that one area where it seems the water becomes very, displaced, and it can launch your boat if you're not ready for it. Coming down the pass, we see Nick Imprescia and Ian Morgan in 151 Express, MTI Hull, followed by Hank Saloon and GC Racing. And back out. Team Gladiator. Looks like they're extending the lead on Team Montlick and heading out towards the far side of the course.
As we continue on in these classes throughout the day and throughout the weekend, man, it seems like we're now entering every time we see the next class. It's bigger, it's faster.
Yeah,
it seems to be a lot more to it.
No, absolutely. And these guys, again, like the other teams in their boats, they know them like the back of their hands. And Team Marine Technology with Taylor Sissom and Johnny Tomlinson, as well as GC Racing and with Willie Cabeza and Grant Brueggemann, they are true teammates. And I was speaking with them yesterday in the pits, and they told me that they've come up and developed a new testing style, which is very interesting. And something that veterans like Johnny Tomlinson and Grant Bruggeman had never done before, and I think it was something that Randy Sissom came up with. And they set up the course ahead of the Key West weekend, but they set up the course exactly like Key West course is laid out, and they ran side by side and actually raced each other with intentionally different setups. And what they did was they all had communications within one another, one boat to the next, and Randy kind of playing coach from the shore, but observing and seeing how they went and coaching them to get tighter to one another and to race tighter. And basically what that served was a real-time, instant information as to the data of each particular boat's setup. So they did 156 miles of testing, and they told me yesterday that they were all whooped by the time they got out of the boat. But it was such a unique and new look on how to test that they came away with amazing data based on each other's information.
Yeah, it's outstanding. You have a true A/B test.
Correct.
Yeah.
And it can only be done if you truly have a team atmosphere where you're sharing data with one another. So as long as they come in first or second and first, it's a win for Team MTI.
Well, it's getting a little
sport,
Western out there. If you're from my neck of the woods.
Yeah, so this class is very competitive. All of the racers are super talented, and they run these boats on the ragged edge all the time. And as you can see, Team Montlick right there running across the front of the outer mole. Beautiful attitude of that boat. You see just enough air underneath that boat where you're not getting too much air out of the water, but you're still maintaining contact with the propellers in the water and reaching ultimately the most efficient speed. Team Gladiator Canados
making that turn,
heading on the far side of the course,
getting into the fun stuff.
Yeah, for sure. Right there we see TS Motorsports going up in front of the mole. Back to Team Gladiator, Garcente and Grant.
What a great shot.
Great
here,
shot.
coming right
Straight
at
at you.
us. Yeah.
Head on. That's a beautiful shot.
We also clearly think alike.
Right.
We both know what greatness looks like.
Hell yeah.
And we got the XINSURANCE Helicam there in the background being shot from the XINSURANCE boat GSS shot, which is great.
There you go with Gladiator again. Also running beautifully. Awesome attitude of that boat. Just skimming across the top of the water.
It seems just a little closer than a couple of the other boats. Really keeping it tight there.
Yeah.
In the space between the boat.
These guys do a great job. The big logo on the side of the boat is Supreme Marine. Troy Hannon out there and his team at Supreme Marine do a great job keeping these boats together, especially Team Gladiator.
Yeah, Gladiator seems to just be having an exceptional race so far. Giving it all they got, giving the boat all it'll take, and staying super steady.
Definitely seems to be extending the lead away from the second place boat, which I believe is still Team Montlick. Giovanni Carpatella is the throttleman of 222 Offshore, who was the dominating team last year in Class 1. But since the Australian boat couldn't make it over here to the States during the regular season, he took the job to run the throttles in Team Montlick.
Montlick seems to be closing the gap here on this long straightaway, coming into the turn, heading back.
Yeah, and sometimes that's the strategy, just to hang back, and then once the boat starts to get lighter as the race wears on, maybe that's their preferred setup as to where they can make the final strike for attack to overtake and secure first place.
Yeah, we're dealing with fuel efficiency and consumption all along the way, not to mention the elements of the ocean, right?
Exactly, right. But yeah, Team Gladiator seems to be maintaining their lead. Substantially still. For the mole, here comes. Oh, Montlick took a little flyer up top. Got a little bit light up front. Recovered.
Seemed to recover pretty quickly there.
Yeah.
In fact, maybe have come out of it moving a little faster than they were. Seems like they've closing a bit of the gap.
Yeah. And both Logan and Gio are no strangers to bumpy water. They've tested in very challenging conditions, and including Sheboygan and Sarasota. Shot from the outer mole. Watching the boats come down the course. Oh, we got a drag race here now. Oh, Montlick is making a competition of it. Side by side, Doug Wright hulls.
Should be coming into a turn.
See how aggressively they go, and what
I would say pretty aggressively.
And there they go, and they've overtaken Team Gladiator and taken first place.
Gladiators just off the end of their rooster tail. They're still keeping it competitive. I think looking for a little line on the outside.
Good shot off Team Montlick. Skimming across the top of that water, running beautifully. Giovanni really took to this boat quickly and learned its intricacies, and obviously has got it running awesome. But it's still a competition. Look at that. It's Team Gladiator is still staying right within striking distance as they charge for turn 1 again. Again, these boats are scheduled to run 8 laps today.
We're just in a couple of laps at this wave, quickly approaching probably halfway mark.
Right, yeah. Turning turn 1. Little hop there.
Hop from both, and it looks like Gladiator has come back onto the inside.
Montlick charging for Fort Zachary Park.
Definitely the gap closing for a moment.
Yeah.
It seems to be separating themselves once again.
Gladiator seems to be charging and closing the gap. As they come into this turn. Oh, staying out of the white water and cutting inside.
Getting some air there.
Yeah, it gets bumpy out there, and like I said, you know, a lot of photographers like to stage up out at that point for that money shot.
Oh, yeah, that's your magazine cover, right?
Correct. It could be. Hoping those guys are out there getting some good stuff, which they are.
You know, let's talk about as we're watching this duel here. You know, you got Speedboat Magazine on your shirt there, and you got a bunch of your team out here.
So
let's jump to this battle real quick.
Yeah.
Oh, super close there. Here comes Gladiator.
There goes 151.
No,
And on the outside, we see TS Motorsports with David Sisson and Johnny Tomlinson. Not sure how far back they are from the two leading Doug Wrights. But yeah, so we come to every race and we shoot for the feature in the magazine, and I've got super talented photographers on my team with Tom Lee and Ryan Walker and my videographer Carter Body. They're out there, you know, either in the air or on the mole or on the point, capturing the best possible angles as we look at Team Gladiator still just moving along.
Speaking of awesome angles, thank you, XINSURANCE Helicam. And here we are on the boat GSS as well. Montlick still out front, and with Gladiator very close. Oh, just past him on the inside.
So, as I mentioned before, this class will go to the very popular Mercury Racing 500Rs for next season. However, something very interesting is they're going to maintain the lowers that they're currently running rather than the bigger, beefier R drives that the 500Rs have. Mainly because, well, it'll be still faster. They're supposed to be able to still hopefully hold the torque of the 500Rs. But I learned from Taylor Sism, it's largely because they have so much invested in their propellers with this setup. So if they had switched to the bigger, beefier R drives, they'd have to start fresh with brand new propellers for every different condition.
Gladiator really pulling away here. Makes you wonder if there wasn't a short issue with the Mottlick boat.
Yeah, so
got
Mottlick,
strong battles in the back of the race here.
we got, looks like Team 151 in third place and Team GC Racing in fourth, charging for third. Willie Cabiza from Miami is a dedicated athlete. He runs Ironman and professional quality level archer as they charge in and start to overtake Team 151. Going into a turn, that's going to be tight. And great job by both teams. Willie and Grant taking the inside and maintaining, but on the outside, 151 is still charging, and we'll see how this goes going into the turn here.
Looks like we definitely have an overtake there from the...
This is going to be good. Willie has gotten super comfortable on making these turns as tight as possible, pulling maximum Gs. There we see Gladiator racing right in front of the mole. Another nice aerial shot as they're running past Mallory Square. See Team Montlick there.
Yeah, you got to wonder if they haven't run into a little bit of an issue.
It's possible. Sometimes these engines go into Guardian where they have to kind of slow down and reset them to get them back on plane, not knowing if that's what happened, but it's a possibility and might explain why they've fallen off from what was
a very tight race there for a while. Looks like they're trying to close that gap once again, get themselves back up to Gladiator for a duel for the finish.
Right. Right there we see GC Racing. GC Racing, really dedicated team. They are going to race Class 1 next year, building a brand new big 482 Class 1 boat with MTI as the factory team. That class runs competition Mercury Racing 1100s. And they are definitely the big boys of this entire fleet of racers.
Substantial boats.
Substantial boats.
Substantial boats.
Big, fast, mean, and lean. As we see them turning on the far end of the course.
Coming back towards the outer mole.
Based on the lead before, we're going to assume that Team Gladiator still is in first place, followed by Team Montlick. Can't make out which boats those are.
No, but if that is the top three, if we were to make that assumption.
Yeah, I believe in that case, third place might be 151 Express with Nick Imprescia and Ian Morgan, followed by GC Racing. Factory 450 stock, just super competitive class, and seems that the water has laid down a little bit.
Does seem a little calmer than the initial races.
Yeah. There we see a Race World Offshore official boat.
Gladiator's still out in front.
There's a
for
checkered
the
flag.
checkered.
Congratulations, Team Gladiator, Michelle Carcente and Irvin Grant, followed by Team Montlick. Maybe GC Racing? Or
Yeah. Montlick had fallen further back in the pack there.
Again, these what we're saying is unofficial and definitely not 100% accurate because we're
Because
basing
you
on the
see how
shot.
fast they're going.
Correct.
That's why.
Right. Hank Saloon coming across and followed by TS Motorsports. No trouble with our feed. But the race has concluded, and man, that was a great battle coming through. And you see the difference between these catamarans that run so fast and efficiently and on top of the water, and how fast those 8 laps went.
Yeah, that I am flabbergasted, sir, by how quickly those 8 laps went in comparison to the previous classes.
Yeah.
Aerodynamic, fast, nimble.
Correct.
And some incredibly talented drivers and throttlemen out there.
No question.
Making it happen. There's the boat I was referencing. There is a party on the Cat. Unbelievable.
I believe that's a Big Fury boat where they take the spectators out, and it's always a great time and a good view of the racing from that catamaran hull, and they do a great job of putting these fans in front of the boats for their best possible experience.
Yeah, that's unbelievable. That's got to be a party.
Yeah, no question. I mean, not that I know.
You would, yeah. I don't take you as that guy, Ray.
No,
you know, no,
of course not.
No, he's here for the professionalism.
Yeah,
yeah.
Congratulations, you're winner unofficially of your factory stock 450 is the Doug Wright Hall Team Gladiator Canados with Michelle Carcente and Irvin Grant. I told you, or I mentioned earlier today, I saw them right after their testing session yesterday, and I talked to Urban, and he said the boat was running beautifully, and it sure enough was, and taking home the checkered flag. One more win on Sunday, and look at that happy dance from Urban. Outstanding. Now that's some joy.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, right? Because these guys haven't raced since Sarasota. Look at that happy dance. Go for it, bud.
Yeah, that's unbelievable. That is months of work,
preparation, late
nights,
yeah.
and late nights, and disappointment of canceled races.
Right.
And man, to jump back in his boat and bring
awesome.
one home.
Good for him, man. I feel his joy, and there's I assume second place. What do you think, Josh? You think they may have fallen to third?
I do, yeah.
Okay.
I think that they were a little further back there, but we will find out shortly. We've got our crew there on the ground who will be ready for some post-race interviews when the time presents itself. But what a wonderful view from the XINSURANCE Helicam, capturing these moments of just humans being humans.
Right.
Being incredibly relieved and excited to have achieved a win today.
Yeah, to rephrase the old saying, that right there is the picture of the thrill of victory, and Irvin expressed it beautifully, and we can almost see and feel how joyful that was for them to grab that checkered flag.
I was thinking about dancing with him.
You should. It's not too late.
I think there's still a chance.
Yeah. So beautiful race run by these guys. The other, Hank Saloon shot out early and took the early lead, but then fell off and perhaps maybe missed the setup. Maybe for an early start, but as the boat lightened, probably fell back a little bit.
Yeah, it was interesting to see some role or position changes throughout that race. As you mentioned, Hank came out quick.
Yeah.
Montlick looked really, really strong for
Right.
a good section of that race, and then fell off a little as well. But Gladiator, your winners today.
Yeah, but essentially, based on double points on Sunday, it's anybody's race still.
Yeah.
Anybody's title to win on Sunday. Obviously, this puts Team Gladiator, Montlick, and GC Racing in a good spot, which I believe those are the top 3 podium finishers. But it's anybody's title.
Yeah, it's unbelievable that given circumstances that
what could happen
on Sunday in every single one of these bracket and classes.
Yeah, for sure.
Out on the water.
We get a good shot of the spectator fleet with cranes in the background. This podium celebration, I think, is going to be one of the more lively ones. Based on
I hope he didn't lose it all there on the deck of the boat. I'm hoping he brings that energy directly to podium 1 here shortly.
No, but what a great race that was, and just seeing all the boats performing like they're supposed to, and I believe every boat finished.
Yeah, I was just about to say that I don't think we had anyone fail to finish that race, which is great.
Right, and that speaks to the reliability of the Mercury Racing products, especially the outboard engines anymore. It's like they're so dummy proof, and you can run them wide open throttle as we saw for 8 laps and still return relatively unscathed.
You should probably be as skilled as these guys if you're going to do it, though.
Right, yeah. It takes a lot of experience to get to the level of these guys, but they're awesome. And like I said, when you got competitors like Johnny Tomlinson out on the course and Grant Brueggemann, and you get guys like Willie Cabeza, who's hyper competitive, and Taylor Sism and Grant. I'm sorry, with Giovanni and Logan and all these guys out there competing for the same flag. It's going to make for great racing all the time. Right there we see one of the official boats. Right there, that's Team CR Racing of Supercat as they prepare to head out and bring us our next competition.
Now, I got to be honest, Ray. I know everyone talks about Class 1.
Right.
I think this is my favorite.
Yeah.
I've become very intrigued with this class.
Yeah. There's been, as we discussed before, there's been some drama within this class, with the winning and the not winning and then winning again, and between, especially the seemingly rivalry between Team Dirty Money and MCon Monster Energy that's kind of evolved throughout the season, and I think it all comes to a head here in Key West.
Very shortly.
Mm-hmm.
Very shortly.
So this class is from sizing 34 foot to 42 foot with running twin 750 horsepower engines. There's no mandated manufacturer, so they can essentially choose who they'd like. Team Dirty Money opts for Goodwin Performance engines, which obviously have been really fast and really efficient and productive for them. Your national champions, MCon and Monster Energy, they run Sterling Performance at 750 horsepower. And, Myrick, Coyle, and Tyler Miller, the defending champions, like I said, I think this is their 4th consecutive national title. And I think they'll be competing for their 3rd world title.
So we got a shot here. This is the XINSURANCE VIP viewing area. Good reminder, folks. Again, we are out here hoping to raise money through XINSURANCE Cares for hurricane relief. XINSURANCE will be matching $100,000 raised with another $100,000, doubling that to make significant impact in the communities and areas impacted by the hurricane. You know, we mentioned earlier that I ran into some racers post the last hurricane who were out there doing work. I think you have some stories as well of some people in the community.
Yeah, so offshore racer Nate Hunt texted me. He races with Team Predator, the big Apache, and he wanted me to give a shout out to owner of WHM Supercat, who's coming up now, Billy Moff, who was generous enough to rent the heavy machinery to help repair the bridges and clean up the properties for the people in East Tennessee and North Carolina. It's not just Florida that was affected, obviously. It was the other surrounding states. And Billy and Nate Hunt and his wife Connie and other teams from Team Unleashed all, got together and helped clean up and contribute to the, relief of Tennessee and North Carolina. So a shout out to Billy Moff. Nice job on you guys for all coming together as powerboaters. Like I told you, I think this is the most generous group that I've ever met in my life, and this will continue. And I urge you guys to please, donate to the fund that X Insurance has started. He'll match it, or they'll match it, $100,000 for your $100,000, and just scan the QR code on your screen, and let's get this.
Let's get it rolling.
Get it rolling.
Let's get it rolling.
We need to see him in a blue tuxedo.
I don't know if we do, but we will.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, anyway, thanks for that, Nate. And you guys keep sending me your text messages. I'll give you shout outs as we go. But yeah, we're preparing for the Supercat, your favorite class, and see how the drama prevails.
Yeah, so, you mentioned earlier a little bit about Dirty Money in Monster Energy, the kind of rivalry that's been going on there this year. I'm expecting nothing but a heavyweight bout here in race 4.
It kind of is, right? It's like the old Ollie Frazier days where the hype is just as good, and I'm sure the results is going to be just as satisfying. It's going to be a battle out there on the course, and not to count out any of the other teams, right? We've got Austin Holmes with Vinny Diorio and Matt Jemnitsky, and we've got King Graydell with Billy Moore, veteran offshore racer, and Chris Grant. And we've got Farnsworth Motorsports and the Hancock Claims Consultants boat. MTI with Christian McCauley and Anthony Smith, and CR Racing, Rob Understall and Casey Boaz. And we got youngsters, Billy Moff's sons in Chase Muller and Jax Muller running the Wicked boat. And WHM, as I mentioned, Billy Moff, Billy, seasoned racer. He's been doing this for a long, long time, and he knows this course better than anybody probably. And he'll be out there looking to compete with the boys' dad, Jay Mueller.
So this will be our longest race of the day so far. Right?
Yeah.
At 10 laps, with them executing 14 laps on Sunday. But projected time from beginning of race to end of race is probably one of the faster races today.
No question, because they're capable, especially on those straightaways and the water laying down as it is. They're capable of running 120, 130, maybe upwards of that down the straightaways. And it should be definitely fast racing. It'll be quick like the last race was, and be fun to watch. And, with the Supercats, there's no breakout, so they can reach as fast as they want to go. And this was one of the classes that used to, previously to this race, have to maintain their lanes. So based on the pole position, you'd have to stay and run outside the pin and maintain your lane throughout the, course of the beginning of the race. But now it's a free-for-all. So this ought to be interesting.
Yeah, so, an advantage to that, right? Let's say you got to not exactly where you wanted to be on the line. You've got a quick opportunity from after turn 2 to kind of maneuver yourself into a better position.
Right.
And here we go. It seems we've got them out on the water, and
they're leaving the crane area out to the starting point where they'll get lined up and wait for the pace boat, start boat, to line them up and drop the green flag. So we're just about close to go racing, and this is going to be a good one.
Yeah, I'm super excited about this race. You got a favorite?
I'd rather not say. I love all these guys, but XINSURANCE, Britt Lilly, XINSURANCE driver, I should say, Britt Lilly, is competing in Dirty Money alongside Bill Pyburn, and those guys are super competitive. So, excuse me, I expect MCon and Dirty Money to be side by side, and it looks like they're getting lined up. They're all lined up on the far side of the course.
Yeah, we know they're there. We may have just momentarily missed the start, but here we go, and they are full blast coming in.
Yeah, looks like they're racing.
Got some maneuvering in the back of the pack, trying to find the lanes they want to be riding in.
I think they're still getting lined up.
Okay.
There we see WHM, MCon, Monster Energy, Hancock Claims Consultants, and Wickd. As they all head towards turn 1. Without maintaining their lead, or their lane.
Here we go. Hard to tell from there exactly who is who.
Yeah, it's I think that's the start boat still way out in front. Here we see a transom camera from Team Dirty Money, and inside the cockpit of Bill Pyburn and Britt Lilly. Very cool.
Super, yeah, first shot of the day from inside a boat. Like pretty tight there in the back of the pack.
Team Dirty Money owned by Bo and Tiffany Renfro, and they own a dirt excavating company, hence the name Dirty Money. Looks like they're still trying to get lined up. Yeah.
So sorry about that, folks. Oh, that's a great shot right there. All the boats.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel bad for that start boat because he's literally herding cats.
And right in the middle of it.
Yeah. Looks like they still weren't able to get lined up properly. Rounding that turn. They may need to go all the way around again.
Yeah, that's got to be a wasting an entire lap of gas.
Yeah.
It has to be in the back of your mind now as you think about your strategies for the race, right?
Absolutely, because these guys, they've run these boats so many times, and they know these boats so well. They actually calculate the fuel burn down to the last couple gallons, and so this may hinder what happens in the final lap of the race, which is what happened to Dirty Money in, I believe, Marathon.
Yeah, there's got to be some uneasy feelings in the Dirty Money, but right now, some flashbacks to some previous races that did not shake out in their favor.
Right.
We see them; they're all, as you mentioned, Ray, herding cats right now, trying to get this race up and going.
But in previous races, thanks to the XINSURANCE Helicam, I mean, the Lindsays have been able to provide some amazing side-by-side racing, especially from MCON, Monster Energy, and Dirty Money, which has gone viral all across all the boating platforms. There we see
MCON, Dirty Money. Similar color schemes there between the two boats. So a little more difficult to see.
So we got on screen right there is WHM, Wickd, SV Racing, Austin Holmes up top, Farnsworth ahead of that, and MCON inching forward. They're out in front of the wall now, still unable to line up.
We're 2 laps in.
So they're going to hit them around again. Looks like the lineup looks
the
better.
best it's looked so far.
Correct, yeah.
I think 2 months off. We're getting back into the swing of things
that's
here.
That's the throttle man's itchy hand right there.
That's right. He said, I'm here to race, boys.
So you see the start boat still out in front, holding them back.
So we make ourselves around the turn here.
Looks like he's pulled off.
I think he
No,
was
he's
given,
still holding them, yeah.
He was given room for the boats to come around. So we've made it around that turn. Hopefully here, folks, we are going to be off to the races, literally, momentarily.
Yeah. Man, I can't even imagine the anticipation in those cockpits, right? Waiting for that flag to drop.
They're all motoring down a little bit there, so hopefully everyone's going to slowly roll into a line here.
See the start boat there, still holding off the cats. That's pretty close. They're just, jockeying for position.
I believe I saw the green flag go up.
And they're off. They're racing. Here we go. Supercat. We got Billy Moff so far out in front. Got MCON, Monster Energy.
Shooting out the pack. Shooting out the pack.
These guys, Tyler Miller and Myrick Coyle, they know that boat like the back of their hand. They're successful, obviously, in the Class 1 boat, but this boat here is their home.
Yeah, we had some wonderful interviews with him, learning more about their success there. We see Dirty Money coming up quickly behind them.
As
on
expected,
the outside.
Yeah. As they dive into turn 1 shortly, not having to maintain their lane.
It is definitely a battle out there now.
They are rolling and going off to the far side of the course, turning inward towards Fort Zachary again. Got the Monster Energy turn buoys out there.
No surprise at this point of who we have in first and second. Very early in a 10-lap race after 2 laps of having fun for the spectators.
Yeah, no question, right? Team Graydell and Austin Holmes going side by side. That's Billy Moore and Chris Grant in Graydell, and Vinny Diorio and Matt Jemnixy in the Austin Holmes boat. The Austin Holmes boat is in Outer Limits hull, the only one in the fleet.
Neck to neck there for a second. That was some pretty tight racing, close quarters there.
Here we go. Vinny's closing in. Vinny and Matt overtaking Billy and Chris. Wow, nice pass. And
Nice.
charging. That boat is running well.
Found some clean water and took advantage.
That's a great point. Absolutely. They absolutely did. And Graydell's skater hull. And Billy Moore is no stranger to big water. Supercat competition is living up to the hype. Out in front, looks like it's still MCon Monster Energy.
As we come into the XINSURANCE Helicam here. You know, from this angle, it's hard to tell if it's MCOM or Dirty Money.
That's Dirty Money. Yeah, that's Dirty Money. I assume that's in second place.
You know, we're seeing some
whitewater.
Yep, in front of them.
Just the
So
port side
they're
of the boat,
definitely
right.
not in first. Definitely getting very close to whoever they're trying to run down, which we can only assume is MCOM Monster.
Bill Pyburn, super competitive. He's always prided himself on building the baddest boats around. He's been a firm believer in the Goodwin competition engines for a long time, and they have not let him down on the race course.
They've made it around turn 4, headed back into the outer mall.
Yeah. We see Dirty Money again, running the boat beautifully.
Still a decent gap there between them and MCOM Monster. Be interesting to see what happens in this stretch closer to the outer mall. Getting some air there, still pretty choppy on the outside.
Yeah. The number 3 boat, Dirty Money, running across Fort Zachary, heading in towards the outer mole now.
Closing a fair amount of the gap in a short period of time on this interior stretch.
But again, there's MCon Monster Energy with Tyler and Myrick holding their lead. And looking good. That boat is running beautifully.
Looks like it's running on glass.
Yeah. Again, these guys know that boat so well, and they're so talented with it. It's great to see them running out there.
Keeping it tight as they come around the turn. Should be
That's
an
a great
interesting
shot.
straightaway right here between MCOM Monster Energy and Dirty Money.
Yeah, looks to be that was a great shot coming at us. Catching back up with Dirty Money. Bill Pyburn on the throttles, Britt Lilly on the wheel.
Looks like these guys are moving at a pretty good clip for the viewers. What estimation of speed?
I'd say, depending on the conditions out there, I mean, it looks pretty bumpy. They'll be doing 130 plus, right around there, maybe, depending on the water, but right around there, I believe. Good shot of the transom and the cockpit of Dirty Money. That's Britt Lilly on the right, Bill Pyburn on the left.
Dirty Money coming up close here, making closing the gap completely with MCOM
Oh, look at
Monster.
that! We got some action happening. It looks like
as we come around
this turn,
the turn.
should be interesting with MCon Monster Energy on the inside, Dirty Money taking the outside,
and
seemingly, taking the lead now.
Nice slingshot out of that turn.
Yeah.
You got to wonder what happened in the strategy of their game, what changed, because it seems like in a quarter of a lap, we're looking at a slightly different boat already.
Yeah, and again, these guys know these boats better than anybody, and it could have been a fuel consumption thing where they're now ready to run that thing wide open. Not that they were holding back.
Wow,
previously.
they have made a significant separation between them and Incom Monster.
Yeah.
That was unbelievable, actually, to see such a
there goes Dirty
radical
Money.
change. What was it, 756? So we're talking a significant gap at this point.
Dirty Money is just gone. Here we see Team Graydell, Chris Grant and Billy Moore coming by the outer mole.
We'll see if the Helicam can't catch back up with the front of this race and give us a better understanding.
There goes Vinny Diorio and Matt in Austin Holmes. Dirty Money coming at us from the on-boat camera. Taking a commanding lead.
Commanding lead.
Billy and Britt out in front.
Makes me wonder if Incom didn't have. Okay, looks like we do have some coming up on the outside here. The Helicam.
There goes WHM with Billy Moff and Jay Miller.
Great boat. Love the color scheme on that one.
Yeah, it's unmistakable, and he's been running the same boat for a number of years. I understand he's got a new boat in the build from Skater. Got Team CR Racing with Rob Understall and Casey Boaz. These guys have been running together for a long time, and they're the best friends, and they work very well together in the cockpit, and boat's looking pretty good.
The team dynamic at this stage, you got to just believe to even get here has got to be pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the thing. There's definitely a chemistry factor of being able to work with somebody in the cockpit, and because you're essentially putting your life in their hands, and vice versa. So, teammates are very important and need to be well chosen, and these guys have done it.
10.5 minutes into the race.
Yeah.
And take a quick reminder on to jump onto X Insurance Cares and make it be heard your support of the communities impacted by the hurricanes. Here we got Dirty Money screaming across the outer mall.
Yeah, those Goodwin engines are just doing their job. Billy Moff. Jay Mueller. When Billy gets done racing here in Key West, his next destination will be into Wyoming to the Hot Springs Resort for the Snowmobilers Powerboat Rally. So all the racers will head to Wyoming, and they get together for a snowmobile rally. It's a heck of a time. I went for the first time last year, or earlier this year, and it was great.
Yeah, that sounds awesome. I'll take an invite whenever you want to pass one out, Ray.
It's an open invite. Yeah.
All right. Anytime. You just let me know, and I'll be there. Dirty Money dialed in and just zooming.
I believe they definitely had a point to prove out here in Key West based on all the drama and all the back and forth stuff that's been going on, but they are proving that point right now.
Right. Yeah, I think that's a fair statement, Ray. Love to see a little more of the rest of the pack, see where everyone's at when we get a chance, and really interested to see where the IMCON Monster Energy boat is.
Yeah. I'm going to assume that they're still back in second place, but hard to say because the last time we saw the other boat coming through was Great Elf. So I too would love to see further back in the fleet.
Loving these boat shots off the boat shot. Cool to see the other boats moving around, some American flags, people enjoying the event down here in Key West and really immersing themselves into the experience.
Yeah. Again, look at the far side of the course, Dirty Money just trucking along. And there you see it passing the spectator boat coming into Fort Zachary. Head-on shot.
Love these head-ons.
Oh, nice jump.
He said, let's get out of that area quickly.
Yeah. Those airtime, hang time shots or jumps for the racers aren't the best for their racing speeds or times, but they're great for my photographers and
right.
And the money shots in the
That's
magazine.
Right. And probably not the best for their boat either.
Or their spines.
Yeah, their spinal compression, knees, boat. I hope all of them have masseuses on payroll.
Yeah, right.
Listen, if cyclists, come on.
Yeah.
World cyclists, they can have them. Something they need to.
Yeah.
There we go, Dirty Money again. I think just out living their best life right now.
Yeah. Nice hard turn. Look at that. That's a great shot. Roost tails up.
See if we can't see someone come around in the back of the frame there, but great camera work by the Boat GSS team here.
Yep.
Just tracking right on, keeping them in frame. Love that.
It's remarkable how far the Dirty Money has come, because last year when Bill Piper was running with substitute driver Rusty Williams, they flipped the boat and just blew it to smithereens. And so from that to where they are now, what an amazing comeback.
Yeah, that's amazing. Talk about the work. We had an opportunity to sit down with the crew chief for Dirty Money and learn and hear from them of what they've overcome. And I can tell you, they did show up with the intent to make a statement. And so far in this race, I think it's fair to say, statement made.
Yeah, for sure. Bobby Adams, the crew chief for Dirty Money, does a great job keeping that boat together and running. They all are fiercely dedicated to the team and the teamwork, so it's showing up here on the course today.
Not sure what boat we got there, but they're clipping along at a good pace.
I think we're still tracking Dirty Money.
Just
nice little floater.
Yeah, full send. Love that. Looks like there was potentially...
Was that MCON?
MCON Monster Energy on the infield. Looks like maybe they potentially had a mechanical or some type of issue. But if my eyes don't deceive me, I saw a black front with a red roof, and that can only mean one thing. So have to learn more about that post-race and see what happened there. I did also see on another lap a yellowish cat in the inner circle as well, which makes me believe potentially
WHM
may have run into an issue.
Yeah.
right now, Dirty Money may be the only thing on the course.
Yeah, based on the shots that we're getting. Yeah,
I'm not sure. But they're giving it their all.
Yeah, they're definitely moving. They're not letting up either, based on what their competitors have done or are doing.
Yep. I think that's the sign of a true professional
competitor for sure.
We're not going to back off just because. We're going to give it our best.
Yeah. This is definitely, there's no race rust on these guys.
No, I think they're pretty dialed. And the whole team has put in the work to make something special here. We got the XINSURANCE Helicam back up as they are themselves full throttle, I think, trying to keep up with Dirty Money.
Talk about fuel burn in the helicopter.
Yep, so we do have 3 boats down. IMCOM is down. Hearing from our team out on the water as we hear what other 2 boats were also down, we will let you guys know. But that's disappointing, I think, for everyone.
For sure.
I know these guys love to compete, and that means having your whole class and everyone running. Not to take away from the victors that come out of this race, but I know that, well, there we go.
Wickd is down as well.
Wickd is down. The yellow boat was down.
The Mueller boys are disappointed, I'm sure. There's MCON.
Down as well. So, Dirty Money is putting on a show right now. But what I can tell you is Sunday's going to be spicy.
Yeah, for sure.
Sunday is going to be 14 rounds.
Yeah, and you can bet that Team MCON, Monster Energy, will be back in the pits and tearing apart that boat, finding out what the problem was as soon as it gets back off the crane.
So that is still Dirty Money, I believe.
Yep.
And airing it out there. With a substantial lead at this point.
Yeah.
Love seeing all the American flags going by at 100 miles an hour.
Right.
Love the spirit of the fans and seeing these guys just out here having a good time. And that everything has been, other than this race, we have a lot of boats got to even finish a race so far today.
Yeah, exactly. So this is definitely one of the classes that attrition always plays a part based on the engine builder and what minor thing could have happened or maybe a major thing. But to last and to finish is supremely important in this class, especially.
So as you talk about, these are some of the variables that you mentioned earlier, that the Mercury stock engines and some of these other categories super reliable, super dependable. But limited in some of their performance capabilities in comparison. Well, the classes have some limitations on them.
Correct.
Here, not as many regulations, and you have more variables that open you up to potentially not finishing a race. Is that
that's
a fair interpretation?
I think that's fair to say. I mean, they still need to run 750 aside horsepower-wise, and but yeah, I mean, as far as how they're set up to 750 horse, that's that's up to interpretation and based on the team itself. Like I said, the MCON Monster Energy, as well as a number of other teams, run the Sterling Performance carbureted engines. Vinny Diorio in the SV Racing Austin Holmes boat previously ran Mercury Racing 860s competition engines, but because they're not 750, he had to carry weight, and it was kind of a fluctuating sliding scale, so it was never really dialed in for him. So he opted to put in some Sterlings as well. So he's running 750 carbureted engines. So yeah, it's a varying class.
Be interesting to see here as this race continues. You hate to see other competitors not be able to close down. Here we go at the back of the race with 4 boats battling for position.
Whoa, big flyer.
Big flyer. Guy thought he was in an airplane for a second. Oh, and another one. And another one.
A little bumpy at that turn, so he caught every one of them, it seemed like.
I think he found every one. Oh, no, the yellow boat is up right there.
That looks like SV Racing and WHM running side by side.
Great. You love to see that. You love to be wrong when you think someone's boat wasn't working. You know?
Exactly.
Dirty Money still just out in front, giving it their best. I don't know. Someone should maybe tell them you don't get bonuses for the amount of time you beat them by.
Yeah. You'd like to think that
Dirty Austin
Holmes just went down. Vinny and Matt experienced some mechanical issues, forcing them out of the race.
And now he's back up. He looks like he just spun out there for a second, back on the course and running at this point in time. We'll have to see if there was any damage to the boat.
They might have come in too hot with against one another. Billy Moff and Jay Mueller running out in front of Mole. Now Mallory Square. Back chasing Dirty Money and back to WHM.
WHM seems like they're starting to find their rhythm here in this race. Boat seems to be running well.
Yeah. A sweeping turn by Billy. Billy Moff is the driver on record, and Jay Mueller is throttleman. They've been partners in this boat for a long time, and they work very well together. Billy Moff, plumber up in New York. He likes to call himself the plumber.
I love that. I love that. And beautiful boat. Some kind of nostalgic lines in the paint job on this boat.
Yeah. The graphics on this boat hasn't changed much, if at all, in a number of years.
I love that.
Yeah.
We're just sticking to it, man. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah.
We're out here to go fast. We don't want you seeing it anyways, because that's how fast we're going.
Exactly. Billy Moff, he definitely enjoys having a good time. Like I said, he's one of the spearheaders of that snowmobile rally in Wyoming. Him and Doc Jansen, who is the medical professional that oversees the safety and rescue of the Race World Offshore and P1 Offshore, actually, medical team if there's an incident.
Got some boats coming around here, making the turn back into the outer mole. This should be...
That's Graydell running, so they're still up and competing. Billy and Chris. Back to WHM. Now they're just trying to complete their laps, finish the race without breaking.
WHM coming back into the inside of the track? I said that with a question mark?
Yeah. Yes, correct.
About as Dirty Money is making their way onto the outside of the track. So about half a lap distance between the two, it seems, right now. No, the Dirty Money is hoping their best right now, hoping for a safe.
There goes Robin
finish.
Casey and CR Racing. as they pass by the outer mole on the far end of the course.
Great shot of
the XINSURANCE Class 1 boat. Is that right?
Should be, yeah.
That's Graydell on the far side. Burning laps. WHM again.
Man, just really running well right now.
Yeah.
Looking to close that distance. Get some safety for them and for the 2 position.
So Billy and Jay in WHM, they ran second in Lake of the Ozarks, and when Dirty Money was initially disqualified, they took top podium spot, and then was relegated back to second place. But ultimately, they finished in third in the APBA points for the national
title. Believe that is a shot of Dirty Money there out of the XINSURANCE Helicam. Back at the VIP viewing experience, XINSURANCE viewing experience.
So Josh, do you know how somebody can get to be a part of that XINSURANCE VIP?
You know, I don't.
Okay.
To be honest.
We'll find out for you.
We will find out, and we will bring that information back to you. Dirty Money still running.
Mm-hmm.
Making their laps.
Yeah. You got to imagine that crew chief Gene Gerber has told him to, take it down a couple notches and just make sure that we finish the race. Right?
I don't know.
Yeah, you don't know. Well, he might have said it, and there they go, slowing down, and must be the conclusion of the race, because otherwise they wouldn't be coming off plane unless
there was something we were unfortunately unaware of.
But no, it definitely seems like they have taken the checkered flag in the Supercat competition for today. So there they go.
There
They're
they
going
go.
to collect the flag. Congratulations, Bill Pyburn and Britt Lilly of number 3 Supercat class in the 388 skater, and the rest of Team Dirty Money on a hard-fought and beleaguered victory.
You know they wished everyone else was still there.
Right, yeah.
You know?
Well, that's what Sunday's for.
That's right.
And it's still, anybody's game. Of course, the boats that went down, longer road for them, but it's still competition.
Someone needs to tell Britt I expect dancing.
Yeah, do the Irvin.
I expect some
there it
dancing.
is. There's
we've got some excitement.
There it is. Yeah. Saying throw it, just throw it, and he threw it.
Success. Transfer was successful.
Nice catch, Britt. Unravel it and wave it. Nice job. Team Dirty Money, your winner for the Supercat race competition for today.
Your unofficial.
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 Yeah.
They'll tell you that more than anyone, probably.
Yeah. but there's no Irvin happy dance, but you can see that that Britt is happy, and I imagine Bill is just as happy in that cockpit. So congratulations, Team Dirty Money, the Renfros, and everybody else sporting that orange number 3 this week.
Well, the race started out very competitive between the two that we fully expected to be duking it out. It seemed there for a while that Incom Racing may have had the advantage today.
Yeah.
In the beginning part of that race, and then racing is racing, and when you're in the game of offshore racing, things happen.
Absolutely, and they're fully aware of it too. So they do everything they can potentially to prevent anything from happening. But they're running these machines at wide open throttle at the most maximum you can run a boat. No pleasure boat would ever run the boats as these guys do, and
nor should they.
Nor should they.
Nor
Correct.
should they.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's what a great race. Trying to figure out what happened to the boats that went down and report it back to you. But Team Dirty Money taking the checkered flag for today's Supercat.
Man, I'll tell you, after one great first part of the race, great race in general. Hate to see that many boats fall out, but some wonderful head-to-head competition there in the beginning between Dirty Money and Incom Racing. I got to tell you, it's looking really lovely out there today.
It is.
It is. We got the short end of the stick, Ray. They shoved us. They shoved us in the studio. But man, that was a great race. Super excited to see 14 rounds of that come Sunday,
right.
And I know these other teams are going to be diligently solving problems and getting their boats ready for the next race on Sunday.
Yeah.
But that was a great round. I think you can see why I'm a fan of Supercat.
No, absolutely.
You never know what's going to happen, and man, they're scooting.
Yeah, for sure. And so it'll also be interesting and telling, I suppose, as to what boats appear on the powerboat parade tonight on Duval Street in downtown Key West, because that'll basically tell how much work is involved in repairing what was damaged.
Yeah, great point. Be very telling of where their boat is at, if it made it to the parade or not, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, great segue to we will be live streaming some of that parade.
Nice.
And so, folks, you can check that out on XINSURANCE.com/racing and find the live streaming schedule there.
And I also will be, along with my team, will be reporting from the downtown powerboat parade, and streaming and posting to our social media outlets, Speedboat Magazine.
So I know our team is getting in position on the outer mole to jump in with the winners from today. Excited to hear their stoke as they come into the outer mole. Lots of love between the XINSURANCE team and Dirty Money. Great to see the camaraderie there and the excitement for their friends who had an exceptional race today.
No, absolutely. Right there you see Britt Lilly on the deck of the boat coming in and ready to tie up to the opposite side of the outer mole. I guess that'd be the inner mole. And, go get their trophy and their interview with Jordan.
We got a couple more races for today. We've got Class 1.
Class 1 coming up next, yeah. And then finally, the largest fleet of the offshore racing race day is the Superstocks. So
yeah, and how many, we're looking 12, 13?
Yeah, last I heard it was 13 or 14, I think 13 currently, and that should be definitely one of the more exciting, not that any of these haven't been, but with 13 boats diving for the turn one at equal power, equal weight to ratio, it's going to be fun to watch.
We're going to need some caffeine for that one to keep track of all the boats in that race.
Yeah, agreed.
I don't want to get too far from the cart.
There you see Randy Kent, foreground of the XINSURANCE Class 1 boat, as they're preparing to go out for the next race. But they have to wait for Britt.
They do.
Right. And interesting thing, the Class 1 boats, they're all required to wear full fire suits, so Brett's going to have to do a costume change real quick and jump in the boat.
Class 1. Let's give us some backstory on that.
Class 1, originated overseas by the UIM, and it's the big boys. It's the 50 foot and under, I believe, 40 to 50 foot closed canopy catamarans. They're the big boys, and they run Mercury Racing Competition 1100 engines, and they are teched by Mercury Racing. This is one of the classes that is supported and directly affiliated with Mercury Racing, so they'll be hands-on with every one of the computers here before and after the race. And we've got Team X Insurance number 11 with Randy Kent and Britt Lilly, DF Young, Good Boy Vodka with driver Alex Pratt and Rich Wyatt. Then we have DeFalco with double duty Billy Moore and Mike Falco, sorry, and Morpheus 8, again with Johnny Tomlinson, running with team owner Carlos De Quesada, and we got 222, also known as X Mobile and Walmart for this race, with Darren Nicholson of Australia and Giovanni Carpatella of Italy. And then we have race winning brands with Ed Wendt and Bill McComb. Oh, I'm sorry, that's the Super V that's going to be running along with the Class 1 boats. And also your national champion, Hancock Claims Consultant with Team Farnsworth, with Elijah Kingery on the wheel, and Anthony Smith doing the sticks there, and Cortez Cove Fountain Racing with Kirk Brito and Rob Lockyer.
Man, there's a lot of heavy hitters in that class.
Yeah, it's going to be fun out there. The Class 1 fleet has been growing, and like I said before, GC Racing will be competing in that class next year with their brand new 482 MTI boat. So the class is just growing, the competition is getting stiffer, and they've recently switched from UIM to more United States-based Pro Class 1. So I think the name change is going to be Pro Class 1 going forward, and it'll be just, supreme competition here in the States.
Love it.
And these are the big boys that people like to see it. So these guys are definitely going to be moving when they come across the outer mole.
Yep, we got a crew rolling around here. As you mentioned, we've got some transition that's going to have to happen with current racers on the water who need to make some wardrobe changes and get into the next boat and get ready. So I think we're about 15 minutes out from the next race. We've got our team on the ground there, jumping around trying to find some interesting people who to interview. So hopefully they bring us some characters back and we can jump into that. But Class 1, what I hear it said all the time, you can't buy your way into success in Class 1.
Right, yeah. I mean...
that the regulation, meaning that the regulation of the class, the unification of tools that are at their disposal.
Right.
Man, this is really a class that is highlighted by the skill of the driver and the throttleman and the crew to keep that boat functioning.
Yeah, no question. And it really is the crown jewel, so to speak, of offshore racing. Granted, the Supercats that we just saw provides amazing competition, as does Superstocks, but these guys are highlighted as the big boys to watch.
I'm still a fan of Supercat. Just gonna call it now.
Oh, we got Jordan.
We got Jordan here, getting ready, and Jordan, take it away.
Pumped up, to get the first win here in Key West. I'm so excited. Everything went just to the plan. Get out there, settle in place, followed MCon around for a couple laps, and realized where we're going to take them, and hunting them down, going out to turn one, took them right in the corner, and just moved up there, worked on our position, and got out front and stayed there. Man, the team, crew, Bill, everybody, Bo, Tiffany, it's a big win. I'm pumped.
I love it. Amanda, you're with Leslie. What's it like watching them out there? Are you nervous? You love it? How do you feel?
I love it. It's super intense. The rush when you see the boats flying by. Everybody gets involved around you. It's such a great sport to be a part of, and I'm just super proud of it.
I love it. And you guys just raced for Dirty Money, and now you're running for X Insurance on this next race, right?
Yep, jumping out of the driver's seat, getting in the throttle man seat, and gonna go do my thing.
Gotta have some love for the sport.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thanks guys. Back to you in the studio.
Woo-hoo!
Great day in the Dirty Money boat.
Yeah, great interview with Britt Lilly and his wife Amanda. They are such a family unit. They always travel together with young daughter Stella, and saw them yesterday at lunch, and they're having a great time.
Looks like we got Jordan here again with Class 1 driver X Insurance. Jordan, take it away.
All right, I have Randy here. You're about to head out in the X Insurance boat. How are you feeling? You ready?
Ready as I'm ever going to get. You know, it's Britt just finishing first in Dirty Money. You know, they're our team as well. So I'm like, we got to do the same thing, or man, I'm going to feel bad. We got to bring home a number one.
All right. Do you have any concerns going out there? Anything that you're wanting to look for specifically? Worried about the waves, maybe?
Well, no. I mean, you know what? I really just want to finish. Last year, you know, our first lap, we flipped the boat, destroyed it. It took a lot of team effort with Gene and everybody to get this boat back together where it is today, and I just don't want to let anybody down.
Yeah, I see that. Out here, you guys, there's a whole family effort. There's so many people that go behind these races, and I mean, that's kind of what you're saying, and if everybody could see behind this, they would see that whole family effort, right?
It's everybody is here with their family. It's a huge group event. We couldn't do it without Rick Lindsay and Parker Lindsay with X Insurance. Those guys give us everything we need. It's just a team effort, and I couldn't be more proud to be a part of it.
I love it. Well, we're super excited to see you get that win, and good luck out there.
Number one, baby.
Heck yeah. Okay, back to you guys in the studio.
In studio, man, those guys getting ready, hopping in, get ready for Class 1 here, just in a couple of minutes. Want to remind everyone again, X Insurance cares. Trying to raise $100,000, match it with another $100,000 to support the communities and individuals who are impacted by the hurricane. If you can, scan the QR code. Throw your name in there, throw some money in there, and help us make a lasting impact on the communities that open up their doors in their backyards and their playgrounds for us to come into and have a good time.
Right, and you know, it's such an outstanding effort and an exhibition of the care and fellowship that the Lindsays are offering. So, and I feel remiss. I missed a couple of racers that contributed to the efforts in Tennessee and North Carolina, that being Mark Robinson and Damon Murata. Also, offshore racers. I saw Damon here yesterday, and they helped you know, Nate Hunt and the rest of the team out there and the hurricane relief stuff. So, kudos to you guys. Got a view of the mole happening out there and the water as we prepare for the Class 1 and Super V competition coming up shortly. Team Farnsworth, Wynn Farnsworth and Sarah Horner, they have campaigned several boats, and they've quickly become, you know, the team to watch. They secured the national championship for 2024 already, and they're looking to get their world championship. I've known them for a long time, and just the level of success that they've achieved so quickly, especially after jumping into the offshore racing world with a bracket class 500 boat just only a few years ago. So hats off to them. They'll be running Elijah Kingery on the wheel of the Super V, Fountain, Taboo, and Anthony Smith on the throttles.
So again, we got just an all-star lineup here all, for the most part, very seasoned veterans. This is not a seat you just get to show back up into. Darren and Giovanni, excited to see them racing in the States for the first time this year,
right?
With the 222 boat. And, as you mentioned, reigning world champs came here last year and had a heck of a showing. Unfortunately, weren't able to make it back to the U.S. for the season this year, but are back here today on a boat that's been sitting idle for a year.
It's funny you say that. I saw Darren at the Cranes yesterday as they were preparing to test or just come back from testing, and he tells me, I go, how'd it go out there? And he goes, oh, it was good, a little bumpy. He goes, I go, what do you think about racing tomorrow? He goes, it's weird. He goes, it's like getting back together with an old ex.
Well, man, I'm excited to see that boat run. Had a little time this week with Darren and that crew, and man, great people. Love their energy, and excited to see international representation in the sport here in Key West. Over to the podium here.
Get out on a
looks like we got WHM in third place. And
the winner today in the
Gray
first 2 days of
in
racing
second.
in the Key West World Championships.
And of course,
Dirty Money Racing
taking the top podium spot at first place in the Supercat class, unofficially. There's Bill Pyburn, Brett Lilly, little Stella Rose. She will collect the trophy, I'm sure. There it goes. Congratulations,
Great
Dirty Money.
Supercat podium.
Great to see the family there. That's what it's all about, the community. And great to see the excitement from the other teams for Britt and Dirty Money. He better get to moving.
Yeah, well, that's Billy Moore wasn't on the podium because I'm sure he's getting into his DeFalco mode. And,
right.
So Britt needs to do the same for X-Insurance,
Oh, ran well, perfect for this type of water.
I mean, we had it pretty much dead on where we wanted to be. I think because we've been pitch different on crop. We started on the outside, so we had to work our way in. And it took us, lap or two to get the second, and then we were just waiting for the con to make a mistake, leave it open and
We got some root chief?
No, we have one that looked like they had an issue, and we just went ahead and moved on out.
My headphones down.
Your team.
Back here in the studio, and a lot of excitement there with the Dirty Money team, and we've got Class 1 X-Insurance boat there in the background. And we're going to the crew chief with Jordan to discuss X-Insurance Class 1 boat, and also probably a little bit about Dirty Money.
I look at you or look at him?
Huh? Either. Doesn't matter. All right, guys, I have Jean here, who is the crew chief for this X-Insurance Class 1 boat that flipped last year in Key West, but we're ready to roll this year. How are you feeling? What are you thinking?
It's going to be interesting to see how it runs this year. Took a long time to get it back together, 6-8 months to get the glass carbon work back together, and a month or so to get it rigged, and we've been tuning on it for about 3 months now. So excited, anxious, kind of tired of sitting on our hands waiting to see what it'll do. It's been hard to sit back and watch. Everybody's kind of been on hold, and we've been wanting to race, so we're ready to see what it'll do.
All right. Well, appreciate your time. We'll let you get back to it. We know we got to get those guys out there, so thanks. Okay,
Thank you.
Back to you guys in the studio. Great.
Thank you, Jordan, and thanks X-Insurance for taking the time. Got a few more minutes here before race 5, the Class 1, the piece de resistance, as they say, of offshore boat racing.
Yeah, I was beginning to say, what turn of events it was for Team X-Insurance. Last year in the Class 1 competition, they took a pretty gnarly flip, and you guys have been graciously been showing that again.
Montlick
And
injury attorneys.
what a comeback, because the boat was pretty damaged and the racers were banged up. And making lemonade out of lemons, put the boat on display on the Friday night Powerboat Parade, and had all the fans sign it. What a great display that was.
In Key West.
Yeah, super great way to invite everyone into the event. We got a podium here as well.
Happy 450 stock.
We should see Gladiator stepping up here. Podium.
All right, guys, right here. Team Doug
There's
Wright.
no dance yet, which I'm very disappointed by.
There's your podium, factory.
But good for them. That was a hard-fought race, and good to see the smiles on everyone's face there. And congratulations.
Absolutely. So that's Gladiator taking the top position, Team Montlick second place, and GC Racing taking third.
And you were right. You said they were in second, and doubted you, which was, I'll own it. I'll own it. All right, you were right. I was wrong. I was really hoping he was about to just like cannonball, you know?
Yeah, me too. Nice matching lifeline.
Yeah.
Expect nothing less from the XINSURANCE team.
They're pretty dialed.
I'll say, yeah.
Pretty dialed.
They're unmistakable.
Other than they called on us.
Right, yeah, exactly.
We appreciate it, though.
So if we're not here Sunday, it's been nice talking to you.
Yeah. No, it's been a great time so far. Excited for these next two races.
Yeah.
Again, love to see the relationship between Dirty Money and X there. Super fun. I know Ray is trying to do some digging, see if we can't find any inside info on what mechanical or issues popped up for some of the other boats that weren't able to finish the Supercat race. If we get some info we're allowed to tell,
right,
we'll share it with you guys. So you better stay tuned as we continue to prepare ourselves for Race 5, Class 1, the RWO Key West World Championships, presented by Performance Boat Center.
There we see Randy Kent in the cockpit of the XINSURANCE Class 1 boat, waiting for his teammate Britt
to stop chatting it up with people and get in the boat.
Right.
These in-cockpit views are great. Folks, you can see there's not a lot of room, and it's all about safety, and that's about it.
Right. Well, on that note, it looks like they're not mandating the fire suits in Class 1 for this race, so that's more comfortable for the racers, I guarantee you.
Does that mean that it's real hot outside? Am I starting to feel better
Right,
about
yeah, exactly.
Our studio life right now?
Not only just hot, but humid too. So that's a killer for me.
Yeah, it's warm down here in the Keys.
Yeah.
Turns out. Turns out it is warm. But excited to be here. We'll have to remind ourselves what it's like outside.
Yeah, surely.
Here in a couple of more hours.
Been a great day of racing so far, and thankfully, despite the sporty conditions and which seem to be laying down, it's been a safe day so far. So let's keep it that way and watch these Class 1 and Super B guys go out there and lay it on the line.
Good guys getting their helmets on there, getting fully strapped in.
Yeah. There you saw a shot of Britt Lilly on the deck, with pre-race jitters. As long as he's been doing this, I'm sure he still gets them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there we go, getting our helmets on, and getting strapped in. Here comes Britt Lilly.
So this is a unique view, one that most people don't get to see. It's the racers coming in and harnessing into the cockpit. First, you get the leg straps. Usually a 5-point harness. He's got to call his wife. Tell him, Amanda, I love you. Give Stella a kiss for me.
Yeah, I don't think they're in there playing Candy Crush,
Right. Yeah. So
he's like, well, I'm a throttle guy. I can.
Right. There's that view again. In this competition, Britt Lilly is throttleman. Randy can't driver. So Britt will be throttling with his right hand. And all of the other controls, tunnel tab, which is essentially trim tabs for a catamaran. So it blocks off the air in the rear of the boat to give it more lift. That'll be on his left hand, I believe. MTI did a great job repairing this boat from the damage that it sustained last year here in Key West. So it's here, and it raced quite a few battles earlier this season.
Yep. And then also got repaired here.
Right. During testing, I understand it stuffed the sponson, doing some damage to the front sponson where they repaired it right away.
It did, yeah.
And that's a testament to the crew of the XINSURANCE Class 1 boat and all of the crews. I mean, they're here, to do that, to repair whatever is damaged and get the teams racing again at all costs. Very seldom is there a circumstance where they can't get back on the course because these guys are super talented and can fix most everything on the fly, except for catastrophic flips like last year that XINSURANCE sustained. There you see the support boats. Hi, Brett. Hi, Randy.
Randy giving a wave. We got comms on, and I think that's Bobby in the background there, sticking his head through the window. Yep, I got you. Yeah, so we've got Jordan coming up here to discuss the XINSURANCE Cares Hurricane Relief Fundraiser. Jordan, take it away.
All right, so we want to talk really quick about the XINSURANCE Hurricane Relief. And you've been down there working with Todd. Tell us more about it, about what you've been doing.
Yeah, we've had a great team that's been down to help with efforts and just a good community to get out together. We've been doing a lot of work. We've been delivering a bunch of water, a lot of fuel. We've had the military truck down there, the helicopter, and just been working as a team and once getting everything together for everybody. It's been it's an eye-opening moment, but we've been out doing what we can to help out.
Yeah, it's been pretty cool because you live out here in Florida, and I know that you kind of led a lot of this and wanted to go out there and help and bring the team. And tell us more about kind of what initiated that for you.
Really just once we got together, we first was coming up making a plan, and then we've got the equipment, we've got the right tools and the knowledge behind us. So if you can, you just got to get out and help people. And it's a situation where you get the military truck, a couple good guys, a good crew, and you're pretty much set.
And there's a foundation set up, right? Where can people go donate if they want to? Because I know that XINSURANCE has offered to match, I think, up to $100,000, right?
Yes. So you can go on XINSURANCE's website. It's a thing with Cowboy Cerrone and Dale Brisby. They're getting it together, and we're matching up to $100,000 in donations for hurricane relief.
And all of that, you guys are down in the helicopters, trucks, all of it goes straight to helping people and their families.
Yes, all of it goes straight to helping, all charity.
Cool. And is this your first time at the boat races, or have you been here before?
No, been in boat racing for a long time. Oh yeah, my brother actually, he's been a boat racer for the past 20 years and been doing this our whole life.
I love it. Well, thanks for your time. We're going to get ready for this next race, and hopefully we have some cool wins.
Of course, thank you. Yeah, go X.
Woo!
We're
Hey
back
guys,
here
back to the
in
studio.
studio. X Insurance, thank you for the work that you're doing and everything that you are trying to do to help those communities that have been impacted by the hurricane. Countdown is on. I think everyone's probably waiting for this Class 1 boat to motor its way. Looks like some others are starting to make their way to the start line. See, we've got 7 boats in this class today, or
so we've got 5 Class 1 boats and then 3 Super V Extremes that are going to be all out on the course at the same time.
Nice. Just a reminder there. Yeah, just a reminder of our Class 1 teams and drivers. As well as the Super V.
Yeah. The obviously pretty easy to differentiate between the Super Vs and the Cats, and so the Class 1 boats, they'll be out in front, and the Vs are shortly behind because these things, the V Extremes, they motor pretty good, and you can expect some good competition. Cortez Cove and Hancock Claims consultants have been duking it out for the better part of the entire season, and looking forward to seeing race-winning brands out there in the mix as well.
We mentioned 222 and them being back here for the first time.
Yeah, they've got new sponsors. That was the challenge for them in getting here. They didn't have a sponsor that could help support them come over to the States and compete. But now they've secured Mobile X as well as Walmart, which is a big name,
Yeah, that's super cool. Yeah. I love seeing that. And love to see the international representation in the sport.
Yeah, for sure. And, especially it doesn't get any more international than those guys, with Darren Nicholson being from Australia and Giovanni being from Italy. Those guys come over to compete, and I'm curious to see if they can continue the dominance that they showed last year in this Class 1 fleet, especially with, Myrick and Tyler in the Monster Energy MCON boat, being more familiar with that boat in their with their championship win this season, as well as, Morpheus 8 with Johnny Tomlinson, who's always in the mix, regardless of what he's racing, and Carlos de Quezada. And even DeFalco, they were charging pretty hard towards the end of the season, with strong finishes, first places and such, with Mike Falco and Billy Moore. So it'll be interesting.
Will be for sure. Man, we are quickly approaching the time and waiting for some boats to just get out there, finishing touches with the X Insurance Class 1 as they get those guys prepared to go battle one last time.
New teammates for this year is Rich Wyatt and Alex Pratt. Alex Pratt is the CEO of Good Boy Vodka and the title sponsor of the DF Young Class 1 boat, which is a big 50-foot Mystic and a beautiful boat always. And Rich Wyatt has been doing this a long time. Alex Pratt ran with X Insurance for a short time last year and has found a new home in alongside Rich Wyatt. So there's another side story to that team going up against each other.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, it feels like very much Formula One. There's just only so many people in the world who know how to do these things.
Right? Yeah.
And so as team dynamics change and people look for new opportunities, seems like that's pretty incestuous in nature because, again, there's only so many people who have the skills to keep themselves safe and to keep their teammates safe as they compete in this sport.
Yeah, and going back to the generational stuff, racing, Billy Moore, his dad, Bobby Moore, was also a legendary offshore racer, and so him having such success, and Billy's no stranger. He's been doing this a long time as well. For him to find the success that he's had for all these years, following his father's footsteps. A live shot of the outer mole, taking a look at the XINSURANCE VIP tent area.
Yeah, some people roaming around there, having a good time. I know that our ground crew is out there on the mole as well, teeing up a couple of interviews, and we will bring you to Jordan here shortly, who will be out there speaking with, hopefully, some racers.
All right, guys, I have Diego here. You came out with the XINSURANCE team today. Can you tell us a little bit about what you do? And
Well, we are from Miami, Florida, Miami-Dade. We have two of the biggest MMA and oldest MMA gyms in Miami, Chaos Zone. We have one in Brickell and one in Midtown, and another one in South Beach. So we came to enjoy the day here in Key West, a beautiful day, great people, the boats, the music, the sun, and it's awesome.
I love it. And is this your first time at the boat races?
I saw that before in Argentina. I'm from Argentina. I saw it before, but I love it. It's like the NASCAR on the water.
Right? It's kind of crazy. It's kind of like the world's best kept secret over here, huh?
Of course. It's super fun, and the noise, the smell of the gasoline is beautiful.
And so, real quick though, I want to ask you, where can people find your gyms too? I forgot to ask that before. So can you tell us where they can find, where to work out or more of your content?
Well, we are in Miami. You can check our webpage, chaosonusa.com. We have boxing, Muay Thai, MMA, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. We have pro UFC fighters, and we are well known about the striking that we have and we offer. And it's for everybody, for the kids, for the family, and trust me, it's a great place.
Awesome. Well, we appreciate you. So thanks for being here. Okay, back to you guys in the studio.
Back here in the studio. Thank you, Jordan. Thank you, Diego. So while we were on that quick little break there, you got some information, Ray, about the previous race.
Yeah, so heard from my bro, Myra Coyle, of the MCon Monster Energy Supercat, and as they're preparing to go out now for the Class 1 competition, he reports that they broke their starboard side engine. So they're already cracking into it and seeing what's going on, what the failure was. And so I imagine they'll be back to race on Sunday for sure. Well, depending on what they find, but that's the plan. And then also, Vinny Diorio of SV Racing Austin Holmes reported that, and I quote, I asked him what happened, and he says, helicoptered it. So, meaning he spun out, and that's we didn't catch that on camera, but I think you caught the tail end of that and kind of had a suspicion that happened.
Yeah, it did look, we did have it up. We caught the tail end of it, as you mentioned, on the stream there. But yeah, good thing that everyone's safe. Good that they've already got it identified.
Right.
And I know that everyone in the sport wants to see Income Monster up and racing for Sunday. No questions asked. We want to see the battle of the heavyweights. So
yeah.
Good to know. Crummy, it was an engine.
Yeah. But, like I said, as talented as these guys are, and the crew chief, Jake Lecklider, and, Myrick is the foreman for Performance Boat Center, who's the, title sponsor of the Race World Offshore Key West event. And so their entire team is very well versed in tearing down engines and rebuilding them. So I have no doubt that if it can be fixed in the remotest sense of the word, it'll be done.
Yeah. See a boat there on the crane getting put back on the trailer in the background there.
That could be the Ray Marine boat, as bright as that color is.
Or the
Montlick
boat, potentially.
It's the bright green boat on canopy. Yeah, that's the Ray Marine boat, also known as Big East Construction, who ran by Cole Leibel and veteran offshore racer Gary Ballou. They are part of the Superstock and
getting put in and getting ready.
Yep, that's the competition right after Class 1 and our final race of the day.
Yeah, just love to see everyone staged up there and getting ready. 2 more very exciting races coming up. Another 10 laps for race 5 with the Class 1 and the Super V, as well as they'll do 14 laps on Sunday. So consistent with some of these upper classes.
No, absolutely. And right there, just a little while ago, you saw Team Farnsworth, the yellow and blue boat, Hancock Claims Consultants idling out, getting ready for the battle. They finished first in the APBA point standings and secured the national championship, followed by Cortez Cove, also a Fountain V-bottom, and rounding up the podium spot, or top 3, is race-winning Brands. And those are the 3 boats that will be competing today and on the Super V Extreme class, alongside the Class 1s. On
the Super V boats, describe what those boats look like. How are they different from Supercat or Class 1?
Yeah, so these are V-bottoms, obviously, and they're closed canopy boats with a size limit of 42 feet long, and also, same setup. They're going to be running a driver and throttleman. Win Farnsworth and Sarah, his longtime girlfriend, have really dedicated themselves to performing well out here, and they do a phenomenal job putting the race boats out on the water. Whether it's this one, the Supercat boat that just competed, as well as the smaller. They have a Class 700 boat as well as a Class 500 boat. So they live and breathe offshore racing, and I expect them to do very well today. With Elijah Kingery on the wheel and Anthony Smith throttling. Here we see a onboard cockpit shot again of XINSURANCE. That's Randy Kent on the left, Britt Lilly on the right.
The calm before the madness.
Exactly. You can be sure there's some butterflies in those stomachs right now.
So we can see here from the cockpit that very small windows, just right there at eye height. What is the vantage point as we talk about looking at out of the cockpit? How well can you actually see?
Well, that depends on your position on the course, right? If you're out in front, then it's crystal clear. It's Panavision, as my partner Bob Teague likes to call it. You can see all the way around you. But depending on how much spray is around you, but the visibility is surprisingly good despite the size of those windows, especially once you get used to them and you made yourself at home at your particular cockpit. But it's pretty close quarters, and some of these race boats have rear-facing cameras, so you can see who's coming up on you and what's happening around you. Everybody's heading out to the milling area, getting ready for the start boat to lead them out onto the course, and ultimately waiting for that green flag to drop. There, the white boat, that is Cortez Cove, wheeled by Kirk Brito and throttled by Rob Lockyer. They were second in the APBA point standings in the Super V Extreme class. There we see Randy Kent again and Britt Lilly. See the happy feet of Britt waiting to start. You can almost sense the nerves. I mean, the guys aren't looking at each other, looking out the window, anxious for the flag to drop and once they can go racing. It's a cool shot because you can sense their anticipation, right? Randy's there. There's some comms on their headsets and their intercoms from the crew chief, Gene, and expecting them, telling them what to expect. And there'll be constant communication into the ears of these guys, letting them know what's happening on the course, who's coming up on you, where you're at, what else to expect. But again, these guys are very experienced at what they do, and this is their first year together, so I believe they're still getting the feel for one another. And right there, they'll be racing and basically trying to do as best they can in this Class 1 competition. And like all the other races, it's anyone's game, be it today and then especially come Sunday. Right there you see the Mobile X boat / Walmart, also known as 222 Offshore, followed by the Monster Energy MCON Class 1 boat with Tyler Miller and Myrick Coyle. Myrick has been racing a long time, starting way back in the day with Johnny Tomlinson, who he refers to as his GOAT. Looks like we're about to start. Being let out. And this will be good. So we've got the XINSURANCE Class 1 boat in frame right there. Heading out and starting the mill. Into the shot comes the DF Young Good Boy Vodka boat with Rich Wyatt and Alex Pratt in the number 17 boat, the big, beautiful Mystic, alongside one another. Got the XINSURANCE helicopter overhead. And hard to tell if they're racing yet. I don't think so, because these boats are fast. Again, running twin Mercury Racing 1100 competition engines. Oh, this is their parade lap, so they'll be running around the course. So got on board Randy and Britt. Got Britt with the visor. Help with his visibility and his optics as they head out towards turn 1. Some of the most entertaining parts of offshore racing is the chatter between the two racers, and it's fun to see the dynamic between how teams interact with one another. Some are very animated and very hyped up, whereas others are very calm and calculated. So be fun to hear them, but this is what we're about to go from, and the number 11 XINSURANCE boat.
I'm excited to see this really ramp up as they get into it. Bring us into the impact there.
Yeah. So they're about halfway through their parade lap on the far side of the course, and they'll be coming around to the outer mole for the benefit of the fans. to take good photography from their phones before they come whipping by where it's almost too fast to capture.
Yeah, you better have one of those nice cameras.
Right, yeah. Britt Lilly securing the hatch, making sure it's closed and latched.
That seems like a good safety protocol.
Right.
You know?
Especially with the Dirty Money boat, when the escape hatch, the lower escape hatch, flew open in the final laps of, I forget which competition they were in at, but yeah, it was in the last lap or the final couple laps of the competition where they're battling with MCON, and their escape hatch, lower escape hatch flew open. They had to slow down to resecure it.
Wow.
Yeah.
So look, it's love to talk a little more about what Britt Lilly has going on there. His right hand looks like there's 2 throttles there.
Yeah, and so each one of those sticks operates the engine. There they go, little camaraderie, knuckles to one another. But yeah, each one of those sticks controls the engine. So the one closest to his knee operates the port side engine, and the outer one by his pinky operates the starboard engine. And then his right hand is on almost like a grab handle, but just forward of his fingers will be his tunnel tabs and trim, where his trim might be on the thumb there. But yeah, so he'll be controlling all of that as they go around the course. Britt is no stranger to being a throttleman. He throttled obviously all of his LSB boats, the Mod Vs, and to great success. So, but again, this is their first year, Randy and Britt together, and they're gelling. They're starting to gel, and this is going to be interesting to watch. What you'll see, I believe, is Britt's right hand will be pushing those sticks all the way forward and probably remaining there, and the rest of his controls will be operated by his left hand with the tunnel tab and whatever else, and his thumb as far as the trim.
Great shot here from the XINSURANCE Helicam as we make the rest of the parade lap, hoping to come around for a unified start.
Right.
Looking to avoid a Supercat repeat, though I'm sure the fans enjoyed the extra time with getting to see the boats.
Right. Got DeFalco in the shot right there.
Talk about some roosters.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a reminder, folks, XINSURANCE cares. Help us show our love and support for those who have been impacted by the hurricane. XINSURANCE.com/racing. You can find all the information and a link to donate. Hope here as they prepare to make the turn that we will have a start to this race in just a couple of moments. Back here in the cockpit in the XINSURANCE Class 1 boat.
So on the transom of that boat, it says get on board, and I guess Rick and Parker were not kidding. They brought us on board with them.
That's right. On board. Here we go.
Right.
Get on board. It's time to race, America.
Class 1 and Super V Extreme.
Well, and Britt says we are in it to win it now, boys.
There it is. Yeah,
his full sticks, throttle down there.
His sticks are all the way forward, running all 2,200 horsepower on that boat, and we're going racing.
Love to see as these boats rip around here, and I know they're all making a way for full go, full gas. It's like a pack of 4 boats there off the front.
The XINSURANCE boat already falling a little bit behind the rest of the fleet. Hard to make out who's out in front, though. You can see Britt in the cockpit just making small adjustments with the throttles. Well, when he pulls back a little bit further, it means he's catching some air and wants to pull back. Get some splash inside the cockpit.
So just like in, this is a question, as you know, in motocross, or they'll rev the engine or let off to help them, execute a trick. They're going off a ramp or whatever. Same deal with with snowmobiles. In this space, similar. You're catching air. Can they use the throttle to help level the boat back out?
Yeah, it's somewhat similar, but almost opposite. When you're airborne, when you have the throttles all the way forward, we got 222 offshore, still Mobile X out in front, looks like, continuing where they left off last year. But yeah, when they let off a little bit, when you have the sticks all the way forward, your props are still revving at maximum capacity, right? So it's rough and hard on the outdrives when you re-enter the water at that velocity. So you pull back a little bit, so it's less torque and damage on your outdrives.
See a good shot of the number 11 XINSURANCE boat. We're now in the cockpit with Randy and Britt. Couple laps into the race at this point. Seems like there's still a decent pack.
Yeah.
At the front of the race.
Across the way, it looks like it's still Mobile X, Walmart leading the pack. But 2 boats competing for one another just behind them. Can't make out who they are just yet.
Close battle there with X and another boat. Unfortunately, can't tell exactly who that is, but back there looks like they're battling a little bit.
Rounding the turn, far side of the course. You can see Britt all the way in it. Sticks all the way forward. Pretty cool perspective watching these guys race in the conditions they're in right now, as calm as they seem, in the cockpit.
Yeah, given they're on the outside of the course, they're in the rougher section of the course right now.
Yeah. And then you can see just how hard some of these impacts are when they catch air and then land. It's just spine shattering.
It hurts to watch.
Worse to feel.
I'm sure. Yeah, there's no doubt on that. Front of the pack here coming across the fan base at the outer mole. Here comes the XINSURANCE boat. Same with the XINSURANCE helicopter there in the shot as well. This, as you mentioned, this is a place that disaster struck for them last year. As a racer, do you carry that with you as you walk back into or jump back in the boat on the same waters where you had a hard wreck the year before?
I can't speak for everybody, but I mean, I know just speaking with most of these guys, they try and shake it off as quick as they can and try and have the shortest memory as they can, like getting back on the horse. And you can't let it linger. There you see Morpheus 8 with Johnny Tomlinson and Carlos de Quezada, just forward of the X-Insurance boat.
We go here, looks like towards the front of the race.
As we close in on Morpheus 8. Beautiful victory hull. And Johnny, no stranger to offshore racing and winning world championships and national championships. Carlos de Quezada, champion racer in his own right. I believe auto racing is his background and entered the world of offshore racing just a couple years ago. Coming in as the second boat to the Husky racing fleet.
Getting some air there. That's a big boat to be getting airborne.
Yeah. I mean, I believe it's 12,600 pounds of a boat getting launched into the air, propelled by 2,200 horsepower.
That's significant.
It is.
That's significant.
And these are QC4V engines from Mercury Racing, and they're turbocharged engines, and so they need to keep up their speed, as sometimes they'll encounter turbo lag, and that can be, a matter of a couple seconds that they lose if they fall into the turbo lag.
Yeah, can you explain a little more about what turbo lag is? How does it happen? That's definitely some new terminology for a guy like me.
Sure. So turbo lag is when so the engine once they get into the boost or where the turbos kick in, and then what racers call it being spooled up. Sometimes when you hit the engines, hit the throttle to try and get them to that point, there is a significant lag before it spools up and then it takes hold and then propels the boat. I rescind that. I don't mean significant, but there's a couple seconds that you're down, and it's an unnerving feeling when you hit it and there's nothing that happens for a second or two, and so that's turbo lag, and you try and get out of that as quickly as possible.
This is a number 18 boat to Falco Racing.
That's Mike Falco and Billy Moore, and they had a phenomenal year and fell just shy of claiming the championship, finishing second behind Monster Energy MCon. Mike Falco started with an outer limits hull. This is currently a victory hull, and they've done very well with it.
Great shot here of a good battle going on in the middle of the pack. Mobile X.
That's the 222 boat with Darren Nicholson and Giovanni Carpatella owning this course.
There's a boat out in front of them. Hard to tell if they are coming up on a
There goes Team Farnsworth, Hancock Claims Consultants, international champions for the Super V class. And back to Mobile X.
in there battling with the big boys.
Yeah. So this boat is considerably different than the first boat that Gio ran, the 36-foot Doug Wright earlier. The Team Mountain boat.
What are the major differences there between those two boats?
It's a considerably lighter boat, of course, and considerably less horsepower, running 900 horsepower as opposed to 2200.
Here's a great shot again of the current world champion. Last year's Class 1 world champion.
Yeah, speaking with Darren, they are very happy to be back here in the States racing, especially here in Key West.
Yeah, you got to think for a team that clearly has skills, has been successful. They are, can really make a name for themselves here once again, and hopefully help them be in a position where getting here next year is not a problem.
Right.
I think Darren and Giovanni are great for the sport, but also great for the fans, and they're out there competing at their highest level every time they get out in the boat. So
nice buoy navigation by Morpheus 8.
I believe that's X.
Followed by the XINSURANCE boat with Britt and Randy. Coming up behind. The Monster Energy MCON boat. It's surprising that they're more towards the back of the pack based on their season. Shot of Rick Lindsay piloting the XINSURANCE helicopter while Parker is in the back controlling the gimbal camera. Another shot of Morpheus 8 coming around the corner and running in front of the outer mole.
A little more. Yep, 6.5 seconds.
XINSURANCE.
It seems like this race is beginning to spread out. People are kind of starting to grab a hold of their position.
Right. Over the top of Monster Energy MCON, Tyler Miller and Myron Cole.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm surprised to see them where they're at in the pack right now.
Yeah. Hard to say what happened. They might have missed their setup just a bit. I know they weren't overly thrilled with the performance of this boat despite their championship win. And I believe they've got a new boat that's in the build. This time of day when the sun goes to the other side, it becomes pretty harsh and hard to find out or see what's going on. But right now over the top of Team Hancock Claims Consultants, Team Farnsworth, Elijah Kingery and Anthony Smith. Win Farnsworth told me that this right here is his favorite boat that he's ever owned. He's owned a lot, including the turbine-powered Mystic Low Altitude, which has always been a crowd pleaser at shootouts based on its performance. Going chine walking. Chine walking is when on a V-bottom you go from hull side to hull side, bouncing back and forth, and that's what you don't want how to operate a V-bottom. They recovered very quickly because they know they're
because they're professionals. Because he mentioned where you guys were having this conversation about it being his favorite boat. What about this boat really stood out to him? just its, consistency, it's the performance levels, handability, all of those things.
Yeah, absolutely. So this being a fountain hull, a 42 fountain hull, Taboo, it's a very recognizable boat. Oh, tough hit for Morpheus 8. Recovered nicely. But yeah, it's a recognizable hull, and obviously the company started by also another offshore racing legend, Reggie Fountain, and who had countless championship wins, and a true legend in the industry. And this boat performs to Reggie's standards.
XINSURANCE boat, really old.
Quite impressive.
Yeah, the length of the boat, it really speaks to the performance of it. It eats up the big swells because the V-bottoms are able to knife through the big swells and just keep going. Looks like they've got a commanding lead over other Super Bs. Let's see Cortez Cove in a while, and Raceway Rand. Let's see. Oh, there's a yard on. I thought they were going to be running with the other class, but that's with George and Michael Stamcone, father and son team. Pepper's boat, the old Pepper's boat.
You can see there on the front right of the XINSURANCE boat where they had to do the repair.
Which they handled during
testing.
They
did, yes.
Run very strong here.
Rick chasing boats.
Shoulders, you see all the people also out there enjoying themselves. Great shot right through the window there of the boat underneath as well.
Just a few frames ago, we saw race-winning brands go by with Ed Wendt and William McComb.
Where DF Young is. Yeah, but you have 5 boats.
Back to the Gene Farnsworth Hancock Claims Consultants boat.
I think this is
just out for a Friday cruise. Got that boat really singing nicely. Staying on the keel. And not taking too many, if any, flyers.
Super steady there.
The signature tell of a fountain is that front nose, the beak, as it's commonly called. You can always identify a fountain from that.
When I think about fountains, I think more probably in my neck of the woods, like poker runs or things like that.
Yeah, absolutely. They've always been a great running boat, capable of handling all kinds of conditions. And we see XINSURANCE with Britt and Randy. Running team taking the picture.
Here we've got Monster Energy.
These two really work well together, and so I know that they're frustrated right now with the position that they're in, but they're not getting discouraged. Tyler, consummate professional, but ultimate competitor, as is Myra. The XINSURANCE boat
seems to be running well.
Yeah.
We're a little over halfway through this race now. And this is race 5
of 6
of the Southernmost Continental Championship, part of the RWO Key West World Championship, presented by Performance Boat Center. We've had had some incredible battles today in a variety of different classes, and we're now here watching the pinnacle of what many would call the pinnacle of the sport, the Class 1 boats. And
Energy and Congo Guerrilla Construction, which is a business. They do underground excavating from Wathena, Kansas. There's the Stancombs again in the Peppers boat, yard arm. Running a pair of Mercury Racing 500Rs. Looks like they're turning into the course. Rick chasing boats.
Shot of the XINSURANCE boat on the outside of the course, making their way to the outer mole. And we got a quite bit of a battle here going on. Beginning of the race, what we believe to be at the front of the pack. Back to the XINSURANCE boat, coming along the outer mole, making their way back out to the outside of the track. Monster Energy IMCOM just came through your screen. Again, on the inside of the track, making their way around. I think hopefully what we'll see here as they come make this next turn is the battle for first and second between 222 Offshore Australia, and I didn't by chance couldn't make out what that other boat was.
I thought maybe it was DeFalco, but could be wrong.
You haven't been wrong yet today, Ray. I don't think you're going to be.
I'm sure I've been wrong many times, but...
Well, luckily for you, I haven't known if you were or you weren't.
Thanks.
Yeah, so I'm just going to keep telling you you're doing a great job.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yep, you're batting 1,000, sir.
XINSURANCE. Britt and Randy run the boat very well. Parker Lindsay operating the $1 million camera that's mounted to the front of the helicopter.
I'm not sure he could get the monitor any closer to his face. That's a cool shot there.
With these bigger boats, it definitely looks like they're handling the water very well. Hard to say if it's still bumpy out there or not, because these boats are capable of big water operation, but looks pretty good.
Little battle there. Oh, no, we've got a
race-winning
Super V and a Class 1 running side by side.
Yeah. Did you see which Class 1 boat that might have been?
I did not. Yeah, so tell me about what considerations come into play when you have the Class 1 boats and a Super V both racing at the same time, or, you know, earlier in the day when you had multiple classes racing, brackets racing at the same time. Who has right of way? How does, what's the hierarchy here? How does this work when you have, very different vehicle or, boats, yeah, different powers, different capabilities side by side?
Essentially, it's just, I assume it's more like white noise, right? If it's a different class, it shouldn't affect how you race. So you just kind of try and tune them out and focus on the boats that you're competing with. Hard to do that. It's easier said than done, obviously. But when the boats come up essentially on your radar, you just kind of try and tune them out and get around them, or navigate away from them and concentrate on the next boat that you're trying to pick off in your class. Right there, we got a shot of the XINSURANCE boat again, and imagine we're well into the 10 laps scheduled for today. Come Sunday, they'll be running 14 laps and of good hard racing. Although it is supposed to get a bit calmer, and there
here
is
we
the
come,
checkered
coming in
flag.
the checkered flag.
I can only assume that's the Mobile X Walmart boat, 222 offshore.
It was mighty close there.
Couldn't tell who was coming in second place. But as we come into the conclusion of the Class 1 race, and then ultimately the conclusion of the Super Vs, we'll have a better answer for you who came in where. Morpheus 8 crossing the finish line. Johnny Tomlinson and Carlos de Quesada. Your first place winner in the Super V is Team Farnsworth, Hancock Claims Consultants. And powering through the waves still is the XINSURANCE boat. Passing the finish line now. Nice job, teams. Congratulations again to Mobile X, your unofficial winner of the Class 1 competition for today. Darren and Gio probably celebrating in the cockpit right now.
Yeah, hopefully we can get a shot here of the winning team dancing a jig on their deck.
Nobody's got moves like Irvin.
Clearly not. It's disappointing that it's not being met with the same level of enthusiasm.
Excuse me, guys. We got to back out.
And we're going to be cutting back here to the studio shortly as we get our teams ready out in the field for some post-race interviews. Man, great race.
Yeah.
It was at times difficult to see everything that was going on this go around, but it looked like there were some decent battles for positioning.
Right.
If our eyes were correct, and Mobile X did end up taking that victory. What an exciting day for them, being that they weren't able to race for the entire year.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, great race run by those guys. It's like putting on an old pair of pants or dating your ex, as Darren said, to come back in and get back into the boat and operate it like you hadn't even left it.
And that's them right there. Seems to be.
Yep. They'll be collecting their checkered flag soon.
Yeah, again, folks, as you can see, the XINSURANCE Cares Hurricane Relief Fundraiser is up. And please take a second and scan it with your phone. Would love to see your support for XINSURANCE efforts to support the communities impacted by the last two hurricanes. For the first $100,000 raised, XINSURANCE will match that with another $100,000. So let's keep it rolling. Time to support the communities that welcome this sport into their backyards and into their homes, for all of us to enjoy this wonderful sport. Looks like we got just some.
They're collecting the checkered flag here now. Looks like it's Giovanni out on the deck.
And what a way to start the weekend for a team that
that was Darren.
For a team that has not been able to race for an entire year, to come back to the last place they raced, where they won a world championship last year, and here they are winning the first race of the weekend. What an accomplishment, and what a relief it must be for Darren and his crew.
Yeah, for sure. And these guys, you know, especially being international guys, they're great ambassadors to the sport and true gentlemen. And when you talk to them, they love the sport. They're obviously very talented and dominating with their boat and their skills. Back to Rick.
So, you know, looking back on the race, we're coming into race 6, the last race of the day. What are some things that stood out to you today? Some of the things that surprised you, some of the things that you were excited to see?
You know, I mean, back to the factory stock 450 class. That was a fun race to watch. You know, just the back and forth, even the Speed Marine and the El Bandito boats, the Mod V's going back and forth. It was just a great day of racing. You know, the bracket classes are always fun to watch, and they're hyper competitive. And this Class 1 race, I half expected 222 Mobile X to come out and perform well. But yeah, like I said before, I think they definitely picked up where they left off last year. I mean, there was no slowing in their game or in their racing today.
Yeah, it was good to. I was surprised.
Yeah,
I was surprised. I'm surprised to see a boat that can sit that long.
Yeah,
and then just come out and perform like that is.
Although I do believe they did continue racing overseas and out by Australia. They didn't compete here stateside, but I think they still ran the boat overseas. Right there, we see Tit for Tat. Very interesting. Getting ready for the Superstock boat. That is the JS Racing boat with John Strama. And didn't initially think that team would be here, but they are. So just bigger fleet.
So that's an added boat to the number that you had.
I believe so. I mean, I don't think they were on my initial list when we were preparing for this, but yeah, it'll be fun to watch for sure.
Yeah, man. What a packed course it's about to be for race 6 in the Superstock. That should be super entertaining, a lot to take in and a lot to see. We've got our field team getting ready for some post-race interviews. As the XINSURANCE boat is pulling in there, and excited to see what these folks got to say. But every boat made it in.
Yeah.
Every boat finished in, I believe, in Class 1, which is great for the building of the competition as we come into Sunday for a double points race for all of classes.
Sure. And we'll also, hopefully, between now and Sunday, we'll figure out what happened with, say, XINSURANCE or Monster Energy MCON as far as their setup goes, that they weren't more competitive amongst the leaders.
Yeah, I think there's clearly a couple of teams that are going to go back to the drawing board on some stuff.
Yeah.
You know, they've got the off day tomorrow to address any changes that need to be made, which I know every one of these teams will be taking advantage of.
Yeah, right.
And this super. Hey, we're going to throw it to Jordan, who is with Randy from Class 1 XINSURANCE.
All right, guys, I have Randy here with the XINSURANCE boat. How do you feel today? What are your thoughts on that?
You know, I truly felt I'm the one that kind of slowed us down. We had some great turns. A couple turns I got too a little aggressive on. Cut the inside, I had to counteract, go back on the outside so we didn't, so we didn't hit the buoy or take it out. It's really it's a learning curve for us. It's every race is more seat time, and there's nothing faster than seat time, and we just simply don't have any. Not making excuses. We're going to get the boat there. We will get the boat there. And I'd probably be faster if my wife was here, so Erica needs to come next time.
Gotta have your wife's support, right? Well, you did great. You guys at least didn't crash, and everybody came back safe, and to me that's a win, so I think you guys did great.
Yeah, when we were out there, I'm like, hey, listen, let's take it easy, let's finish. We had one motor that's coming down on power, wasn't turning the RPM, and we made, hey, let's just not push it. We were pushing really hard. A couple times we got close, we were beating them in the corners, and then when I started finding that spot where the boat was not happy and we wanted to stay out of there, so I'm like, let's get points on the board. Let's finish a race, which is the first time this boat with us has ever finished Key West. Actually, this is the first time this boat's ever finished Key West, period.
Heck
It was
yeah.
always over in Abu Dhabi before, so I'll take it.
Awesome. Well, you guys did great. Congrats, and I'm happy to see you guys come back safe and everyone's together, so.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, back to you guys.
Thank you, Jordan and Randy. The boats are rolling out for Superstock, and we're actually going to jump back out there real quick to Brett Lilly and hear more from him about this performance from XINSURANCE Class 1 boat. Jordan?
All right, Britt. So you guys just came in. You did really great. How are you feeling?
Feeling good, man. What a great, we're here in Key West, race one. Came out fourth. Boat ran phenomenal. Me and Randy are learning everything out there. It was just a good day for XINSURANCE. Thank you so much, Rick Lindsay. Missed the podium by one. We're going to be back on Sunday, that's for sure. We'll go back. We'll make a couple adjustments. Go over some data. Let Neil and Sean tell us what we did wrong and what we did good. And we'll pile that all into Sunday and look for us on top of the podium.
Heck yeah. And I just want to say, I don't know if a lot of people see some of this behind the scenes, but your wife's over here cheering you on, and you've got a really cool support system, and your little girl, and that's been really cool to watch from behind the scenes. So
it's so nice to have my family here. I couldn't do this without my wife Amanda, my daughter Stella. They're all my biggest fans, and it's awesome to be here and do all this, and following in my dad's footsteps. I know he's looking down on me, and I'm excited.
I love it. Well, congrats, and happy to see you here.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, back to you guys.
Thanks, baby.
Woo-hoo! I'm just so happy he's here.
Obviously, he's happy. The boats came back in, like we're talking, that they came back on their own power. There was no damage to any of the boats, and they'll race on Sunday. And that's going to be the big day, the telltale, especially with what's happening here. Especially Class 1, the other teams are going to have to refocus and see what they have to answer Mobile X.
Yeah, I think that they're clearly the ones to beat right now.
Yeah.
With that performance today, though, right behind them, not too far off in second. I think that was it was definitely got closer than it was initially looking at some parts of the race.
For sure.
As that race closed down there. So as you can see here, podium getting ready, and we are grounds crew looking around. You can see here, I know that the Superstock series is out on the water. We got a pile of boats in this area, in this race. This is race 6, the last race of the day, and 8 laps.
This one's going to be good and fun to watch. We have a lot of teams. And again, there's no maintaining your lanes, so they're going to be all darting for that turn one and diving into that corner and see who comes out unscathed and out in front.
So we got 6 of what I believe to be, how many, 10 or 11 in this class?
Yeah, originally I believed it was 14. I don't know who's dropped out or whatnot, but so this is the closed canopy catamaran with a 32-foot limit. These guys are all running Mercury Racing 300s, so they'll all be competitive with one another. We've got a good fleet of boats. New boat to the fleet. Enough said. Bermuda, being driven by Lewis Martin, Andy Stoneham on the sticks. Two Conks Sport Fishing by David Umpleby and JR, and Team Allen Lawn Care by Billy Allen and Randy Keys, and Performance Boat Center with Myrick Coyle and Rusty Williams, previous world champions and national champions, and Team Bermuda with David Selly and Stephen Bridges, Coco's Monkey with AJ and Pete Bogino, Team Jackhammer, who had a really great season, took the national championship with Reese Langheim, and his regular partner, Julian, suffered an accident earlier this week. He's still recovering, so our thoughts and prayers go out to him. Hopefully he'll recover soon. But he'll be... Reese will be running with his former partner and Julian's dad, Ricky Maldonado. And we got Team Celsius with Chris Hopgood and Jay Mueller, who's another one of the racers that are doing double duty in a couple different teams. We've got Mom Ain't Happy with Tom Kennedy and Scott Bloomberg, North Wing Offshore with Darren Kittredge and Casey Boaz, and Ray Marine, also known as Big East Construction with Cole Leibel and Gary Ballou. The Boat Depot, formerly the Steel Industries boat, now the Boat Depot, the firm with Pete Rivero and Ricardo Maldonado. And we've got Tit for Tat, JS Racing with John Strama and I believe Connor Langheim. Are we racing?
Oh, we're racing. That's how long it took you to get through that many boats.
A lot of boats out there.
Yeah. When you got to run through that many, the next thing you know, it's race time.
I'm parched. Hard to see who's out in front, but that's clearly Ray Marine, Big East in second place because of the bright green livery, and going into turn one. Outside, we got North Wing.
So on these boats, what... We've talked about boat size. We've talked about engine. When they're racing for the Superstock class?
You know, that's, again, one of those conditional answers. You know, I'd imagine they're probably doing about 100, maybe 90 based on these conditions. But these boats are capable of going faster, but maybe not even that fast, probably 80 to 90. But yeah, it's bumpy out there, so it's hard to say what they'll be maxing out at. But because they're all sized and powered alike, that's what makes this class so competitive and entertaining to watch because there's so many.
So again, very similar to Class 1 in that way.
Yeah, and that's the idea with all these classes. But you know, some are more fairly aligned than others. And right now, we're taking a good look at Cole Leibel and Gary Ballou in the Ray Marine boat. Livery, can't mistake it.
Yeah, can't miss that one.
In the whitewater, we see Billy Allen, Randy Keys. Billy Allen, very talented racer, paired with Randy Keys, who used to own and run the Clovar boat in Supercat. Looks like
really neck for neck battle right here.
Close battle, yeah. So the Allen Lawn Care boat is a Doug Wright hull, and the Ray Marine boat is a Victory hull from Dubai. As they turn the corner, going in neck and neck.
With Ray Marine getting a little advantage coming out of that
Looks
turn.
like it, yeah. Nice turn by Cole. But Billy and Randy in Alan Lawn Care are not letting up.
Yeah, should be, looks like a long battle for the next 5 to 6 laps here as they duke it out to see who's going to win today's Southernmost Continental Championship in the Superstock class.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like all of these boats out on the course right now are 32 feet, propelled by the twin Mercury Racing 300s.
Tell me more about how Mercury became so integrated into the sport.
Well, I mean, Mercury Racing is definitely the powerhouse of the industry. I mean, you look at most of the boats that are out there, pleasure and or race, and they're all Mercury Racing power.
You know, historically, has that been an area that Mercury has always been heavily involved in? Is that part of the Mercury history to be the go-to engine in?
No, absolutely, and that's kind of how the company became so integrated into the performance boat market. You know, starting way back with Carl Kiekhaefer, that started the company. And develop these racing engines to sustain and last throughout the race to beat their competitors at that time being Johnson and Evinrude. And, you know, definitely have went full throttle and never looked back. These guys, you know, they're dedicated to what they do. They're research and development. Can't beat or stern drive packages. These outboards can come, for the consumer, can come up to 5 years of warranty. You see Boat Depot, the firm racing, closing in on Performance Boat Center with Rusty Williams and Myrick Coyle. Myrick, this is his 3rd race of the day. Right there we see Tit for Tat, John Strama. Closing in on Coco's Monkey. And just ahead is Jack Hammer with Reese Steinheim and Ricky Maldonado. Coco's Monkey. He had a good season. That's in the cockpit. There are AJ and Pete Boggian, and it's motoring on. They co-hosted our welcome party on Wednesday night at Rick's Key West, and was happy to team up with them. Had a great turnout. Had a good time. Right now we're looking at Jackhammer alongside Coco's Monkey again.
Super tight race.
Yeah.
Throughout the pack, there seems to be a duel going on everywhere you look.
Yeah, it's very interesting because Jackhammer was the dominant team throughout the entire season and secured the national championship. And for Coco's Monkey, who finished 7th in the APBA points standings, for them to be kind of battling for, you know, supremacy right there, it's pretty impressive on Coco's Monkey's part. Right now we're looking at Team Allen Lawn Care, Billy Allen. He was involved in a collision last year in Key West with Performance Boat Center. Well, looks like we're seeing Ray Marine off plane and into the infield.
Hate to see that for them. Hopefully it's something that they can resolve and get back into the race here.
Yeah, for sure. Now looking at North Wing. With Darren Kittredge and Casey Boaz. Again, his 2nd race of the day. He was in the Supercat class with Rob Understall. There's a lot of racers out here that are doing double, triple duty. Casey being one, Jay Mueller being another. Myrick does 3 boats.
JJ
Turk. Julian Maldonado, he usually races at least 2. Again, well wishes to him. We've got Brett Lilly. Yeah, so, like you said, there's not a whole lot of warriors that can do it well. So, Carlos Ticasada in the Class 1 boat, and also with Taylor Sism in the Factory 450 stock boat.
And some really great shots as the day is kind of coming down here. Sun starting to position itself lower.
Right.
And really creating some beautiful shots at the camera guys and heli team and everyone out there who's been working hard for, almost 8 hours.
Right, yeah.
Running a live stream here, which we couldn't be more appreciative of.
No, the entire X-Insurance media team here has been phenomenal, and they've interviewed, almost all of the racers that are out there, and have done a great job with it, and providing us with these amazing shots, whether it be from the helicopter, from the mole, on board these offshore boats, and beyond. Back to North Wing. Hard to see what position they're in from our vantage point. But that's, again, Darren Kittredge, Casey Boaz coming in on Alan Longcare again.
Feel like maybe we've lost a couple of boats in this race, potentially to mechanicals. We haven't had a chance to see yet.
Yeah.
Or the pack is just spreading out.
We have a brand new team that entered this class, this race actually, with Team Demon Bikini, with female driver Leanna Shadlow, who's the owner CEO of Demon Bikinis, and their ultimate goal is to be an all-female offshore race team. Being such short notice, they couldn't find a driver to be opposite of Leanna on the throttles. So team owner Chad Havens has stepped in, and he's running the throttles today.
Right on.
Yeah. Haven't seen them yet on the camera, but I suspect they're still out there.
Well, I hope them much luck in building that the cool to create opportunities for women to be unified with other women and compete with
one of the pioneers in female offshore racing to today, where Taylor Sism is just blazing a trail. Whoa, big jump from North Wing. Blazing a trail for women to get into the sport. It's not just a male-dominated, male-only sport anymore, and so hats off to all of them that want to throw their hats in the ring. This is a new team, Nuff said, Bermuda.
Look pretty in pink.
Yep. And the livery is in respect to breast cancer. And the throttleman is Andy Stonan in a Doug Wright hull, with even the engines wrapped to match the entire theme.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Looks great. Good to see him out there running.
Again, we got the harsh light since the sun is on the opposite side. But making out that that's Alan Longcare going underneath the helicopter now. Billy Allen, once you visit his pits, it's one of the most intricate, setup pits as there is. I mean, he's got a whole cart, a golf cart that's set up as a tool, mobile tool station, so it's cool. He can pull his engines out of it and stuff like that based just off of his cart. And one of the nicest guys you can meet, as well as his partner, Randy Keys.
That's awesome. Making it happen, mobile.
Yeah, right. Coming in on Boat Depot, the firm with Pete Rivero. He's partnered with Ricardo Maldonado. The entire Maldonado family has a long legacy, starting with Ricky's dad. Ricardo is Ricky's son, as is Julian Maldonado. So that also is in their bloodstream.
Do we think? Who do we think's at the front of this race right now?
There we see a shot of the Demon Bikini boat, but right there they're chasing the Allen coach. So I don't know if that's the leader.
They're their rounds, making it into the inside of the track by the outer mole.
Right.
This boat has been running well.
You know, to switch from the old Mercury 300s to the new Mercury Racing 300Rs, and he's running well out there right now, and has been all season.
And what was his holdout?
I don't know. Just old school maybe. You know, he finished 5th in the APBA standings in this hyper competitive class in Superstock. So you know, he's had really good luck. You know, especially when you consider that the fleet is 14 boats deep and growing.
Yeah. Appreciate the help,
Lindsay
guys.
chasing the boats.
I'm just on the inside of you now, Rick.
Another look at the Nuff Said Bermuda boat. There seems to be a big influx of pink boats coming in. We've got Nuff Said. We've got you know, the Demon Bikini boat, and then the GC Racing MTI Class 1 boat next year is going to be all with a pink livery. So it's the hot new color.
Pinks and lots of greens.
Yeah. Greens has been the dominant color, especially pleasure boat, for the last couple of years, and it's unmistakable. It's easy to find, you know, between Ray Marine and Team Montlick, you know, easiest spot on the course,
yep.
Even with the fog and the harsh lighting.
Man, these guys are going absolutely ripping.
Yeah.
Good to see that the pack has kind of come back together there. Interesting shot to see at least 4 or 5 boats in tight contention with each other.
Right. There goes a Demon Bikini boat coming around. That's the Nuff Said Bermuda boat. Just forward of that is the North Wing. We've got Celsius, run by Chris Hopgood and Jay Mueller. Both seasoned veteran racers and been doing this a while, and they came in 6th in the APBA point standings. Another look at the Boat Depot. Coming around the turn. Coming in hot, man. These guys are really ripping these turns, aren't they?
They really are. They're not letting up.
Yeah.
They're almost drift carring them.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
And I think that's the difference between a pleasure boater and an offshore racer is just the level to which you're willing to push your equipment. Randy Sism was the first one to take me out in one of his boats and show me exactly how hard one of those MTIs can turn. And you know, it literally pinned me against the sidewall because he turned it so hard. Catching up with Team Jackhammer, national champions, Reese Langheim And with his former partner, Ricky Maldonado, filling in for his son, the injured Julian Maldonado. He overturned a golf cart the other day and sustained some pretty serious damage to himself, and had to undergo surgery earlier this week, but everything went well, and he's expected to be in Key West if he's not already.
Well, nice that his former partner would step up
Right, yeah.
to the plate and help the guy out. Probably doesn't hurt that it's,
Yeah,
the dad.
His dad.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And they work together at Manatee Marine Unlimited in Palmetto, Florida. And they helped rig this boat. Reese's wife, Sarah, and Julian are partners. Whoa, we got some action going here. Are partners in owning that business, and they do an outstanding job. They have a good relationship with the people over in Dubai. They are marketing a new boat, an outboard catamaran called Valor Powerboats, as well as they sell the H-Craft boats out of their dealership at Manatee Marine Unlimited.
Whoa! Getting
Nice
spicy.
save. Think that was Alan Longcare, but that was one heck of a save.
Yeah, that could have gone. Could have gone the other way there.
Yeah, nice save, Billy and Randy, because probably the closest call we've had all day.
I think that's fair to say. Yep.
Yeah.
So you're on the edge.
Right. Back
On
over
the
to Team
edge.
Celsius with Chris Hopgood and Jay Mueller. They've got that boat running really well. You can see the attitude, catching a good amount of air into that tunnel and riding on top as they pass by the spectator fleet on the outer mole, passing the VIP XINSURANCE tent shortly.
A little over halfway, I think, through race 6 here on Friday.
Yeah, so this we got Jackhammer closing in.
A good little battle here down the straight. Interesting to see as they make this turn.
Now we get another look at Coco's Monkey, and just ahead of that is Celsius.
Yeah, hard to tell where exactly everyone is.
Right.
In the rankings here.
Looking good, running their regular racing 300Rs. Secured the really nice sponsorship from Celsius, and they're making them proud. Jay Mueller, who has been running forever with Billy Moff and with his kids campaigning the Wicked boat in the Supercat class. That's also a family affair over there. Oh, Celsius. Followed by Coco's Monkey again. We get our first look at Team Allied, the S2 powerboats run by champion racer Sean Torrente and Sean Connor. The S2 powerboats stands for Sean and Sean, and that's their own boat that they've built for racing. It's a very unique looking boat, and glad we got a chance to see them on camera. Again, we've got Celsius and Coco's Monkey. My videographer, Carter Body, his favorite team is Coco's Monkey, and not because of their racing, but because of their name. It makes him laugh.
It was the dog's toy, right?
Something like that, right? Yeah. And
Yeah.
Coco is her name is Courtney Collins, so that's Coco, and I think the dog's Toy. Got North Wing. The S77 boat had a challenging season, finishing 11th in the APBA point standings.
You got to be happy to be here, racing.
Yeah, no question. Oh, we got Coco's Monkey making move. Celsius and overtaking him. Nice pass by the Boginos. This
is a battle right here.
This is great.
Neck for neck.
Look at that.
It was the white flag on the. Saw a white flag out on the lap before.
So Celsius will be taking the inside lane coming into this turn. So this ought to be interesting when they dive into this buoy.
Full speed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Battle down the stretch.
Nice job by Celsius fending him off for the time being. Incoming, we've got, looks to be Team Allen Lawn Care.
And we have a boat that has...
Oh, boat went over on course. Hopefully everything's okay. Let's get hopefully somebody over that, see who that is, and make sure we see two orange helmets emerging from the boat. That's Celsius went over. Chris Hopgood and Jay Mueller. We got Angel One with divers in the water. Red flag should be up any minute now. And we are looking for two orange helmets to come out of that escape hatch. When these boats go over, they hatch what is normally the bottom of the boat, but then when they flip, they become the top of the boat, and that's how escape as opposed to these boats all with scoop tanks in case the cockpit fills with water, and ultimately we're looking for these racers to emerge because if the safety harnesses have done their job, they would have held them in nice and tight as they went over. And it looks like we see one helmet, two racers out. Are you seeing the same thing, Josh?
Yeah, exactly. Do see two helmets now right there. And looks like everyone is waving their arms and as safe as you can be in given the circumstances.
Thank God.
And that's a reminder, folks, of how quickly this sport can change.
Right.
We knew that turn had a chance of being problematic. And as you look, you mentioned it. They've got an escape hatch on the bottom of the boat. These boats are specifically designed this way. Tell us a little more about how those work. And you were getting into the storyline there of if they're not functioning properly, that there's also a scuba system built into these boats.
Correct. If the windshield or one of the hatches is compromised and the cockpit begins to take on water, they're scuba trained to retrieve their respirators from a scuba tank to breathe underwater, and ultimately that's one of the last ditch rescue alternatives. But these guys got out fairly quickly, and it's good to see that they're both standing. It's always a scary thing when these boats go over, but they're built so safely now, and all these manufacturers take the safety of these boats very seriously, and even if it's at the expense of scrubbing some speed, they'll do that. They'll go that extra mile to build boats safer, so they can withstand any kind of impact like a rollover like this, and or worse. So we've got the rescue team coming in and looking over the divers. drivers, racers. Angel 1 was immediately on scene. Angel 1 being the rescue diver helicopter with incredibly talented and skilled medics that will take care of any incident as they can on the water until they're safely transported onto shore.
Yeah, they were there pronto, and guys were out of that helicopter in the water very, very quickly.
Right, and that's why they're called Angel 1. You know, they're literally angels from the sky that come down and save you. And we're thankful for them to be there, and all the racers have a tremendous respect for them, and it's good to see them overseen, in no time.
So tell us what happens from this point forward for this boat and for this race.
So they'll obviously try and upright the boat as soon as they can. The salt water wreaks havoc on a lot of the especially the electronics, but also the engine components. And so they'll have to try and flush this boat once it's uprighted as best as they can to remove all the salt water that could potentially do a lot of damage to everything from the rigging all the way through. So that's the biggest concern. I don't know. It didn't look like there was much structural damage to the boat. We didn't get a shot to see how intense the rollover was, so that they'll have to inspect the integrity of the boat and how well it's sustained the rollover. But they'll mainly be concerned at this point with the salt water and trying to minimize the effects, the cost effects of salt water as it sits and kind of crystallizes.
So we see the tit for tat boat that was out there and has come back to dock.
Yeah.
Are they? And we've actually got a playback that we're going to spin up here of hopefully capturing a bit of the flip over.
So again, as we were commentating earlier, whoa.
And there it is, just rolled right on over.
Yeah, looked like Coco's monkey came in hot on the starboard side and causing Celsius to take evasive action and possibly causing that flip.
So let's say there was a circumstance of an accident like that was caused by another boat. What's the protocol in this sport when something like that happens?
Hard to say, with the exclusion now of maintaining lanes and stuff, but that was pretty aggressive going into that turn. So I think it'll ultimately come down to the rules officials and see what they saw in this and see if there was a violation that they can pinpoint and go from there.
I think that's your angel in the sky has landed back over on the docks.
I think at this point of the race, they won't restart. It looks like it's the conclusion of the Superstock class, and basically whatever the order in which the races were in, that will dictate your order of winners.
Yeah, I think that was the last lap.
Okay. That would make sense.
I think we were close. We were close,
yeah.
7 or 8, if my counting was correct. And so I do think, we were close to the end there. But, man, you hate to see that last race of the day after a full day of 0 incidences. But again, speaking to the quality and the safety of the boats in today's sport, great to see them get out quickly and be safe. For the most part, we'll have to try to check in with them later and with their team to get a better understanding of what happened there,
right?
How's their boat doing, and most importantly, how are the driver and throttleman doing after a close one there.
Yeah, no question. And with this fleet of Superstocks being so populated, I always expect if it was going to happen, I would have expected it to happen earlier. But it's unfortunate it happened at all. But this is a very competitive class, and all these guys are super competitive. So we were commenting on how neck and neck Team Celsius and Team Coco's Monkey were battling it out going down that stretch. And so diving into that turn, it's not surprising that it happened as they went as competitively into that turn as they did. There we see Team Alan Lawn Care idling in, as well as Team Demon Bikini. Gonna get these boats back onto their trailers and back to their pits and flush out the salt water and regroup and reset for Sunday's race. I'm sure a lot of these teams have learned a great deal about the water conditions today. Not saying that this is going to be same or similar on Sundays, but it's supposed to be a bit flatter, but we'll see.
Yeah, I hope for everyone's sake we continue to just improve in the weather and wind and all that. Also be just exciting to see different another variation, if you will, of the race course and how these boats respond in those type of environments. In this downtime, folks, let's quick reminder: X Insurance Cares trying to raise $200,000 total to help individuals and communities impacted by the hurricane. You guys help us raise $100,000. We'll match it with $100,000 and scan the QR code to make a donation or jump onto xinsurance.com/racing where you can scroll down. You'll find the link there to make a donation, or you can go directly to xinsurance.com/cares. Make it be known and support those who in their time of need.
Outstanding.
Looks like we got Allen's there.
Yep, Team Allen Lawn Care.
Getting pulled in there. Did they end up? Were they in first, do you think?
I don't know. It's hard to say.
I couldn't tell if they were or if Coco's Monkey and Celsius were potentially battling for first.
Yeah, based on the vantage points that we had.
Oh, there's the checkered flag. There's our answer.
Alan Lawn Care. Nice job.
Alan Lawn Care.
Congratulations, Billy and Randy. Ran a beautiful race, and even with that little trip out on that one point, they recovered very well and sustained and took the checkered flag. So outstanding racing to Team Allen Lawn Care, Billy Allen and Randy Keys.
Yeah, that's sometimes you just have to be more observant, I guess, is the lesson I just learned for myself. Look harder.
Yeah.
And the answer will.
Well, nice catch.
Will reveal itself.
I didn't see it either.
Okay, well, good.
Right, yeah.
Good. I got to be honest. The producer in the ear told me. He said,
okay.
He said, hey, dum-dum. They're holding the checkered flag on there. And,
in our defense, we're looking at 10 different screens, so.
Should we? Well, so is he, unfortunately.
Right. All right. I've got no defense.
Neither do I, Neither do I.
Right.
I'm going to blame it on the hours.
Right. It's been a long day, but great day of racing. Unfortunate that it happened, but super blessed that there was no injuries or any serious, incidents within that rollover.
Yeah, it seemed for a wreck, it seemed like
pretty docile. Yeah.
It was like they just
a little slow motion, right?
It's like when my dog falls off the couch when it's asleep, It just got a little too much of it on the other side.
There you go, right? Yeah.
And it just, a little flop.
Yeah. Got a little live look at the podium again. I assume we're waiting for the Superstock first, second, and third finishers to come out and collect their hardware. Got to say, I'm really bummed to not see the Coconut Man out there, but hopefully he'll be back on Sunday.
Yeah, it would have been my first time seeing the Coconut Man. So, you know, I've been hearing about the Coconut Man for weeks now.
Yeah.
And when it's time for Coconut Man to show up, he's nowhere to be seen. I'm starting to think you guys are just leading me
Messing
on.
with you,
Yeah.
I did see him, though, in a couple of clips that you guys have replayed here. So
we don't know if those were AI. That could have been, you know, computer generated. I don't know.
Right. Right there off in the center of that threesome up on the wall is Billy Allen with the gray hat on, speaking to his crew chief, Andy Sanders.
Good to see. Yep, good to see the divers are out of the water as well.
Yeah.
Safe and, man, again, response time of them was unbelievable.
Thank you, Angel One. Nice flag waving, Andy.
Waving the flag. Victor,
Right.
your unofficial Superstock champs for Friday.
Right. So this makes you know, Sunday that much more interesting, and going to be fun to watch what happens and what plays out and how this plays out come Sunday's races.
Yeah, you know, that missed race on Wednesday. Sunday is going to be a very interesting day.
Right.
I think we have the potential to have and that guy just proposed to his lady on the boat, and she said yes. So, unbelievable.
Congratulations.
Unbelievable.
That's outstanding.
Was I think that was one of the divers.
It is, yeah. It was the rescue team up there.
Yeah.
And, we've got...
and we've got a happy couple. Maybe he stumbled upon that ring on the bottom, you know?
Right, yeah.
And, well, I guess now's the time. It's the sign, he said.
And right there you go, right. So
do you think he had a bet with his boys? Like, all right, guys, if I get sent out and I got to jump in, when I come back, I'm proposing.
Yeah.
Man, you got to love to see that. Something to they will definitely remember forever.
Yeah, congratulations to the happy couple.
Needs to get us in touch with that happy couple.
Yeah.
We can live stream this whole thing for them.
Yeah.
You
Not
know?
only double points, double speed. Let's make this happen.
Yeah. Let's make it happen now.
You'll be in your blue tuxedo.
I will.
You can officiate.
I can. And I mean, maybe not necessarily legally right now.
Right.
But we can work on that. It's 2024.
That's true.
We could probably get that covered in a couple hours.
I'm actually
be good
still
to go.
I'm still ordained here in Florida because I married Rusty Williams, offshore racer Rusty Williams at Performance Boat Center, and his beautiful bride Jessica. So,
Okay, well then you're
studio.
good.
Yeah,
you're good.
You could be the best man in the blue tuxedo.
I'm in. Someone needs to get this information out for us. If you happen to know the happy couple, we'd like to let them know they're formally invited.
Send us a message
to the XINSURANCE Chapel with Father Ray Lee, who is happy to officiate their wedding. I think we're going to have some takers on this.
I think we should.
I think the word's going to get out, Ray.
I think it's perfect.
Oh, they just drag it in like that.
There we see, the
rough.
associates. Yeah, they need to clear it off the course, and they can do a better job in the protected waters.
Final race of the day, Southernmost Continental Championship.
You hate that.
Yeah.
World Offshores Key West World Championship presented by Performance Boat Center. Let's start off with.
Hate to see that. Big shout out to our camera guys being the eyes in the skies and catching the proposal going on. That's.
Lone competitor in extreme class.
It's pretty unbelievable.
Let's move on to Super V. Super V to the podium with the Monster Energy Girls, the official energy drink of the Key West.
So they're going to drag this boat in. They use the crane to flip it over.
I don't think they'll use the crane. I think generally what they do is they have airbags.
Yep.
On one side of the boat, inflate them, it'll ride the boat. And then
second place today.
Right side.
Race winning brands. Race winning brands.
Then the team really goes to work.
Oh, we got some
there they go.
Climbing the podium here.
Team number 11. Race winning brands. And your winner at Super V today, Team Farnsworth Hancock Claims. Race fans, your podium for Super V. Farnsworth Hancock Claims to the top. Race winning brands and Cortez Cove Fountain Racing. Well, you've been waiting around. Pro Class 1. Well, let's get you going. Southernmost Continental Championship, third place in Pro Class 1. Team Morpheus 8.
I don't want to interview him.
Carlos De Casala, John Tomlinson, third place in Pro Class 8. Second place today goes to DeFalco Racing. Mike Falco and Billy Moore. And first place today, all the way from international ports, Australia and Italy. It's 222 Offshore's Mobile X Walmart team. Darren Nicholson and Giovanni Carpatella picked up right where they left off last year. Went flag to flag today. First place in Pro Class 1, and there's your podium. Mobile X Walmart. Also Team DeFalco and Morpheus 8.
Great job.
Hey, Giovanni and Darren. Quick, Darren, welcome back. Welcome back stateside. Giovanni.
Here we are back in the studio. Man, what a race day it's been.
Yeah.
6 races, 72 boats.
Yeah.
And everyone went home safe. And that's the win for the first part of the day.
Yeah, that's huge. And we've got our answers here. So we just saw the podium presentation of Class 1 where Team Mobile X, formerly 222, took first place, followed by DeFalco in second, and Morpheus 8 taking third. And ahead of that was the Super V class, where Team Farnsworth secured first place. Second place was Race Winning Brands, and then third place being Cortez Cove. So outstanding. Congratulations to all the winners, and looking forward to Sunday.
Sunday is going to be a blast. I know we're chasing down some people for some interviews right now to give you folks just a little more information about how those races went and how those drivers and Throttlman feel. But, you know, I hate to let the cat out of the bag, Ray, but, you know, I got a pretty excellent Championship Sunday shirt.
Nice.
Okay.
Yeah.
For tomorrow. So...
Yeah.
Wow. I know you probably won't even be able to sleep. You're going to be so excited.
I'm already geeked up.
I know you're going to be consumed by the unknown.
Right.
So yeah, it should be good.
Yeah.
It's going to be great.
I have to give a shout out to about the manufacturer of this sign, which is amazing. Neon sign by my friend, former Nikon photographer Jim Winters, and he built this.
Oh, nice.
Bulldog Neon. Is his business, and nice job, Jim. So there's your shout out.
Yeah, Jim, you've been getting a lot of exposure.
Yeah, by everybody.
And hey, let's jump to Jordan, who is with Team 222.
Second place goes to North Wing. Darren Kittredge.
Is the background noise
Casey
too loud?
Boaz.
All right, we're going.
Finishing on podium in Key West in the World Championships last year. Now the podium.
How long have I been racing?
Girls, Monster Energy, the official energy
Probably
drink of the
12,
Key West
13
World
years. Not a long time.
Championships.
All right. How about you? How long have you been racing for?
Two-time world champion.
How long have you been
Key West
racing?
A couple years ago.
It's 30 years, more or less.
Awesome. I love it. So you guys are, it's safe to say, addicted. You love it.
Yeah.
All right.
Every part of the world: China, India, Dubai, Europe, Australia,
Congratulations.
New Zealand,
Wow.
everywhere.
And is there anyone you guys want to thank today?
Sorry?
Any sponsors you want to thank? Anyone specific?
Peter Adderton from Mobile X. He managed to help us get here, so especially that, Peter. Just everybody, all the crew, Giovanni, everybody. I mean, it's a team effort. Everybody does their part. Sky, Ali, Robbie, everybody.
Superstock
So it's
podium
good.
here.
Awesome.
Today.
Well, thanks and congrats, guys.
Thanks very much.
Thanks. Back to you guys.
And we're back here. Great win for them, back, and first race of the year for Team 222 here in the States. Love to see that. Coming off the podium, we've got
Alan Longcare.
Yep, and they got to be excited. Hopefully our team will link up with them here shortly, and we can hear directly out of their mouth what it means for this win and how the race conditions were out there today. And also, hopefully, maybe a little insight on, though it was in the rear view of the incident there on the race course. So let's talk, as we're waiting for them, let's talk Sunday.
Yeah. I imagine it'd be very similar to today. Obviously, the team's going to regroup and set up again and see, and hopefully they nail the setup come Sunday. But a lot of the boats that went out there and put on a commanding performance, I expect probably similar come Sunday, and maybe some surprises as well.
We're wrapping up there on the podium. Yeah, so our team here was going to link up shortly with Allen's. And in the interim, reminder, folks, X-Insurance Cares, your chance to show your support to fellow Americans as they need due to the hurricanes that have happened, that be North Carolina. So on there. Go insurance.com/cares and let them feel the love, folks. Once we hit $100,000, Rick Lindsay and X Insurance is going to match that with another $100,000 for $200,000 of impact in local communities. Ray, as we make our way to this next interview here, kind of final thoughts about today's race day, and as a die-hard race fan, what's it mean to have the drought be over?
Right. Well, I was going to say that first and foremost, it was great to see all these guys back on the course and doing what they love, and for us covering them doing what they love, and us watching as fans and loving it. So that was Billy Allen and Randy Keys accepting their checkered flag and trophy for winning the super competitive Superstock class, and kudos to them. Unfortunate finish, but everybody was okay, seemingly, and lived to race another day. So come Sunday with double points, I imagine all these teams are just going to let it all hang out because there's no third race. No third race, and in fact, no races for the rest of the year. Correct. Yeah. This is it. This Sunday is it. It is their Super Bowl, and you've got nothing but regrets and hopes for 2025 after Sunday. So I'm with you. I expect to see these guys laying it all on the line. I know that these crews aren't going to sleep until the boats are right. They learn about their boats, both good and bad, and going to see these teams spend the next 24 hours getting ready for Championship Sunday, and exciting to be here for it. Yeah, same. Stoked that we'll be able to live stream it and bring it directly to you, no matter where you are, whether that's at your house, on the road, or in a foreign country. We're excited to bring this to you if you're a fan of racing. And we are moments away from our host, Jordan, linking up with Alan's lawn care. And here's Jordan.
All right, you guys just got off the podium, first place. How are you feeling?
Feeling good. It was a good start to a week, and wish we would have ran Wednesday with that bumpy water, but I'm glad we got out there today, and it was sporty, it was fun, and it's good to get one under us.
Awesome, and you guys both have been racing for, like, what's your kind of your story? How long?
I think this is my 9th year at Key West, so I think Randy had been 4 years here.
3 years, yep.
3 years, yep.
Awesome. And do you guys have anyone you want to thank today? Bring up?
I do. I'd like to thank Carl Chevrolet, Andy and Michael at GoFaps Boat Service, Dan Peterson Construction. You got some there?
Yeah. Obviously, our families putting up with this. This is a tough sport to do, so for them putting up with us, and Hot Bob Racing gets us around. We got a lot of support here in Key West, so. Just all these fans that are here, that we couldn't do it without them, and our support, Jeff Walters and Mike Murray, for getting us down the road and getting us around that track.
Awesome. Well, thanks, guys, and congrats again.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, back to you guys.
Thank you so much, folks. Just a quick reminder, we've got the X Insurance live concert tomorrow that we'll be live streaming. You can jump onto xinsurance.com/racing to see all the details about that. And again, Ray and I will be in studio on Sunday for the Conch Republic Championship, the last race of the powerboat offshore boat racing season. And man, Ray, it's been a good day. Great day, yeah. And Sunday, we'll find out who our world champions will be for 2024. So it's going to be an exciting day. Yeah, while we're away, make sure to jump on and check out the X Insurance Cares link that we've been providing to you throughout the live stream today. Again, that website is xinsurance.com/cares. make a donation and help us support those in their time of need. It has been a wonderful day from the XINSURANCE studio here in Key West, Florida, and a wonderful day of racing. Ray, thank you for your knowledge.
Thank you, Josh.
Thank you for sharing it with our viewers. Until tomorrow, go have fun. We'll be back.